The new millennium came, and the entire world was on pins and needles, thinking the end was here. News channels were spreading fear. Supermarket shelves were empty from people stocking up on food and water. On New Year's Eve 1999, instead of going to the Tunnel, Justin's, or Cheetah's as usual, Kiki and I played it safe and popped champagne while watching the ball drop on TV at home. It was finally 2000, and contrary to what everybody thought, nothing happened. In rural Rockland County, when the ball dropped, all we heard was gunfire from machine guns and pistols. I thought a war had started. I forgot that we were up in the mountains with redneck Dukes-of-Hazzard white people who hunt deers and bears. Kiki and I made our own porno movie and went to sleep. I bumped into my boy from Left Rack, Shamik's homeboy, E Moneybags, on my way to Chung King's studio by the Holland Tunnel in Manhattan. Bags and I always randomly crossed paths. He loved Mobb Deep. "You the god, Pete. You're killing these niggas with Quiet Storm," he said. Bags was a well-known ghetto celeb. The female rapper Foxy Brown even shouted him out on the Firm song, Affirmative Action. Bags and I started hanging out every day after that, talking for hours about the Illuminati, secret societies, the corrupt government, and history of the Moors. Our appetite for hidden knowledge was the main thing we had in common. Bags invited me along to visit his homie 50 Cent, a new rapper with a hot single called How to Rob, who was recovering from multiple gunshot wounds. He said 50 was asking about me. I told Bags that I didn't really know 50 like that and wasn't going to make it. After Killer Black's wake in Queensbridge and identifying my father's body in Atlanta, I told myself I wouldn't go to any more wakes or funerals. The crew was mad at me for missing our boy Yammy's wake in Brooklyn, but I didn't want to see any more of my people in the casket. So even though 50 was alive, I didn't want to see him hurt up like that. Keep It Thorough was one of the last songs I recorded for HNIC. The beat Alchemist made had a horn break that sounded like a natural hook, so I wrote the song without a chorus. Chris Lighty and others kept telling me, "You can't just leave it like that. It needs a chorus with vocals to get radio play." But one of the lines on the song says, "Heavy airplay all day with no chorus. I keep it thorough, nigga." To have no chorus was the whole concept of the song. People liked my music because I didn't follow the rules. I did and said whatever I wanted. Kiki kept bugging me to let her rap on the album when I was 95% finished. Making a good quality album was more important to me than letting my wifey spit on the song. The way I saw it, she was just like everybody else who wanted to make a cameo on my album just because they knew me. I only do songs if it makes sense or sounds good. But then Alchemist made the perfect beat that sounded like a ghetto love story. Kiki and I sat up all night in our house in Pomona writing Trials of Love, about a young couple going through the ups and downs of a music industry relationship. It was her first time in the mic booth, and I had her do the verse 30 times, but she ended up getting it right. Kiki had writing skills, but I didn't want my woman in the same business as me. So I told her it was just for fun, and it wasn't going any further than that. After the Limp Bizkit tour, Mobb Deep did our own club tour across the country. It wasn't nothing compared to those big stadiums, but it was still good money. Bars and Hooks came along to get touring experience, and I noticed Havoc was keeping his distance from them. You could just tell that he didn't want to work with them. That's how Hav was. All he cared about was Mobb Deep and his own music. DeLorean and Bars felt like Havoc was dissing them and took it personally. I realized Bars and Hooks were talented musically, but mentally they weren't ready to deal with us. During the 3-month break after the tour, I wrapped up HNIC. The final song I recorded for it was You Can Never Feel My Pain, about sickle cell. I thought it would be interesting to get TLC's T-Bars to sing on the chorus because she also had sickle cell. Steve Rifkin set up a meeting in the studio in Atlanta. I carried the 2-inch reels with me on the flight. 2-inch reels are reel-to-reel tapes that we recorded all the music and vocals on before Pro Tools came out. T-Bars showed up an hour late to the studio with her then-husband, rapper Mac 10. T-Bars and I immediately started talking about how we dealt with sickle cell. When she heard the track, I wasn't pleased with her response. "It sounds good, but I don't know if my label's gonna let me do it," she said when I stopped the music. "I'll find out and get back to you." Right away, I knew she didn't want to do it. It's a shame. But she was cool as hell. Steve Rifkin told me the same thing T-Bars did. "Her label doesn't like the idea of her being on a song with a gangster rapper," Steve said. So I just made a simple hook and my album was done. Steve Rifkin was serious about promoting my album, and Loud started running magazine ads for HNIC 6 months in advance. Since my album was called Head Nigga in Charge, I was sitting on a throne in the ads. The idea came from the end of the movie Conan the Barbarian, where Conan sat on the throne like he was king of the world. Keep It Thorough took off, and I hit the road again for my HNIC tour. Bars and Hooks came along with DeLorean's uncle, Green Eyes. I was training Green Eyes to be a road manager. His leg was still healing from being shot in the calf muscle by one of Supreme's boys. When Green Eyes came home from doing that 15, the first thing he did was step to Supreme about why he hadn't sent any money to him or his family while he was doing time. Green Eyes explained to me how he had to whip Supreme's ass. Supreme couldn't live with that ass whooping, so he had one of his boys shoot Green Eyes in the leg like 5 minutes after the fight. Wow. Green Eyes got up early every morning to walk around the hotels, building the strength back in his leg. The fans were feeling Bars and Hooks, but DeLorean kept bothering me about why Havoc didn't like them. "Havoc don't gotta like you, nigga," I ended up screaming one day. But they still felt offended. Their logic was, "Havoc is from our block. We grew up with Havoc, not you, P. Havoc should be showing us more love." Havoc wasn't obligated to do anything for them. They were signed to my company, not Mobb Deep. Those were some hard-headed little bastards. We toured the entire East Coast and Midwest, and while we were in Chicago for a performance at our boy Ron Artest's birthday party, an interview I did in The Source came out. I picked up a copy in the Chicago airport when we landed. The Source put me on the cover, my first magazine cover as a solo artist. In the interview, the writer, Shaheem Reed, asked about my problem with Jay-Z, referencing an online interview in which they asked if I liked Jay-Z. "No, he's a bitch boy. He talk it and don't live it," I said. I elaborated for The Source. Jay-Z has a quote in his song, Money Cash Hoes, where he claims, "New York been soft ever since Snoop came through and crushed the buildings. I'm trying to restore the feelings." But Jay was nowhere to be found when that drama popped off between Mobb Deep, Dogg Pound, Tupac, and Biggie. That was our little personal beef, not a coastal war. Jay-Z ain't had shit to say when it was on, and he was getting dissed. Him and Nas. Mobb Deep and Biggie were the only ones from New York active in that situation. So Jay-Z is a bitch-ass nigga for making that quote in his lyrics. Yeah, it was on now. Ron Ron and a few of his boys from Queensbridge came to pop Moet with us at the hotel later that night before the party. I would drink a little champagne or wine occasionally. It's only a problem when you're down in bottles without any discipline. QB was deep in Chi-Town that night. The 2-level club was packed. The VIP balcony wrapping around above the dance floor. I bought bottles for my boys with a bunch of fake $100 bills from my Keep It Thorough video that read, "For motion picture use only," at the top instead of United States of America. By the time the club figured it out, we finished the bottles and we couldn't be found in the enormous crowd. Calls started coming in from industry folks when I arrived back in New York. "Jay-Z is upset because of what you said about him." I was like, and? Am I supposed to give a fuck? Fuck him. I didn't call him a bitch boy to make him happy. I did it to provoke him to start dissing me. And I said it because it's the truth. The whole rap world was talking about me calling Jay-Z a bitch. Radio, magazines, websites, and all. It was only a matter of time before Bitch Boy came back at me with something. And that was exactly what I wanted. I knew most of the shooters and live wires from Jay-Z's hood and the other 2 projects near Marcy, Tompkins and Sumner. So I already knew who Jay-Z would run to. That's my advantage over him. That's how I knew he didn't live what he rapped. But Jay didn't realize I had those connections. My nigga E Money Bags went to high school with Jay, and Bags' sister is married to Sauce Money, who was one of Jay-Z's artists. I had connections through the whole borough of Brooklyn, from Red Hook, Cypress, and Pink Houses to Brownsville, Crown Heights, and Bed-Stuy. When I openly expressed my opinion of Jay-Z to the world, it opened up the floodgates on him. Suddenly, several different rappers started openly saying the same things about him, from Fat Joe to the Lox and more. Even LL Cool J started firing shots at Jay. Jay has a line in one of his songs that goes, "First the fat boys break up, now every day I wake up, somebody got a problem with Hove." The song is called Ain't No Love or some bitch boy shit like that. Let me be clear. Jay-Z makes excellent music. I really liked a lot of his stuff. But this was not about his music, and it had nothing to do with jealousy or envy. This was about the man behind all that, Sean Carter, a.k.a. Bozo the Clown. My situation with that dude wasn't a rap battle, it was personal. Touching up edits for the clean version of YBE, Young Black Entrepreneurs, featuring BG from Cash Money, my son Shaka joined me for a session at Soundtrack Studios. Shaka was 5 years old at the time. Mike DeLorean and my man George from Queensbridge also came along. My engineer, Steve Sola, told us that Nas was working in Studio B again that night, so we walked over to say what's up. When we walked in, we saw Nas, Jungle, Grand Wiz, Horse and his brother Dula, and some dude we didn't know, along with a few females. DeLorean noticed some big buds of weed on the countertop, plus a few bottles of liquor and a camcorder. Right away, DeLorean picked up one of the buds to smell, and Nas got upset. "Yo, why you touching that shit? That ain't yours," Nas asked. "Damn, I'm just looking at the bud," DeLorean said. "I wanted to smell it." Then, DeLorean picked up the camcorder and started to inspect it to see what kind it was, and Nas barked on him again. "Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, son? I told you stop touching other people's shit." "Man, what the fuck is your problem? I'm gonna look at it if I feel like looking at it. What's the big deal?" DeLorean said. Nas was clearly a little drunk from the Grey Goose and cranberry juice in his hand, and still had sour feelings about that old freestyle DeLorean and Cormega put out dissing him. He was also clearly upset that DeLorean was talking to him like that now. Nas walked up to DeLorean and motioned with the cup in his hand like he was going to toss the red drink in DeLorean's face, but paused and tossed it on the shoulder of DeLorean's white t-shirt. There was a moment of silence. Then DeLorean grabbed Nas by the throat with his right hand and pushed him up against the wall, choking him. "Nigga, don't you ever in your life play yourself like that," DeLorean said. "You fucking stupid or something? I'll kill you, bitch-ass nigga." All the Nas boys jumped up, but Drawers yelled, "Chill, if they gonna fight, let them fight one-on-one. Ain't nobody gonna be jumping nobody here." I screamed at Mike DeLorean to let Nas go, and he did. Then we took DeLorean back to Studio A. My son Shock was watching it all in shock. Back in Studio A, DeLorean said, "P, give me the gun. I'm shooting this bird-ass nigga. Give me the gun." And I replied, "Hell no, nigga, you bugging, man. You already choked him up against the wall and he ain't trying to fight you back. Just leave him alone." After about 10 minutes of calming him down, I went into the hallway and Nas walked up to me apologizing. "I'm sorry, man. I had too much to drink," Nas said. "Please forgive me, man." "It's all good. Just forget about it." "Y'all niggas is bugged out, though," I said. "Nah, I'm really sorry. I'm telling you. I'm just bent right now and I overreacted," Nas said. "I shouldn't have done that. That was foul." "Don't sweat it. We good, man," I said, and we both went back into our studio rooms. February 27, 2009, Mid-State Correctional Facility, Marcy, New York, 10 a.m. On the wreck! The loud, obnoxious, military-style shout from the CO abruptly woke me up from my sleep. He was letting the whole dorm know it was time for recreation. Pulling myself off the steel cot attached to my cell wall, I forced myself to go to the yard. "Come on, boy, let's go," I said to myself. "You owe it to your family and to the people who love your music. Now get your ass out there and work out." It was raining hard, so I grabbed my green hoodie and workout gloves and ran to catch up with the other inmates. Out of 30 inmates in my dorm, only 4 of us went out to brave the weather. The yard at Mid-State Correctional Facility is the size of a football field and has a large shed with plenty of weightlifting equipment, pull-up bars, dip bars, and concrete picnic tables. I went out every morning. You've been in the game 17 years. What makes you think people are still going to care about you when you get home? I constantly asked myself. My answer was always the same. Because of my ability to create music, my attitude about life, and my physical appearance will all be better than it ever was. With all that in mind, I worked out hard for 3 hours every day. But I worked on my music and attitude more than anything, especially my attitude. My mother always told me, if you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. I didn't fully understand that until I was forced to sit in a cell and think about my whole life. Damn, I had a big mouth. I needed to tone it down, a lot. I enjoyed being a fearless badass, doing and saying things others were scared to. As a teenager, I got my kicks out of doing things like standing on a long department store line of white people and their children and reciting the lyrics to NWA's Niggas for Life. Why do I call myself a nigga, you ask me? Well, it's because motherfuckers won't blast me. Seeing how those lyrics made white people uncomfortable would make my day. My boys laughed hard afterwards, saying, "Yo, you crazy, P. What's wrong with you?" It was fun being bad. We smoked weed and drank big bottles of alcohol in train cars full of passengers, robbed people in front of numerous witnesses, and wreaked havoc throughout the 5 boroughs. There weren't as many cameras, police, or thousands of tourists roaming the streets of Manhattan. If you were a teenager growing up in the 5 boroughs during that time, you know why I acted, talked, rapped, and carried myself the way I did. The concrete jungle education that New York City provided me is priceless. I'm sure it was similar in every inner city on the map. But nothing compares to the every man for himself state of mind that New Yorkers have. You won't find that level of ruthlessness anywhere in the U.S. The 80s and 90s were like gladiator school in the streets. My attitude was in sync with my environment. But change is imminent, and nothing stays the same. When I think back on all the things I've done in the streets, I realize how blessed I am to still be alive. Sometimes I feel like I'm in one of those movie scenes where everything is moving at light speed around the person in the middle who moves ever so slightly, slowly and calm. The tunnel started to die down, so we needed a new church to go to every Sunday, and the Latin Quarters, or LQ, was it. After one Sunday night service at LQ, we went to Nori's crib in West New York, New Jersey, for an after party with some females. I left early because I wasn't into all that wild after party stuff no more. I didn't make it more than 4 blocks in my Range Rover before I got pulled over by a New Jersey squad car for no damn reason. Oh, I forgot. I was black and driving an expensive car. The cops asked me for my license and registration. The young Latino officer recognized me. "Prodigy, is that you?" he asked. "Yeah, what's up?" I said. "What's the problem? Did I do something wrong?" "No problem. We saw the Georgia plates and wanted to check everything out," the officer said. I'd recently bought a range from a kid, Loke, in Atlanta, who was connected to a tag car operation that bought cars off delivery trucks before they reached the dealership. I couldn't resist the dirt cheap price. $10,000 for a brand new black-on-black 4.6 range. The Latino officer's partner shined a flashlight on my window stickers and VIN number tag. "Don't worry, we just want to check your VIN number on your engine to make sure it matches the one on your windshield, because the windshield tag is falling off," he explained. Damn. I had taken the range to the car wash earlier that day, and while cleaning my windshield and dashboard, they'd knocked my tag loose. "Pop your hood open and then we'll get you out of here." This was about to get bad. An all-black plastic 9mm with a rubber grip and laser sight was in the engine next to the battery. 2 minutes later, the white cop said the code for gun to the Latino. "Step out the vehicle, please," the Latino cop said. "Turn around with your hands behind your back. I'm sorry, but you have a gun in your engine. We have to arrest you." They read me my rights, searched my truck, and found 3 nickel bags of weed in a jacket one of my boys left in the back seat. Fuck. They put me in the squad car and took me to the West New York precinct. The next morning, Kiki and Uncle Lenny bailed me out. As I was leaving the courthouse, 2 detectives walked up. "Albert Johnson, we need to talk. Please step into the office." Shit. "Where'd you get this truck from?" one of the D's asked after seating me in the office. Damn, it's over now. "I bought it from some guy in Atlanta," I said. "He was selling it, so I bought it." "Do you know the guy you bought it from?" "No, it said for sale in the window, so I negotiated a price." "Well, this truck is stolen," the detective said. "The tags don't match. Our people checked the engine parts, and all the tags match except one. This is the best tag job we've seen. You know you bought a tag car, right? Don't lie, we already know." "Hell no, I make music for a living," I said. "I don't have to buy stolen cars, I got money." After 30 minutes of interrogation, they grew tired of trying to convince me to snitch, put the cuffs on, and rearrested me. They told Kiki and Uncle Lenny that I was now being charged with Grand Theft Auto, and I would have to wait till tomorrow to see the judge again. The next day, the judge hit me with a $150,000 bail. I spent a few days in Newark County Jail until Steve Rifkin bailed me out. It was my second gun charge and my first stolen car. My lawyer Irv Cohen and I decided to take it to trial. I can't elaborate on the particulars here, but during the trial, Irv approached me in the court hallway. "Kid, you're a lucky son of a bitch," Irv said after presenting our case to the judge and DA at the trial hearing. "They're dropping the charges to a misdemeanor. You just have to plead guilty to marijuana and pay a fine." I was relieved and happy as hell. The only problem was, there was about 30 camcorder tapes in the back of the range, including footage of Killer Black, the Scarface Twin, Yammy, remodeling our house in Freeport, classic studio sessions, sex tapes of groupies, all sorts of rare, priceless memories. "I need my tapes from the back of the truck," I said. "Listen, kid," Irv said sternly. "Whatever's in that truck, forget about it. Walk away." It hurt my heart that I lost all that footage. I gave E Moneybags $2,500 for a beat he produced for the Murder Music soundtrack, which he put toward a Silver Navigator. Soundtrack studios was becoming too expensive, so I made a deal with our engineer Steve Solar and the owner of a cheaper studio in Long Island called Music Palace. I started spending the night at Music Palace because I was working too late to drive upstate to Pomona every night. Green Eyes, Mike DeLorean, E Moneybags, and his homeboy Majesty would swing through. I bounced over to Queensbridge the following day for the YBE video shoot with BG from Cash Money. The owner of New York Furs, Irvin, lent me 15 of his best fur coats, chinchillas, minks, and mink hoodies. He looked out for me with the furs because I paid him to make 10 Buttersoft, Infamous Records leather jackets with leather bandanas to match with some of the money Ron Artest invested into the company. Although I didn't request it, Loud Records hired a jeweler to come to the set with a bunch of jewelry for me to wear, even though I had my own. Baby, Juvenile, BG, and a bunch of their boys showed up while the video director, Little X, was setting up shots. BG pulled me to the side and asked if I can get my hands on some diesel, which is heroin. So I sent drawers to buy 2 bundles of dope. BG took the bundles straight to the bathroom. It was the first time a New York rapper did a song and video with Cash Money. A rumor went around that I was robbed outside the video shoot for $300,000 worth of jewels, the jewelry that Loud Records had rented for the shoot. The story even made the newspapers. I won't elaborate for legal reasons, but can you believe that the jewelry company thought that I had something to do with the situation? I wonder what would make them think that. A week after the video shoot, Green Eyes had a birthday party at a sports bar on the corner of Liberty Avenue next to the Van Wyck Expressway in Jamaica, Queens. I bumped into Bags. He told me that he had drama with some dudes who might show up at the party. He pulled a mini .45 caliber out of his pocket. "I'm gonna lay a nigga down tonight if I see one of them," he said. I had my 9mm on me, so if it was gonna be something, then somebody would definitely get laid down and out. The day after Green Eye's birthday party, I contacted a hot producer named Seven to get beats for Bars and Hooks and myself. Seven had well-known hits with Ja Rule and Ashanti. He told me to meet him at the Crack House, a studio owned by Irv Gotti and Ja Rule. When I arrived, I saw Irv Gotti and a couple of his Murder Inc. artists, Cadillac Ty and Black Child. I knew Irv Gotti from seeing him at industry functions, but we were never cool. But I knew his R&B singer Ashanti and her mother Tina very well from my grandmother's dance school. When Ashanti was 16 or 17, her mother gave me a copy of Ashanti's demo and wanted me to sign her. She sounded amazing, but I wasn't mentally ready to do the label thing. A couple of years later, Irv Gotti and Ja Rule signed her and blew her up. Irv brought me into the studio, where Seven played me some beats. I got a call from E-Money Bags, so I went into the hallway to talk to him. When I told Bags that I was at Irv's studio, he said, "Tell that nigga Irv that E-Money Bags said what up, he know me." I told Irv, and his face instantly changed, like he was nervous all of a sudden. What's that about? I wondered. I made a copy of one of Seven's beats and bounced back to the Music Palace studio to meet Bars and Hooks, Green Eyes, and Steve Solar. Late that night, Green Eyes said he needed to talk. He complimented me on Infamous Records and told me to stop hanging out with Bags. He didn't tell me why or by who. He just said to stay away because Bags was about to be hit. Bags was hype about getting his Navigator. "Come with me to the dealership in Long Island," he said at the studio one afternoon, just after Green Eyes told me to stop hanging with him. "They're giving out good deals for luxury cars." We hopped on the Long Island Expressway and headed to Champion Motors. On the way, Bags broke down the whole story about the connection between Irv Gotti, Ja Rule, and Supreme. Bags told me Irv was a neighborhood DJ at park jams and block parties back in the day, and Irv and Ja were just 2 studio gangsters. Irv Gotti and Ja Rule, they were the herbs in the hood, and now Supreme's got them under his wing, Bags said. Before I gave Bags money for the song he did for my Murder Music soundtrack, he was planning to buy a tag car from this girl named Z, who went to my grandmother's dance school and sold tag cars for Supreme. Capone from QB bought a white buggy out Benz from her a few months prior. Bags gave Z $1,000 for a down payment, but when he got the $2,500 from me, he decided he wanted his money back to get a legit car, a Navigator, instead. "You gotta take that up with Preem," Z told him, "because he told me not to give you anything back." Supreme brushed Bags off like he was a punk. Bags was a member of a Jamaica Queens gang in the late 80s called the Young Guns that had a big brawl with another gang from Jamaica, the Lost Boys, at Sunrise Multiplex. Somebody was shot in the eye and killed inside the theater. Bags was the shooter. He's the reason why that movie theater has metal detectors to this day. Bags told me he was coming out of the Coliseum on Jamaica Avenue one day and saw Preem parked in a Land Rover with a dude named Black Just, another well-known member of the Supreme team, in the Rover's passenger seat. Bags proceeded to shoot up the Rover with bullets, learning later that he missed Preem and shot Black Just in the upper inner thigh. Instead of driving Just to the hospital, Preem drove him 10 minutes away to the hood and told somebody else to take him 10 minutes back so the D's wouldn't question him. Black Just bled to death, but if Preem would have dropped him off at Mary Immaculate Hospital right around the block from the shooting, Just might have lived. 50 Cent felt the same way about Irv and Ja, Bags said, and he didn't get along with Preem either. So when 50 first came on the rap scene with songs dissing Irv and Ja, Preem put a hit on 50, and that's why 50 got shot up. Bags knew that Preem put a hit on him too for killing Black Just, but he said he was going to kill Preem first. Now I understand what Green Eyes was telling me and why Irv Gotti looked like he seen a ghost when I told him I was on the phone with Bags, and why Ja Rule was acting tough on that Limp Bizkit tour. I was thinking as Bags spoke. He figured he had Preem to protect him. E-Money Bags went on to tell me how he was connected with Tupac. Bags' homeboy Majesty and Majesty's brother Big Stretch were blood cousins with Young Noble from Tupac's group The Outlaws, so they all hung out on a regular basis in the early 90s. Tupac was so tight with Big Stretch that he'd given him appearances in 2 of his movies, Above the Rim and Bullet. While he was in New York shooting Above the Rim, Tupac had also befriended some dudes from Brooklyn, Jamaican Jackson and Johnny Lynchman, as well as a few other Brooklynites like Biggie Smalls, Little Sean, and the whole Bad Boy clique. Bags explained that shortly after the filming of Above the Rim was complete, Tupac, Jamaican Jackson, and some others went to hang out at a nightclub where they found groupies to bring back to Pac's hotel. One of the females called the cops, claiming that Tupac and his friends raped her, and the judge sentenced him to 1.5 years in prison. During the trial, the press questioned Tupac outside the courthouse about his co-defendants, Jamaican Jackson and others. "I don't know them dudes, they not my friends," Tupac said. Jamaican Jackson and his friends didn't like that very much. While Tupac was out on bail, he set up a recording session at Quad Recording Studios in Manhattan with rapper Lil Sean. Stretch went with Pac to Quad that night and noticed a man leaning against a street pole reading a newspaper right in front of the studio door as they arrived. Stretch told Bags that when he and Pac walked inside, the man followed them into the lobby, gun drawn, along with 2 other gunmen. They went straight for Pac's jewelry. Pac had 2 Glocks tucked in his pants and tried pulling them out, but shot himself in the groin. The gunmen opened fire on Pac, grazing him on the head and a few other spots before running off. Stretch told Bags that he and Pac went up in the studio where Biggie, Puff, and Lil Sean saw Pac bleeding and were all in shock. Bags then told me that they found out who shot Pac in the lobby that night. Bags and Stretch visited Pac on Rikers Island a lot, and they told Pac who ordered the hit and who took it, so Pac knew exactly what was going on. He knew that Biggie and Puff had nothing to do with it. But when E-Money Bags and Stretch explained what happened, Pac told him that he planned to use the situation to sell a lot of records. Bags explained who was behind it, but Pac said he just wanted to start controversy, and he planned to use Biggie and Puff and turn his gunshot wounds into a marketing and promotion scheme. Wow. As Bags finished the Pac saga, we pulled into the dealership. Bags ordered a silver Navigator with gray leather interior, TV, and a Sony PlayStation. In his Navigator the next day, Bags passed me his pager and told me to look at the message. It was from Ja Rule's label mate, Cadillac Ty. "They over here right now, come get 'em." Cadillac was referring to Ja and Irv. "You see that, right?" Bags turned to me and said, "They own man lined them up for me. We just robbed them niggas for their chains." The year 2000 zoomed by. I turned around and it was 2001. I was in Harlem rolling down 125th Street on my way to the Triborough Bridge when I slowed down to get a good look at a brand new 2002 Yukon Denali XL. "I'm buying one of those immediately," I said to myself. 2 months later, I bought an all-white Denali XL with gray leather seats. My man Gotti from QB and I was sitting in the truck when a new Jay-Z song called Takeover came on the radio. The beat was hot, so we turned it up and heard Jay-Z dissing Nas and me. I was wondering what was taking Bitch Boy so long. I thought, let the games begin. The radio station Hot 97 was promoting its annual Summer Jam concert at Nassau Coliseum. Mobb Deep wasn't performing, so we paid it no mind. The June day of Summer Jam, Havoc was in the basement in Freeport making beats while the rest of the crew was in the living room playing 007 on PlayStation in two-player mode. I got a phone call from Illa G, who was at Summer Jam with a bunch of his friends from Brooklyn. "Yo, P, this bitch-ass nigga just tried to play you during his show," G said. "What you mean?" I asked. "Jay-Z, I told you that picture was gonna come back to haunt you one day," G said. "Jay had the picture of you when you was a kid dressed like Michael Jackson up on the screen." I started laughing. It sounded funny as hell. I had to admit, that was a good joke. In the song Takeover, Jay had a line about me. "You was a ballerina, I got the pictures, I seen you. Dropped shook ones, then you changed your demeanor. We don't believe you, you need more people." But anybody who went to my grandmother's dance school has seen a picture of me when I was 8 years old dressed like Michael Jackson. Jay-Z couldn't confront the issue that started our whole drama, so he diverted the people's attention with a joke. The debate was about Jay not being active in the rap beef with Snoop and Tupac and how he waited years until Tupac and Biggie were murdered to start running his lips about New York been soft ever since Snoop came through and crushed the buildings. I'm trying to restore the feelings. That's the reality that Jay has to deal with when we all get tired of laughing at me in 1982, 8 years old, dressed like Mike. But I did like the tactic that Jay used. It was pretty slick. Nas dropped a song called Build and Destroy a few months later, and in the lyrics, he took shots at me all of a sudden. Prodigy used to be my man, do all the robberies. At the end of the song, he said something about how he was still cool with me and that I just needed to stop hanging around certain people, those people being Cormega and Bars and Hooks. Nas went from playing me close in the studio next door to asking me to be on his QB project to intercepting my artist from Queensbridge because he didn't know who the new talent was, to calling my crib after 10 years, to playing a part in my movie, to Prodigy used to be my man. What? Was this fool schizo? People in Queensbridge told me that Nas made that song because he was mad at me for doing a song with Cormega, in which Mega took shots at Nas in his verse. Mega didn't like Nas, ever since Nas booted him out of the firm and had started dissing Nas for a living. But I didn't diss him. Mega did. Why you not confronting Mega? I wondered of Nas. You scared? Why didn't you fight DeLorean when he choked you up in the studio? You scared? I asked a Braveheart for my chain back. Bullshit, I ain't asked for nothing. I went and got mines back by myself when some of my boys from QB told me not to. Why would Nas diss me in that song? I didn't realize the answer until months later. Nas was being just as tactical as Jay-Z. After Summer Jam, I started going bonkers on Jay-Z with diss songs. And Nas was actually jealous because my beef with Jay-Z was getting a lot of publicity. On a Friday night the following winter, Jay-Z went on Funkmaster Flex's Hot 97 radio show, freestyling with his new recruits, Beanie Sigel, Young Guns, and Freeway. Bars and Hooks, Green Eyes, E-Money Bags, Majesty and I were at the Music Palace studio. Jay's boys sounded real good until I heard Beanie take an indirect shot at Mobb Deep. Something about, I creep on your quiet storm. To top it off, Jay had some nigga named H Money Bags rhyming with them. E Money Bags started spazzing. I had a private number to the radio station, and after about 80 rings, somebody picked up. "Yo, this is Prodigy," I said. "Let me speak to Jay-Z." "Jay just got on the elevator and left. You just missed him," the person on the phone said. "Go catch him and tell him Prodigy on the phone." "Okay, I'm gonna try. Hold on." 5 minutes later, Jay got on the phone. "What's up?" Jay said. "Yeah, what up, nigga?" I said. "Hold on, somebody wanna talk to you." Bags was asking for the phone, so I handed it over. "Yo, what's up? It's E-Money Bags. How you got some dude up there using my name? You know me, nigga. Who the fuck is H Money Bags?" "So, what are you trying to say?" Jay asked. "What am I trying to say? You know what the fuck time it is with me, nigga. Don't try to act like you don't know how I rock," Bags said. Bags went to high school with Jay, and they know each other very well. "This is what you called me for?" Jay replied. "Oh, now you acting tough," Bags said. "You tough now? You know I'm gonna see you now, right?" "Say no more then," Jay said. "Say no more? Alright, so when I see you, you know what it is." "Say no more," Jay said. The following Friday, I called Flex and asked if E-Money Bags, Nori, myself, and Nas could come to the station later that night and do a freestyle session just like Jay and his team did. We wanted revenge. Flex agreed. Bags called Nas so he can come with us, and Nas said he would. While we were on our way to the station, we called Flex, and he put us live on the air. As we crossed the 59th Street Bridge, Nas emailed Bags, backing out. "Yo, I ain't coming. Just go up there and tell everybody who the real king of New York is." Bags read the message to me while I was driving. Maybe Nas was scared we were going to do something to him because he had just dissed me on his song, but we weren't. The real king of New York. Nori met us in front of the station, and we linked with Flex in the lobby. "Thanks for coming up, but my boss just called and told me to cancel the show," Flex said. "I can't let y'all up, because they think it's going to cause some beef." No matter what we said, Flex kept saying that he can't do it or he'd get in trouble. Outside, a Lincoln Town car pulled up, and 5 dudes with plastic cups of Hennessy in their hand hopped out, screaming, "Hey, yo, what's up?" I grabbed my hammer on my waist. "Yo, we're from Far Rockaway. We heard you on the radio saying y'all were coming to the station, so we came to hold you down." I told him that Flex wouldn't let us on the air. "Fuck them Rockefeller faggots. We came up here to wait outside and creep on anybody trying to creep on y'all. We from Far Rockaway, P. Far Rock got your back." Soon after the disappointment at Hot 97, the co-owners of The Source, Dave Mays and Ray Benzino, told me that the new Source Awards were about to take place in California. "Look, you know this clown Jay-Z is running around fronting like shit is sweet," I told Benzino. "If y'all want us to perform at the award show, then I need you to hook us up with 30 passes and seats for my boys. I promise we won't hurt Jay inside the venue or ruin your show. I just want to show this clown and everybody else what kind of power Mobb Deep has. Please do this for me." Benzino paused for a moment, then said okay. The whole 12th Street crew got on a plane to Los Angeles. Havoc, Twin, Nitty, Godfather, Gotti, Free High, Little Lord, YG, Kiko, Derek from the Bronx, Mike DeLorean, Mr. Bars, Green Eyes, Larry the movie director, Fly, Prince God, me, and like 14 others. It was the first time on a plane for a lot of them. We stayed at a hotel across the street from the House of Blues on Sunset Boulevard. While we were stopped at a red light on our way back to the hotel from dinner, I looked over at a payphone on the sidewalk to my right and couldn't believe my eyes. It was our homeboy Draws from Queensbridge. What the hell was Draws doing in California on a random payphone? I rolled down the van window and yelled, "Draws, get your ass in the van." "Yo, Thud, I came out here with Thun and them dudes left me stranded." Draws, who only spoke Thun language, explained, "Thud, this is crazy. I bumped into y'all like this." He was saying that he came to Cali with Nas and Nas had left him. Draws was wild. The nerves in his hand were damaged from being shot, so his palms were always sweaty and he carried a washcloth everywhere. Back at the hotel, Draws told me how he was calling his man Rain at the payphone. "You need to meet my Thun Rain," Draws said. "Thun got crazy connects in the music industry. I can even get us some guns out here. Thun got a lot of ties in L.A. When he said guns, that sparked my interest. After about an hour, Draws told me his man 40 Glock was outside the hotel and Rain had arranged for him to bring us the hammers. In front of the hotel on Sunset Strip, a dude with cornrows introduced himself. "What up, cuz? I'm 40 Glock. These my little homies," he said, motioning to his boys. 40 was cool. I could tell he was a Crip because of how he spoke, and he and his homies had on blue. 40 Glock and his people met us at the Shrine Auditorium for the Source Awards the following day. We all had on custom-made football jerseys with Hennessy, E&J, Seagram's, Thug Passion, Bacardi, and other liquor names embroidered on the front and our names on the back so our crew would stand out in the crowd. Lil' Kim flew out to perform the Quiet Storm remix with us and brought the whole Junior Mafia crew. Our dressing room was connected to Lil' Kim's, so my crew drank and smoked with them until taking our seats 2 rows from the front of the stage at showtime. Tupac's group, The Outlaws, was seated directly in front of us. It was our first time seeing each other since the beef, and because so many of my boys were there, I didn't want to make the Outlaws feel uncomfortable, so I made small talk with them to let them know it was all good now. The famous polo model Tyson Beckford was also seated in front of us, and he pulled out a gallon of Hennessy from under his seat, then showed it to Havoc and me. We told him to pass us the bottle back and thugged out the whole gallon. I didn't drink that hardcore shit anymore, but I had to take care of my boys. When the Houston rapper Scarface, seated in the row to our left, saw my team drinking, he was like, "What's up, man?" As if he wanted a cup. So we poured him one. By the time I gave Tyson Beckford back his bottle, it was mostly gone. Mobb Deep was the final act of the night. Smoke filled the stage with the thunder from the Quiet Storm intro, while Havoc slowly drove a caddy truck on stage and hopped out when his verse began. The crowd erupted. I hopped out along with Noid, who was holding a gallon of Seagram's gin, jumping around as it spilled all over. After Havoc's verse, Noid opened the back door of the truck and assisted the Queen Bee Lil' Kim out while she spit her verse. "Hey yo, Prodigy, tell him what it is, done," Kim concluded, as I screamed, "Yo, it's the real." Our boys in the crowd were wailing like we were inside the tunnel back in NYC, and the Shrine went nuts. After my verse, a gang of Death Row Bloods came storming through the entrance and charging down the aisles from both sides. They ran to the stage while we were chanting the last few words of our chorus, chasing Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. Snoop, who was with his crew, the Eastsiders, ran out the back exit while his boy, Trey D, stayed and fought a handful of Death Row dudes whipping their asses all by himself. The Shrine Auditorium turned into pandemonium, with small fights breaking out in the crowd. Heading back to the hotel room on Sunset, I thought, I wonder if Lil' Kim and them are okay. So I called Kim. and she said that I should come hang out at her hotel later. Twin, DeLorean, Mr. Bars, Free High, Draws, Gotti and I hopped into a van to the Swiss Hotel by the Beverly Center Mall, where Kim and her friends were drinking frozen apple martinis in a penthouse suite. In her room were D-Rock, Gutter, C's, Banger, and other Junior Mafia members, plus 5 of Kim's female friends. Her hotel room was crowded, so Free High got one of her girlfriend's numbers and then we left. On our way out of the lobby downstairs, Kim's hairstylist ran out of the elevator calling my name. "Pete, Kim wants you to come back upstairs." I told my boys to bounce and send the van back to pick me up later. Back inside Kim's room, I noticed that Junior Mafia was gone, and it was just Kim and her girlfriends plus the hairstylist. Kim poured me another apple martini, and we stepped onto the balcony to talk privately. I grabbed Kim by the waist and started kissing on her neck. I thought about Mary J. Blige and decided to play this situation differently. "Stop, not right now," Kim said. "There are too many people up here." I understood what she meant, but I kept trying to sex her right there on the balcony. After 5 minutes of us failing on each other, I fell back because it was obvious she wasn't trying to let me hit right then and there. But the things she told me let me know for sure that I can get with her at some other time. Kiki always thought Kim and I were sexing, but it never happened. When Kiki first heard the Quiet Storm remix featuring Lil' Kim, out of jealousy she told me, "That song is whack." After an H&IC promo tour throughout the tri-state area and down the East Coast in October 2001, I took a bunch of my boys to Puffy's restaurant, Justin's, on 21st Street in Manhattan, down the block from Soundtrack Studios. Drinking champagne while checking out the scene, the rapper Queenpin spotted me and asked me to dance. More the type to lurk in the cut, watching my surroundings, I wasn't big on dancing. But for Queenpin, I made an exception. While we were grinding on each other, she started sucking and tongue-kissing my ear. I was a bit shocked. We had done a song together a year or two earlier, but it was strictly professional. After she molested my ear, the DJ made an announcement. "Big shout out to Jay-Z and Jermaine Dupri up in the spot. I see y'all." I walked over to my people. "Where's Jay-Z?" I asked, surveying the shadows of Justin's. "I don't see him." So we lined the front door of Justin's on both sides. We weren't gonna let Jay-Z leave without dealing with us first. "Yo, P, we gonna beat the lips off Jay's face soon as we see him," Godfather Nitty and Nitty's cousin Kiko all assured me. Kiko had a gun on him and wanted to shoot Jay. "No, it's not that serious," I said. "We just gonna beat him up. Don't pull that gun out." Through the crowd, I saw Jay and Jermaine walking with 3 bodyguards towards us. Jermaine Dupri was aware of my beef with Jay and visibly shook, started speed walking with his bodyguards when he saw me. He quickly hightailed it out the door. Jay-Z spotted us lined up at the door waiting for him. Then from about 2 yards away, he extended his hand to shake mine. "It ain't no beef," Jay said. "It's just music, man, no drama." "Oh yeah?" I said, shaking his hand. "I just wish you would have spoken to me before you said those things about me in the Source," he said. "But it ain't no beef, alright?" "Yeah, okay, cool," I said, and let him walk out the club. Keep in mind that I let him walk out. Queenpin is my witness. I could have changed Jay's future that night, but I chose not to. Jay put the white flag up, and his cop-out made me instantly realize that he wasn't no threat. He's just a big stuffed animal, a camel to be exact. I got serious beef for real gangsters. Jay's just a waste of my time. A few days later, I heard that Mike DeLorean and his boys from QB had broken in the Hab crib and stole his sampler, keyboard, PlayStation, and even a framed portrait of Havoc hanging in the living room that Hav later found under the porch. Then they walked around Queensbridge asking people if they wanted to buy Hav's stuff. How stupid can you be? A week after the break-in, I saw DeLorean sitting in a brand new black Excursion. "I traded in the Benz you gave me for this," he told me. I asked him if it was an even trade. "No," he said. "I still owe $15,000. The blue Benz with the TV inside and 20-inch rims that I gave him as a signing advance was totally paid for." Then I looked at his neck, and I saw that the infamous records chain I got him with Ron Artest's invest money was missing. "I sold the chain because I had to put the money down to get the truck," he said. "So you sold the chain and the Benz to get a truck that you can't afford? And you robbed Hav crib?" I said. "What's wrong with you, man? You just fucked everything up for us." I severed my ties with bars and hooks. How stupid could you be? At the end of 2001, I received my certified gold album plaque for H&IC. Havoc only produced 2 songs on the H&IC. Not because I only wanted 2 beats. I was forced to find other producers because Havoc wasn't showing any excitement or enthusiasm about my solo project. I wish Hav would have done the whole album. Shortly after I got my gold plaque, Bags went to go check Havoc in Freeport. After the break-in, Hav's uncle, Lamik, gave Havoc 2 pit bulls, Black and Blaze. They ran loose in the yard and barked at all who passed by, especially mailmen and delivery people. We walked up to the gate surrounding the house, and the dogs went bananas, acting as if they wanted to kill Bags. They looked crazy. Hate and fury filled their faces, barking like never before. Bags couldn't even come inside the gate because I couldn't control them. And when Havoc came out, he couldn't either. Hav had never met Bags before, so he came to my truck and made small talk. We were in the area, so I just wanted to introduce them. Bags and I drove back to Queens, parked in front of Majesty's crib in Hollis. We sat in Bags' Navigator and played PlayStation for a while. "I'm gonna come get you early in the morning so we can start working on that mix CD together," I said. "Cool," he said. "Call me when you get up." I hopped out the Navi and into my truck and went home early for a change. The next morning, I called Bags around 11 to see if he was up and ready. Somebody else picked up his phone. "E?" I asked, confused. "No, this isn't E. Who's this?" "It's P. Let me talk to Bags." "This is Detective..." "Can't remember." "You'll hear about what happened to E soon." I hung up quick. Oh shit. Did they kill Bags like Green Eye said? I wondered. Nah. Maybe he got locked up or something. I couldn't reach Majesty on his phone, so I went to his crib later that evening. Majesty and a few others were sitting on the steps in front of his door with a big bottle of Hennessy in plastic cups. Madge explained that his family was having a cookout earlier that day in his backyard. Bags had parked his new Navigator next to the house as usual, and they took a smoke break in the Navi because they didn't want to burn the weed in front of the kids in the yard. Madge ran back to the house to get a plate of food before it was all gone. And while he was filling up his plate, 4 masked gunmen ran up to the Navi from behind and opened fire. Bags' truck and body were riddled with bullets. Stray bullets went flying through Majesty's house and almost hit the little kids in the yard. Bags died with his gun in his hand. He must have seen them coming, but it was too late. I didn't want to cry, but it was hard not to. I couldn't control it. "P, I want to show you something," Majesty said. He went into the house and came back with an 80-page spiral notebook and handed it to me. "What's this?" I asked. "It's one of Tupac's notebooks," he said. "He left it here when he used to hang out with my brother. You need to read that." I opened it and saw Pac's notes and poems, plans, scribble-scrabble, and chicken scratch. It was amazing to have Tupac's notebook in my hands. I wanted you to see this because you need to know how similar y'all niggas is, Mad said, pointing out pages outlining Pac's plan to unite OGs, community leaders, rappers, and street hustlers from every hood across America to help create more positive and peaceful communities. He had it all mapped out. Reading his notebook gave me a newfound respect for Tupac. I knew about Pac's Black Panther and activist upbringing, but now I got a glimpse of the real him. Tupac envisioned similar plans for everything that I used to talk to E-Moneybags and Majesty about, but his plan was more precise and made more sense. When I was done reading, I was at a loss for words. Looking at Madge, I felt pain for him. He lost his brother Stretch, who was murdered in Hollis in the late 90s right after Tupac was killed. Somebody shot up his MPV minivan and Stretch crashed into a tree. And now he lost his best friend, Bags. On the way home, I thought about how Hav's dogs went crazy when they saw Bags the day before. Could it be they sensed something? Maybe E had an eerie energy that the dogs could feel. R.I.P. my nigga. After Bags got killed, I was upset but had to stay focused. I had a beautiful woman and kids, money, cars, jewelry, fashion, fame, power. And since I wasn't abusing drugs and alcohol, I had my health. I felt unstoppable. I finally learned how to defeat my sickle cell pain and was living proof that sickle cell could be controlled with a proper diet and healthy lifestyle. It took a lot of discipline and self-control, but I was now living pain-free. It felt like a natural high. Anybody who'd experienced the destructive lifestyle I had been living and then made that 360 change would know exactly what I mean. I called Queenpin and asked her to play a part in my murder music movie. During the scene when she got out of a Range Rover and pistol whipped a dude for selling drugs on her block, Queenpin stepped onto the curb the wrong way in her heels and broke her ankle. In show business, there's a saying, break a leg. Queenpin must have taken that shit seriously. Just kidding, QP. The foul part was, we didn't even use those scenes that she broke her ankle filming. Half of the movie was complete when my director, Larry, pulled some bullshit. Our verbal agreement was that I would play a small part in his film statistic, and in return, he would help direct and film murder music for 5% of the profit. My lawyer drafted a contract for Larry to sign, and we met in Manhattan to look the agreement over. Larry took the contract to his lawyer to check out, and suddenly stopped picking up my phone calls for several weeks, which turned into months, after I had already spent $300,000 of my own money on the project. I deserve more money and credit than this, Larry insisted when he finally got back to me. He said if he didn't get what he wanted, he wouldn't finish filming, and he had all the film that we shot. It turned into a big legal battle. I felt like kicking myself in the ass, not to mention Larry's. The movie was delayed for a year, and I was so furious with Larry, and more so with myself, that I became self-destructive. $300,000 of my own money, and this dude was refusing to finish filming and withholding my film reels until I agreed to his terms, or at least came close. I asked Had for a cigarette. That was the beginning of my downward spiral into the old poisonous lifestyle that took me so long to shake. At around 1 a.m., I went to my bedroom, turned my stereo to Quiet Storm radio show on WBLS, old school R&B slow jams, and turned off the lights. The only light in my room was the dim glow from the stereo system equalizer and tuner. As I laid relaxing to the old school sounds, I saw a black shadow-like figure walk across my room. It looked like the Black Spider-Man. No face, no features, ghost-like, all black. Scared, I pulled the sheets over my head and forced myself to sleep. When I couldn't control the way the film was going, I lost my mind. It seemed like that shadow was all the negativity that I had flushed out my mind, body, and soul, just waiting for an opportunity to jump back inside of me. And it did. The next morning, I woke up with sickle cell pain. That one cigarette turned into packs, and that occasional drink turned into bottles of Hennessy and more weed than the Western town. The evil, nasty, disrespectful bastard was officially back in full swing. Chapter 9. Infamy. I'm a young, rich-ass nigga who love to show you how a nigga get his lights. Blue teach you the mystery of God, and Merc, you pray for me. After recording a bunch of new music, Havoc and I got Loud Records to open a new budget for our next album in March 2002. Kiki came up with the title. Relaxing at home in Rockland, she was flipping through the dictionary and told me, "Y'all should name y'all next album Infamy." I knew it was the perfect name, and when I told Havoc, he agreed. All the drinking and cigarette and weed smoking that I started doing again, I hid from Kiki. She had cleaned her body of all that poison along with me, and I didn't want her to start back up just because I had. Plus, I was embarrassed. I wanted her to be proud of me. If she found out, she'd have been disgusted. But my sickle cell pain started to surface every now and then, so she probably knew something wasn't right. Having made this beat in the crib one day, it reminded me of Quiet Storm because of the house music style drum pattern. Havoc didn't like it that much, but luckily, I was there before he had a chance to erase it. "This is another Quiet Storm, son," I said. "The drums are similar." "Yeah, I know, but it ain't all that," he said. "Give me an hour with the right to the beat, and I'll bet you change your mind," I said. 1 hour later, we had Hey Love, Anything. Although the beat reminded me of Quiet Storm, this guitar riff sample over the drums and bass line reminded me of romancing a woman while her man was close by, so I had to whisper in her ear on the down low. When Hav heard my verse, he followed suit and wrote a similar verse minus the talking in her ear thing. Now all we needed was an R&B chorus. We decided to try and get Puffy's group 112. Ran the rough version by Chris Lighty, and he agreed to get them for us. 112 listened to our lyrics and came up with the perfect chorus. We were done with the bulk of the album now. Played it for Steve Rifkin, and he set up a photo shoot for the album artwork, plus a video shoot for the 112 single. A few days later, we came up with a new song that was more hood, with an up-tempo beat that sounded like some Beach Boys surfer hip-hop. We put Noid on it and called it Burn. Havoc had the idea to feature the female rapper Vita on the chorus. Vita had just signed to Irv Gotti and Ja Rule's label, Murder Inc., so I was surprised she agreed. It was so hot, we stopped the presses on Hey Love and put out Burn first. We wanted to satisfy our core audience, and Hey Love had a crossover radio sound. Loud agreed. Hey Love targeted a female audience, even though the lyrics were still hood, especially my verse, because I'm talking about robbing a dude's woman. If that ain't grimy, then what is? This was our first album since that Jay-Z Prodigy beef, so people were waiting to see how we, especially I, would retaliate. They heard me dissing Jay on mix CDs at the Summer Jam, but this was the new infamous Mobb Deep album, so people wanted to see what was going to happen. Jay-Z told me, "It ain't no beef, it's just music." So I gave Jay some just music to listen to on burn. Just pain, just suffering, and worse than that, you let me get my hands on you and I'm taking advantage. And that shit that you pull ain't do me no damage. You don't know me, nigga, but we about to change that shit. We leaked the song to Funkmaster Flex, who played it on Hot 97, and the DJs across the country started doing the same. Mobb Deep was back once again. A lot of people thought Jay-Z ruined my and Mobb Deep's career, but there's no evidence of that. We were still in our own position of power, as was Jay. Jay just made it look better because he had so much money from Rockefeller Records, and he was selling more albums than us. But we weren't selling any less than our past albums. Jay must have been pissed that radio was playing our diss record because Vita backed out of the video shoot. Well, when Vita had come to the studio to record her part on the song, I had kicked it with her and got her phone number. So I called her and asked her what happened. "P, you know I love y'all, and I want to do the video," Vita said. "But Jay called Irv and told him not to let me do the video. Irv said I couldn't do it. I'm mad as hell because it would have been good exposure." "It's all good, love," I told Vita. "Too bad, though." Wow. Wow. What was Jay so worried about that he had to tell Irv Gotti, "Don't let her do that video"? Oh well. A thought struck me after I got off the phone with Vita. Oh shit, that's how he got it, I said to myself. When Vita told me that Jay-Z called Irv Gotti like a little girl, it hit me that Ashanti must have showed Irv my grandmother's concert program book with my Michael Jackson picture in it. Irv must have had given it to Jay-Z. Irv Gotti probably didn't even like me because of E-Money bags and didn't let Vita do our video. Two bird-ass bitch boys. Jay-Z and Irv Gotti. I laughed thinking about them plotting with that picture, like they had some information to destroy me or something. Scott Storch produced the last 3 songs for our album. Scott was a ghost producer for Dr. Dre, meaning Scott made the beats, but Dre took the credit, Scott told me in the studio. When a big-time producer like Dre takes a young and up-and-coming producer under his wing, the big-time producer lets the young one learn a lot of his tricks and helps the young one get his beats out there. The young producer usually gets little to no production credit. But after a while, he may become as big as his mentor. Scott Storch became the new hot shit on the scene when people discovered he'd been making most of Dre's bangers. We were the first to grab Scott, buy tracks, and give him full credit. On Infamy, he produced I Won't Fall plus Kill or Be Killed, featuring Ron Isley from the Isley Brothers. I wrote the bridge for Ron Isley to sing. Let me tell you, Ron Isley was a player for real. He came to the studio with 2 fly young ladies who were singers. Ron and the ladies sang the bridge together. I was open. I wrote R&B lyrics for Ron Isley. At the very last minute, Havoc got in touch with R&B singer Little Mo, and they made a song called Pray For Me. When they played it for me, Havoc did this new style of rapping where he was cutting words in half like infamous and murder, pausing between syllables. It was unique. Nobody had ever rapped like that before. Hav left the first 16 bars open for me, and I copied his flow. The album was done. We received some bad news right before we handed in the finished product. Steve Rifkin sold Loud Records to Sony for about $80 million. And Sony dropped most of the Loud artists, keeping only the most profitable. Luckily, we were one of those profitable groups. So now, we were forced to be on Sony Records. Steve had hinted that he was going to do this when H&IC came out. He said, "I'm about to start getting into Southern rap music. I'm not signing New York artists anymore." Steve didn't give us any warning about the sale of the label to Sony though. He basically used us as a bargaining chip, because he knew that if we found out about it, we would have fought to get off of Loud, and without Mobb Deep, Steve would have gotten less money from the sale. Sony's not a bad company. It's a major record label, while Loud was just independent. We were only upset because Sony's a huge company, and we were used to being the center of attention at Loud. At Sony, we were little goldfish in the ocean of sharks. We played it smooth though, and let our album get its numbers. But we were quietly scheming to get off of Sony. For the time being, we had to make sure Infamy did well, and it was doing just that. Burn created so much hype that we started to get calls for tour dates. We toured overseas, and it always amazes me how much they love Mobb Deep. Alchemist became our official tour DJ and an honorary Mobb Deep member. On tour, we turned that boy Alchemist out, aka the Red White Vulture or Red Bird. He learned how to be a vulture real quick, because on the road, we move with that old New York Minute mentality with food, alcohol, females, whatever. Move fast or get left out. Alchemist caught on fast. The new album dropped while we were on our tour. We shot the Hey Love featuring 112 video in Atlanta. Lil X was the director. The video production team wanted me to pick my love interest from a pile of models' pictures. But I told them I was going to use my baby's mother, Kiki, instead. And why not? She looked just as good as any video model, if not better. And she get paid for it. Kiki was open and flew to Atlanta with me. We were kissing in the video, and when it came out, people were saying, "Oh shit, P turned to a sucker for love. He kissing some chick in his new video." Nah, sorry, that's my woman for real. People were saying, Mobb Deep is soft now, they doing radio love songs. But Hey Love is far from soft. It got more radio spins than Quiet Storm, and gave us a gang of new female fans. We loved it. The ladies would be lined up in the front row, and I'd find the best looking one and spit my verse looking her straight in her eyes. So despite Jay-Z and his fans' attempt to make us look as if we lost the battle with them, Infamy sold over 800,000 copies, proving that our power and position hadn't changed. I must admit, my lyrics had become a little lazy and sloppy. I was messing up spiritually and health-wise, back on drugs and alcohol. My decision-making was terrible, and it was evident in my music. My mind, body, and soul were clouded and polluted. People who paid close attention to my lyrics were saying, "You're slipping, you're not rapping the same." And I thought they were crazy. I was arrogant, acting as if whatever I wrote to the beat was hot. I was feeling myself, or playing myself rather, but I couldn't see it at that time. Even though I put my all into making good songs, my negative behavior was showing up in the form of lyrics that didn't grab people as tightly as they once did. My grip was slipping. After getting our gold plaque for Infamy, we did a concert at Nassau Coliseum in Long Island. Several other acts were performing that night. Backstage was packed. Walking to the stage, somebody next to me said, "Yo, P, what up?" When I turned to look, it was 50 Cent. I didn't really know 50, but it was good to see him healthy. It took him a while to recover from those 9 gunshot wounds in 2000. I gave him a handshake, then got on stage to perform. 50 stood on the side of the stage watching, or should I say scheming, because nobody knew yet that he was about to take the music industry by sheer force. A week after the concert, Havoc and I met L. Londell McMillan, a young black entertainment attorney from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, who had his own firm and several big celebrity clients, including Prince, Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, and Spike Lee. He was the lawyer who got rappers The Lox and R&B group Total off of Bad Boy Records. So we figured he was the perfect person to get us off of Sony. It took a few months of negotiation, but finally, after 8 years of being slaves to record companies, we were finally free. Infamy was damn near platinum, and we were free. That's unheard of in this business. You don't let an artist out of a contract whose album is on the verge of going platinum. It gave us power to do whatever we wanted. Lundell promoted artist empowerment, and he and I became close. I want to get a distribution deal and stay independent now that we're free, I told him at his office, seeking his thoughts on how Mobb Deep should proceed. He agreed 100%. You guys are in an incredible position right now. All you need is a distribution deal, Lundell said, offering to assist us in securing the right deal. You're going to get 5 times the amount of money. I was all for it. Havoc found a fully equipped studio for sale right off the Van Wyck Expressway in Jamaica, Queens, and decided to sell the Freeport house, move into a condo in New Rochelle, and make the new studio our official headquarters. Before selling the infamous mini mansion, our friend, a police officer from the neighborhood, threw a pajama party at his house and invited us. I didn't like the idea of being cool with the cop, but the guy was a big Mobb Deep fan. He gave us a bunch of plastic PBA cards that saved you from catching tickets. Havoc, Gotti, Papa Mobb, Free High, Noid, Fly, and I wore boxers, white tees, and Timberlands to the party. There were ladies with barely anything on all over the house. As we were getting ready to leave the party a few hours later, Free High was standing next to me in the living room. "I love you, Pete," he exclaimed out of nowhere, biting my neck. "Yo, the fuck is you doing, yo?" I screamed while his drunken ass laughed. "Bugging the fuck out. Fuck is wrong with you, man?" I was ready to punch him, but Papa Mobb calmed me down. Free High started acting real strange. Papa Mobb and I were watching TV in Freeport when Free High stopped by, going on and on about his new girlfriend, Lil' Kim's homegirl, whom he met in Lil' Kim's hotel room after the Source Awards. He told me how he pistol whipped some dude who he caught the girl cheating on him with. Havoc told me that he heard that Free High killed the dude and shot the girl too. It was hard to believe. Then, when we were out of town for a show, this old timer approached me while I was walking to a store by the hotel. "Are you Prodigy from Mobb Deep?" the old timer asked. "Yeah, what's up?" "You know this nigga named Free High?" "Yeah, that's my nigga," I said. "What's up?" "Yeah," the old timer said. "That nigga killed my niece. I'm looking for him." "Oh, shit." "What?" "Damn, I ain't seen him in a long time," I said. But I had just been with Free High 2 weeks before. I had no idea what to think. A month or 2 later, Free High was arrested for making a direct sale to an undercover cop in Queensbridge. At his trial at the courthouse on Queens Boulevard, the judge sentenced Free High to 5 years. He had just come home 3 years earlier after beating the cab driver murder rap. Free High laughed, grabbed the court officer's gun, and shot at the judge. They tackled him to the floor, and the judge hit that fool with all kinds of time. The crew was all at the Freeport crib the morning Free High shot at the judge, watching the story on the New York 1 News channel. What an idiot, we all agreed. Free High's probably never coming home now. Havoc finally sold our house and moved into a new spot in Westchester County. Our new studio in Queens was official, on a nice quiet block. We hung up all our gold and platinum plaques on the control room and mic booth walls. Our friend Fly learned how to work the Pro Tools and became our engineer. A lot of hits were about to be made. Chapter 10. Free agents. Sitting back plotting on ways how we can get this money. We need us a payday. Dig in my pocket is nothing but change. I dig deeper, but still coming up with change. So we called the lawyers to fix this shit. He said it's alright. We about to be free agents. Have patience. We can't though. We need paper. Paid in full. Settled into our new studio and freed from being slaves to any record company, we felt refreshed and had a boost of musical energy like never before. We celebrated by recording a mix CD called Free Agents to let the entire music industry know we were free to make a new deal. I didn't want to do another regular record deal and become slaves to somebody else's company after we fought so hard to become free. With the regular deal, we'd only be profiting 90 cents per album sold. With the distribution deal, our profits would be more like $4 or $5 per album. But Havoc didn't agree. If we go independent, then we won't sell as many albums as we would on a major, he said. His logic was that we would have to do all the promotion, radio, and marketing work ourselves. I don't want to focus on business. I just want to make music, he said. Some people aren't built for wearing both hats. I told Havoc we were a team, and I was capable of being creative as well as handling our business, so I would make sure Mobb Deep was straight on both sides. But he didn't agree and we argued. My passion was to own and operate my own business. I observed how the older artists did it. Wu-Tang, Puff, Jay-Z, Master P, Cash Money. Chris Lighty would try to discourage us, saying, everybody thinks they could do it like Cash Money Records now. It's not that easy. But it was that easy. My grandmother raised me to own and operate, so I was built for it like a brick mansion. I was angry that Hav didn't want to take advantage of this stellar opportunity and started to realize the true downside of having a partner. We had to agree or the partnership would collapse. Londell tried to talk sense into Havoc, but it didn't work. Look, why don't we just keep Mobb Deep on a major label and put our solo albums out independently, Havoc said. People are used to seeing our product pushed by a major machine. If we do it ourselves now, it's going to make us look small and ruin our reputation. Havoc had a point, and I decided to go with his plan. The songs we recorded for Free Agents were some of our best, and it ate me up inside that we were going to let somebody else live lavishly over our hard work and talent. But for the love of Mobb Deep and Havoc, I kept my mouth shut. It took 2 months to complete Free Agents. 50 Cent was going hard to get back into the game and get signed again, releasing a bunch of mix CDs, including Guess Who's Back through Bob Perry at Landspeed. We set up a meeting with Bob Perry, who ran Landspeed, a small but successful label. Havoc called 50 to record some songs with us before our meeting with Bob. Havoc, Noyd, and 50 did a song called Bump That I used for the Murder Music movie soundtrack. Havoc and 50 did another song called Pop Those Things that I had a verse on. We put it on the side because it was so hot we wanted to save it. We explained our plan for the project to Bob. We wanted a healthy 6 figures up front for Free Agents. Didn't want our faces on the album cover or any advertisement for the project. No radio, videos, or interviews. We just wanted the industry to know we were free. Bob agreed to the terms, and we put it in contracts and signed a deal to get 50% of all the profits. Right before Free Agents dropped, Kiki and I were at the supermarket when I got a call from Violated Management Office. I have 50 Cent on the phone for you, Chris Lighty's assistant said. 50 got on the line. What up, Pete? He said. I heard y'all doing a deal with Bob Perry at Land Speed. I'm calling to let you know that I don't think you should do the deal. Because if Bob fucks up the project, it's going to make Mobb Deep look bad. You guys are in a great position right now to do something big. I fully agreed with 50 and wanted to tell him how I really felt about being independent. But Havoc and I had already come to a compromise. I couldn't explain it all to 50 because that would show a sign of weakness, as if Mobb Deep didn't have our business and partnership in order. Yeah, we already did the deal, I told him. It's all good. It's just a mix CD to let the industry know we're taking meetings for a new deal. The way we structured the deal with Bob, we can't lose. That was my first real conversation with 50. Chris Lighty was managing him. He had a tremendous buzz, and he'd been going hard at Ja Rule, Murder Inc., and Supreme. 50 was just as cool as E-Money Bags told me. Hearing the fire in his voice on his mix CDs, I could tell he was about to blow up huge. A couple of weeks later, Free Agents was released and sold 400,000 copies, quicker than expected. Calls started coming in from Universal, Warner Brothers, Jive, and others. A few years earlier, Dr. Dre had signed this new white rapper named Eminem, who became the biggest selling artist in the game. He made an autobiographical film called 8 Mile and used 2 songs from Infamous in the movie, Shook Ones and Survival of the Fittest. We didn't know he was going to be rapping our beats in the actual film, and we were happy as hell when we found out. Eminem showed Mobb Deep extra love in his movie, and we loved him for it. Eminem's manager, Paul Rosenberg, started managing Alchemist. I asked Alchemist to pass the word to Paul that we were interested in doing a deal with Eminem's Shady Records. Al said he'd try. Havoc and I took a meeting with Warner Brothers. They offered us a 50-50 profit split deal. Warner Brothers had just signed this new female R&B singer named DeMello, and the A&R asked if we would do a feature on her first single, Best Love Story. Soon after we shot that video, we found out that Eminem had just signed 50 Cent to his Shady Records. 50 put out his first major hit, Wankster. The world was in a 50 Cent frenzy. Our next meeting was with Universal Records president Kedar Massenberg, who happened to be the nephew of Dr. York, whose books I've been reading for years. He offered the same 50-50 profit split deal. Chris Lighty had become the head of Jiv's urban music division, so we met with Jive president Barry Weiss, who was interested in giving us the same 50-50 split. Havoc and I discussed the pros and cons of each offer and decided to go with Jive, since our manager Chris would be handling our project. After about a month of negotiations, we inked the contract and had a small signing party at the office with the whole Jive staff. In the Jive Mobb Deep signing photo, I'm the only one not smiling. All that was going through my mind was, we just signed away our power and our grandkids' power once again. We went to work on a new album. I came up with the title America's Nightmare because we were rebellious and against the grain, and corporate America fears that. Londell McMillan helped me to complete the deal with my Murder Music movie director, Larry. I cut Larry a small check and kept all the rights. And we shot the last few scenes and began the long, tedious process of editing. I handpicked every cut, like putting a puzzle together. I edited all day and recorded songs at night. After 3 weeks, we had a rough version of the film with a score by Alchemist. I know you're upset with me, but you're going to thank me because I taught you a lot about the movie business, Larry said. If you think the music industry is foul, the film industry is way worse. These people are sharks. The film was finally done. Thank the Most High. It took 3 years and a lot of money to complete. My friends would joke that I must have been making the Titanic. Murder Music was shot on 16mm film. Nowadays you can make a good movie using professional quality digital cameras. but any real movie maker will tell you that there's nothing like the look that film will give you. I started shopping for a company to release my film. The first meeting I took was with Lionsgate, but I wanted more offers. There was a black film festival in Acapulco, Mexico, and all access passes were like $800, but it was worth the bread. I wanted to go and rub shoulders with others in the film industry. I brought Kiki so we can enjoy Acapulco while we weren't handling business. This was only our second trip together outside of the tri-state area, and our first outside of the country. Gotti and my man Derek from high school took turns watching the kids while we were gone. When we landed in Acapulco, we rented a Jeep Suzuki drop top so we could move around town. Driving along the beautiful ocean side, far away from the dirty New York buildings, it felt great to be with Kiki. Most celebrities were staying at the same hotel, so I saw a lot of familiar faces like Mekhi Phifer, Bill Duke, Lisa Ray, and Master P and his wife. I attended seminars and learned about film editing, directing, and distribution. On the last night of the festival, I bumped into my cousin, Eric Daniels, who had become a writer and producer for Disney movies. Remember when my pops kidnapped me and took me to Detroit? Eric was Pop's cousin Beverly's son. Now he was a grown man and at the festival with his wife. It was a great surprise to see him. Biz Markie was DJing at a club across from the hotel, so Kiki and I decided to go. We argued a lot in Mexico over other women, but I promised that I would leave all that type of stuff for her book. Kiki and I had another argument at the Bismarck party and went back to our room to have angry drunk sex. The next morning, we flew back to New York, back to the normal hustle. Ja pressed up our Gangsters Roll singles to get the buzz going for America's Nightmare. We had a hot song with 50 Cent called Pop Those Things in the stash, but I told Havoc it wasn't a good idea to put it on our album. 50 was too hot at that time, and I wanted to avoid anyone saying, oh, Mobb Deep is only hot now because of 50. I already had a 50 Cent collaboration on the Murder Music soundtrack called Bump That. DJs would only play 50's verse from Bump That on the radio, then would switch to another 50 song, like our verses didn't even matter. Wow, that ain't feel too good. It made me want to go hunt for the DJs who did that. 50 would make new songs out of other rappers and R&B singers' tracks. This had a lot of rappers upset because 50 would turn their singles into his singles. Havoc and I decided to start doing what 50 was doing, taking his Magic Stick beat and making our own version called Matic Clips, about guns instead of sex. It worked. Ja Rule from Murder Inc. was upset that 50 was dissing him on his Wankster single. The whole song was clowning him. So Ja retaliated by making a song called New York. I'm not a Ja Rule fan. He was always corny to me. Plus my man E Moneybags didn't like his whole Murder Inc. and Supreme Team crew. So Ja Rule was the enemy. Ja Rule's shooting his video today and he wants us to be in it, Havoc said in the studio one day. So what? I said, looking at Hav puzzled. Fuck Ja Rule. I don't want to be in that nigga video. Come on, I'm going, Hav said. Come with me. Nah, I'm good. Fuck Ja Rule and his video. You ain't gotta be in the video if you don't want to, Hav said. Just come with me, so I ain't gotta go by myself. There's gonna be mad bitches there. Okay, I'll meet you over there, I said, though I had no intentions of showing up. Send me the location. That night, I went to Alchemist's crib in Manhattan to bring him a copy of the Murder Music movie. I started bringing my camcorder everywhere and filmed us in Alchemist's apartment working on a song for his album called Hold You Down. Alchemist's brother, Neil, had 50 Cent's DVD, The New Breed. So we watched 50's DVD and Murder Music and smoked some blunts. At our Queens studio the following day, Havoc was mad that I stood him up. telling me that I missed out on seeing all the females and the rappers in Job's New York video featuring Fat Joe and Jadakiss. So what? I said to myself. I don't give a fuck who was there. All I cared about was Mobb Deep and America's Nightmare. We proceeded to work on the album. Fuck everybody else, especially Irv Gotti and Ja Rule. Chapter 11. America's Nightmare. P, yeah, you heard of him. Big ignorant chains and sports cars, gallons of Bacardi Bennett the awards. I need a bitch like Christina Aguilera for a broad. I know I can splat that. She dying for a thug and she heard of me. She know about my infamous life. Shootouts in New York with various types. Fast money, faster guns. We party every night. When you hit her. Alchemist played a new beat for me at his crib as we were putting the finishing touches on America's Nightmare. He sampled the 80s hit, She Blinded Me with Science, transforming it into a hardcore club banger. The beat was so hot that we played it for Havoc and immediately wrote a song called Got It Twisted to add to the new album at the last minute. We always came up with the hottest songs for our albums at the last minute. As soon as Chris Lighty and Jive heard Got It Twisted, they wanted to shoot a video and use it for the official first single. Jive wasted no time. Director Benny Boone shot the video in Los Angeles. When the video came out, we got a call to do a small tour in Europe, including a festival in Sweden with all rock acts. Mobb Deep and Busta Rhymes were the only rappers. Havoc and I released a mix CD called The West Coast Mixtape, hosted by DJ Big Mike, featuring us rapping over Tupac, Snoop Dogg, Mac 10, Ice Cube, Sugar Free, and other West Coast rappers' tracks. As soon as we arrived at the hotel in Sweden, swarms of kids were waiting for us. Alchemist and I went for a stroll to check out the scene. Two little blonde kids, no more than 8 years old, walked up and started rapping. I didn't realize it at first, but when I listened, I realized they were reciting my rhymes from the West Coast Mix CD that we just released no more than a week before. Yo, do you hear what they're saying? Alchemist said. That's from the West Coast CD. Yeah, I know. How do y'all know them lyrics, shorty? Alchemist asked. My brother got it off the internet, one of them said. Do you want to meet my brother and his friends? They got a lot of girls they can hook you up with. We laughed and told him to get his brother. That was the first time I realized the power of the internet. Within a week, this little 8-year-old Swedish kid knew a verse by heart, word for word, that I had just written and recorded. It was amazing. Seeing the people in Sweden for the first time was also amazing. Nothing but blonde-haired, blue-eyed females all over the place. 5 minutes later, the two kids came back with a crew of dudes in their early 20s. When they saw Alchemist and me, they started repeating more of my lyrics and some of their own rhymes. We posed for pictures with them on their camera phones. Then Alchemist and I walked around to check out more Sweden. At around 11 that night, we took the stage at the Busta Rhymes. An hour into our performance, I saw something unbelievable. The sun started shining, and it slowly became daytime all over again, shortly after midnight. From midnight until 8 o'clock the next night, there was full sunshine. I felt disoriented, like I was on drugs. In the hotel lobby after the show, Alchemist and I saw the two little kids again. It was 2 a.m., but the sun was shining bright. Hey, you want to see something crazy? The chubbier blonde kid asked. What? I asked him. I guess these kids' parents let them stay out because it still looks like it's daytime. And what are y'all still doing out? They ignored the question and led us into the hotel business lounge, where there were complimentary computers and faxes for guests. Watch this, the skinnier blonde kid said, as he started quickly typing on a computer keyboard. Suddenly, the power went out through the entire hotel. Yo, this little bastard's some type of computer hacker. I just shut them down, he said, laughing. It'd take them a long time to figure out what happened. Y'all some little troublemaking motherfuckers, huh? I said. Let's get out of here before they blame us for this. I'm gonna hire you guys for our Swedish street team, Alchemist told the kids, taking their phone numbers in the lobby. They were happy. After Sweden, we toured Switzerland, Norway, and Poland, and our last stop was Amsterdam, Holland, home of the world-famous red light district and legal marijuana. I filmed everything on a camcorder for our infamous Allegiance DVD. Walking through the red light district, Derek, our man from high school, was filming all the prostitutes in the windows, who closed the curtains when they saw the camera. One prostitute saw Derek filming and ran out the glass door trying to hit Derek, calling him a nigger. Back in New York, I went to the violator management office while making my usual rounds in Manhattan. 50 Cent arrived 5 minutes later, and Busta Rhymes was also there. We kicked it for a few minutes. Mona Scott, one of Chris Lighty's partners, called me into her office and asked me to consider co-starring in a straight-to-DVD film called Full Clip, along with Busta Rhymes, Exhibit, Bobby J. Thompson, and Tiny Lister, better known as Debo from the movie Friday. The script was basically a rewrite of Bucktown, the old 70s film starring Fred Williamson, of whom I was a big fan. So I signed on to the project. Filming would begin in a few months, so I had time to memorize my lines. 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying debut studio album was selling like crack, over 10 million copies. He became the biggest selling rap artist next to Eminem and Nelly from St. Louis. Atlanta rappers were also on the rise. Outkast had sold millions of albums. T.I. was on the come-up, while Ludacris and Lil Jon were popular across the country at that time because they offered a new energy. 50 took full advantage of how hot he was by hooking up with Jay-Z, who plugged him in with Reebok to create a G-Unit sneaker. 50 also started a label imprint, G-Unit Records, signed West Coast rapper The Game, and planned to release a G-Unit crew album with his artists Lloyd Banks, Tony Yayo, and Young Buck. He created G-Unit clothing with Mark Echo. He was doing all the things that we should have done as soon as we became famous, except we were too young and foolish. In life, you have a small window to take advantage of opportunities, and if you're slow to move, the window will close. But Havoc and I are a rare breed. Our position as the most infamous is permanent, and Mobb Deep will forever be hot no matter what. All we have to do is do what we do. We pay close attention to the music industry, but we don't get caught up about anybody's success. Be yourself to the best of your ability, and your possibilities will be infinite. I finally released the Murder Music DVD through Koch Films. It felt like a huge mission accomplished to see it on shelves. My Titanic was on the market now. Havoc and I had a huge album release party on the night that America's Nightmare was released. Hundreds of people were lined up outside because the spot was at capacity, and the fire department threatened to shut us down. The Game, The Lox, Black Thought from The Roots, Tretch from Naughty by Nature, Raekwon from Wu-Tang, M.O.P., many actors, comedians, and rappers showed up. There was a freestyle cypher on stage before our special performance. We were popping so much champagne and Hennessy that when it was time to perform, I was twisted. When Survival of the Fittest came on, I spit the lyrics for Shook Ones. Ron Artest was on stage with us, and Havoc was looking at me like I was crazy. Despite that error, the turnout confirmed that the world was still hungry for that Mobb Deep sound. Jadakiss, Styles P, and Sheek Louch from The Lox squeezed through the VIP area after the show to show some love. It was extremely crowded, so Havoc and I stood up on the couch to get some breathing room. Havoc spotted a video vixen he used to mess with named Erica, a good-looking Latina female who rode in the passenger seat of fabulous GT Bentley in the Breathe video. Hab pulled her up onto the couch where we were standing when he spotted another one of his chicks. "Keep an eye on Erica," he told me as he headed toward the other woman. "All right, cool," I said. Erica was just as twisted as I was, and Havoc was gone for a long time. So I grabbed her in front of me, my arms wrapped around her waist, my hands at the front of her black cocktail dress. "What's really good, Ma?" I whispered in her ear. "Whatever," she said. I put my hand up the front of her dress and started finger popping her right there on the couch in front of everybody. She ain't had no panties on. "You coming with me," I said. "Let's go." "Cool, I'm with you," she said. I took her hand and led her to the exit. As we were walking to the parking lot, Havoc rolled up in his G-Wagon Benz. "Erica, get over here," he shouted. "Chill, son, we see you later on," I yelled. But Havoc demanded that she get into his truck. Erica let go of my hand and bounced with Hav. Wow, the vultures were out that night. I know Kiki's reading this saying, good for you." After a couple of months of preparing and rehearsing my lines, I flew to Los Angeles to film Full Clip with Busta Rhymes, Exhibit, and Tiny Lister. The production people set me up in a room at Le Meridien in West Hollywood for 2 weeks. I played an ex-Marine sniper called into town by Exhibit, who also played an ex-Marine, to take over a small town alongside Tiny Lister and Busta Rhymes' hype man Spliff Star. I learned a lot from an on-set acting coach as well as Tiny Lister, who schooled me onto the inside information about Hollywood. The entire movie, which was very low budget, was shot in an old hotel downtown Los Angeles, with tons of homeless people in makeshift tents and cardboard refrigerator boxes on the sidewalk. On set, Tiny flipped out on the production crew if they made him wait more than 5 minutes to shoot his parts. He acted just like Debo from Friday. "That's how you gotta do these fools, Prodigy." Tiny pulled me to the side and said, "You gotta remind them that you're a professional. Look at them. I bet they won't ever call me out my trailer again unless they sure they ready." And they didn't. Across the street from the hotel, the production crew rented a parking lot with 5 trailers for the main actors. Busta Rhymes and Exhibit's trailers were the biggest and most modern, with a queen-size bed, full bathroom, kitchen, dining area, dressing room, and a living room with TV, stereo, and games. Mine was a small trailer with a 3-seated couch, makeup mirror, and bathroom. Split Stars was right next to mine. We smoked and talked in each other's trailers and became real cool. There's a scene where he and I get into an argument while playing pool, and Tiny Lister breaks us up before we start fighting. We had to act serious, but kept busting out laughing. After the first day of filming, I called Kiki. She said she wanted to fly out to spend a week with me. She'd never been to California. The next day on set, I saw this kid Sean, one of the best tap dancers in my grandmother's dance school, whom I hadn't seen since I was 13. He'd become an actor and was playing a cop in the movie. Alchemist and Twin were in town, and we were chilling in Exhibit's trailer after wrapping up for the day. Exhibit said he was taking acting seriously and had a lot of scripts coming his way. He had just gotten a script for another movie called Gridiron Gang, starring The Rock. Exhibit was our loud label mate for years, so we've hung out on several occasions. He invited us to his crib. Alchemist had somewhere to go, but Twin and I hopped in Exhibit's Hummer to his modern, multi-level house in the hills. We played video games in the living room and met Exhibit's son and his woman. Busta Rhymes showed up an hour later, along with Paul Rosenberg, Alchemist and Eminem's manager. Exhibit, who was the host of MTV's Pimp My Ride, took us into his garage and showed us his 6'4" Impala lowrider. The next day, I strolled around the Beverly Center Mall with 40 Glock and his boys, buying white tees and sneakers and checking out ladies. A petite, light-skinned female with blonde hair, a sun visor, and a tennis skirt so short you could see her panties was going up the escalator. I left the group of 12 dudes I was with and went up behind her. When we got to the top, I asked her name. Keisha, she said. Keisha was beautiful. When I was typing her number into my phone, 40 Glock and all the homies walked up. Keisha got a little nervous, but then she realized they were with me and calmed down. I called Keisha as soon as we got back to the room. 40 Glock kept saying that I should have brought her back with me. "What's up? It's P. Where you at?" "On my way back to the studio," Keisha said. "I've got a session today." "What, do you rap or something? What you do?" I asked. "I sing. I'm doing a song for the Barbershop 2 soundtrack. You should come hang out with me over here." "A word? We just did a song for that soundtrack. I got a group called Mobb Deep." "Yeah, I know who you are," she said. "Come to my studio session so you can hear my songs." "Damn, I can't. I'm doing a movie out here and I gotta breeze by the set soon. Why you don't stop by my hotel so we can kick it before your session?" "Can't. I'm late. Why don't you stop by before you go to the movie set?" We went back and forth on the phone a few times that day, but that was all. After the first week of filming, I flew in my lady Kiki to be with me. Kiki got out the cab from the airport and walked through the trailer parking lot in a tight jogging suit that you could almost see through. Split Star and others were trying to talk to her because they didn't know she was coming to see me. She knocked on the trailer door and we hugged and kissed. She told me right away about everybody who tried to talk to her on her way in. Kiki always told me when people I know try to talk to her. It didn't bother me at all because Kiki's so beautiful that every man alive would try if he had enough heart. I enjoyed it. It meant I was doing something right. I knew Kiki probably had her little things on the side, but she was serious only about me. The other fools were just for play. Even though I messed around with a lot of other women while I was with my boys, I turned down the baddest female to stay with my woman because I loved her. Those other females were meaningless. Kiki watched me on the set that day. Then we took it back to the hotel. The next morning, after room service breakfast, I saw Split Star in the lobby. He told me the front desk had been robbed the night before. 2 dudes with shotguns rushed the hotel office and stole a few $1,000s. After sharing that story, Spliff told me that Cameron was out front. Cameron was standing outside with his man Jim Jones. I hadn't seen Cam since we did Losing Weight together. I was wearing a white and pink striped polo shirt I bought from my man Keith Store in Harlem. White shorts, white felines, and my infamous Records 40-inch chain. Cam introduced me to Jim and told me that he saw my movie Murder Music and liked it. I didn't want to leave Kiki by herself for too long, so we talked briefly. I said peace to Cam and Jim and went back upstairs. It seemed like after Cameron saw me rocking my pink polo shirt, he went pink crazy. I was known to throw on a pink polo shirt every now and again since 1989. I went to high school in Manhattan with a lot of Brooklyn dudes who were in gangs like Decepticons and Lowlives. That's where the trend of hood niggas rocking pink started. Brooklyn dudes wore pink polo sweaters, purple, orange, and yellow. Brooklyn motherfuckers loved polo when I was in high school. I just kept the trend going in 2003. Now maybe it's just a coincidence, but I never saw Cameron wear pink before that day in L.A. A few days after Kiki left to get back to our kids, we finished filming. Alchemist, Twin, and I drove to Las Vegas to chill for a few days before flying back to New York. But before we hit the highway for Vegas, we stopped at Alchemist's homeboy, Mr. Cartoon's tattoo and car shop to get my first Mr. Cartoon tat. I wanted half an angel, half a demon on the back of my neck, I told him. On our way to Vegas, we drove through the Death Valley Desert, where the average temperature is over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. But as we drove through, we saw snow all across the desert. Yes, snow. It was extremely rare for it to snow in Death Valley. I took it as a sign that major changes in our lives were about to take place. We checked into the Hilton Hotel and Casino. Alchemist was a crap table junkie. He taught me how to play. I'm not a gambler because I don't like giving away my money, but sometimes I blow a few thousand hoping to win. Not on that trip. I turned $300 into $800 playing the dollar slots, kept gambling, and ended up with $280. Alchemist was another story. That boy stood at the crap table for 8 hours straight, winning and losing, losing and winning, with a crazed zombie look on his face. Back home, our new album was doing well, but Jive suddenly didn't want to give us control of the marketing and promotion budget. I had a list of promotional items that I wanted to give away at our concerts and other events, but the marketing team didn't seem excited about the album anymore. America's Nightmare sold roughly 400,000 copies and was creeping its way to gold. So it was strange to see that Jive was losing interest so fast. But Jive was used to selling millions of albums with Britney Spears, R. Kelly, NSYNC, and others. Mobb Deep was small-time sales compared to their major selling artists. I was really upset with Jive and Chris Lighty because I had the know-how to help America's Nightmare sell triple the amount that it sold. All I needed was my marketing and promotion plan approved and for Jive to cut the check. This was a clear sign that the deal wouldn't last long. I miss Loud Records and Steve Rifkin. Steve understood the power of street promo. Not corporate promo, street promo. Together we understood our core audience and exactly how to reach them. Oh well. We had to make the best of the hand we were dealt. It was 3 a.m. and I just made the 40-minute drive home from our Queens studio to Rockland. Kiki and the kids were fast asleep, and I was tired but couldn't fall asleep. I hooked up my son's PlayStation to my bedroom TV and played Freedom Fighters until heaviness crept under my eyelids at 4:30 a.m. It was a crisp, clear night, so I could see the stars and the moon from the large window next to our bed that looked down on the whole block. Our mountaintop home was the highest on our block. We didn't have curtains or blinds covering that window because nobody could see in. We could see out. Suddenly, all the power went out. I looked out the window and saw that the whole block was blacked out, so I decided to go to bed. As I lay down next to Kiki, a bright white light beamed into our bedroom window. It looked like a police helicopter's searchlight, except it was silent. Oh shit, are the police looking for somebody over here? Kiki, get up. I reached over to wake Kiki. Look at this shit. The bright white beam began changing colors. Red, yellow, green, blue, orange, repeating randomly. Do you see this shit? I asked. What the fuck is that? Kiki said. Do you see this shit? Yes. Go look out the window and see what that is, she said. I'm not going near that window. I knew what it was. A UFO was hovering over our crib, shining light beams into our bedroom. Holy shit. After 3 or 4 minutes, the night sky turned black again. I was happy that Kiki was with me, so I had a witness this time. When the sky turned black again, a feeling of fear took over. Something is in our house. And the power came back on. I peeked down at the other houses on our block, and all the power was back on. Kiki must have had the same feeling that I had. Go check on the kids, she said. I'm not going to check on shit, I replied. I was shook. Nigga, go check on the kids, she barked. You go, I said. But I got the shotgun from the closet, woke the kids up, and brought them into our room. What's going on? The kids asked, half asleep. Mommy and I just seen a UFO, I told them. Where? Tasia said. I want to see it too. It's gone now, Kiki said. Get in our bed. I sat on the edge of the bed with the shotgun in my hands as my family slept, still in shock. Maybe my fear was just guilt because I wasn't living right, and subconsciously I thought I was in trouble. Or maybe it was all the movies I'd seen. At 6 a.m., as the sun started shining, I went to sleep. I had been begging and praying for another sign from the Most High and for a witness to see it with me. After Kiki and I had that extremely close encounter, I was convinced that the ancient Egyptian teachings that Dr. York revealed in his books were facts beyond a shadow of a doubt. I knew the truth about many of life's mysteries, but I was stuck smoking, drinking, and not walking the straight line that I was taught to follow when I knew better. I felt like a fallen angel. The UFO came to my house to show me the light, as if to say, "Wake up, nigga. Snap out of it. We are real, and you are important to us. Okay, gotta go for now. Hope you're ready when we come back." I'm not talking about little green Martians and all that science fiction crap. So say the Prodigy believes in little green men from Mars routine. It's much deeper than you know. Only deal with the truth and facts that have been concealed from humans of all races, because discovering these facts will collapse the mountain of lies and corruption. A mind-boggling amount of misinformation is released through movies, books, religion, education, and news to confuse us. Every race of people has its own truth, history, and origin. Black people's ancient ancestors don't share the same mental, physical, or spiritual composition as us. They were far more advanced. But they created us in their likeness, and we carried on their traits, many of which were cut off or watered down due to our own foolish ways, crossbreeding with other races. Melanin has very powerful physical and spiritual properties, and the mental enslavement and brainwashing that we were put through. When people like myself discover the truth and attempt to share it with others, some will say, "Prodigy is a racist conspiracy theorist. He watches too much science fiction. He's a wacko." I was receiving the gift of enlightenment from my ancient black ancestors, the Most High, and the universe. But as much as I thought I knew, I had a lot to learn about self-control. I was acting like a late baby, too comfortable in mommy's warm, dark stomach to come out and deal with reality. It was way beyond 9 months, and I was refusing to be born. Back in Fantasyland, home of the dumb, deaf, blind, and blissfully ignorant, Mobb Deep booked a concert in a small town near Albany called Cohoes. Havoc, Alchemist, Twin, Noy, Derek, this tall security guard with dreads, and I were driven in a turtle-top van outfitted with a TV, DVD player, and a PlayStation 4 hours upstate. Derek was acting as our road manager and went to collect the payment from the venue before we walked in. 10 minutes later, he said the promoter didn't have all the bread yet because they were still collecting the money from the door. So we found a parking spot in the cut and waited in the van until they were ready. Alchemist lit a blunt in the meantime. 20 minutes later, a cop knocked on the passenger window while a security guard was seated. "Oh shit, put the weed out," we said, scrambling. Twin lit a cigarette to hide the smell. The security guard rolled down the window. "What are you doing over here?" the cop asked. "We're performing at the club, just waiting for the promoter to pay us before we head inside," the security guard explained. "Oh yeah? So why do I smell marijuana?" the cop asked. "No, that's just cigarette smoke. No marijuana over here," the security guard replied. "We're just waiting to do our concert." "Yeah, I smell marijuana," the cop said. "We'll see when the canine gets here. Turn the vehicle off." He called the canine unit, the police dogs that sniff for drugs. Ah, man. I had a .25 caliber in my jacket pocket, my usual gun for clubs, shows, or out of town. I quickly put the gun in my Timberland boot under my right foot. Squad cars rolled up within a few minutes. Alchemist pulled a big bag of weed, an ounce of kush, from his jacket. "Yo, take this for me, son," he said to Twin, seated beside him. "Hold this." Twin looked at the size of the bag and said, "I'm not going down for all that. I'm not taking that shit. You bugging, son." Twin and Alchemist quietly argued over who should take the weed. In the past, Twin told Alchemist that if they were ever in a situation like this, Twin would take the weight. But Twin meant a 20 or 50 bag, not the Ziploc pillow that Alchemist pulled out. "Why would you bring that much anyway?" Twin asked. "It's not like we were going away for a week." "Fuck it, forget it," Alchemist said, putting the pillow back into his pocket. A cop approached the van, shining his flashlight. "Everybody step out the van," he ordered, "one at a time." Alchemist got out first. The cop pulled the Ziploc weed pillow from Al's pocket and held it in the air for the other cops to see. I was relieved that the cop didn't ask Al to take off his sneakers. I got out next. The cop frisked me, searched my pockets, and was done. That was a close call, I thought. "What are those, Timberlands?" he said, looking down at my boots. "Yeah." "Take your boots off." Damn. I took off my Timbs and prepared myself mentally. "He's got a gun in his boot," cop alerted the other cops. They pulled out their guns and made us lie on the ground, dragged everybody else out the van, cuffed us, and searched the vehicle. The security guard with the dreads started sobbing uncontrollably. "I can't go to jail, man. Please, I got kids," he pleaded. "I didn't do anything." Twin Noyd and I laughed. It was funny to see a 6'10", 300-pound fool cry. The driver, an unassuming older black man, had a duffel bag in the back of the van. The cops searched the bag and found crack cocaine and a box of 9mm bullets. We looked at each other like, crack? Bullets? That's why the dude was speeding so fast the entire drive upstate. He was high on crack. The cops must have been happy as hell. At the precinct, Havoc, Noyd, Twin, Derek, and the security guard were released, and they kept Alchemist, the driver, and me. Twin agreed to call Kiki and contact my lawyer, Bob Kalina. I fell asleep on the hardwood bench attached to the cell wall. The next morning, the judge let Alchemist go without bail and hit me with $20,000 bail. Until I could get the money, I was transferred to the Albany County Jail, 20 minutes away from the precinct. After I was processed, they handed me a jumpsuit, jail shoes that looked like Vans skateboard sneakers, sheets, a blanket, mug, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a rule book, and directed me to my tier. "Yo, that's Prodigy," a few inmates yelled out. "No, that's Havoc, nigga, Mobb Deep." As I walked to my cell, I noticed the van driver a few cells down from mine, sweating bullets like he was going through withdrawal from his crack habit. He looked scared. "Are you okay?" I asked, stopping at his cell gate. Yeah, I'm all right," he said, looking at me as if he couldn't recognize me. "I'm about to put my shit in my cell and use the jack," I said, meaning the phone. "You want me to make a call for you?" "Yeah, please," he said. He told me he didn't have anything to write with, so I asked one of the inmates to borrow a pencil and wrote down his number. I called Kiki. She cursed me out for getting locked up again and told me that she and Havoc were putting my bail together. Then I called Mr. Crackman's number, but nobody picked up. Oh well. I told him to be easy and try to calm his nerves. Gave homeboy his pencil back and locked in. Hours later, the chow wagon came around with dinner and the officer called my name, saying I was bailed out. Yes. Back in the city, I stopped in the Bronx to see Derek, who'd driven the van back from Albany and parked it in a lot a few blocks from his apartment building. Derek and I walked over to the lot so I can get some CDs and DVDs that I left in the van. We looked at each other and couldn't resist the temptation. Yes, we took everything of value out of that vehicle. We gutted it out. The TV, PlayStation, DVD player, stereo, speakers, and navigation system. Thank you, goodbye. A few days later, I called Bob Kalina.
"I'm sitting here looking at your address, and guess what?"
Bob said. You live around the corner from me. I live in Pomona too. My guy in Albany is trying to work out a deal because it's looking like an illegal search. We'll see. I'll pick you up and we'll drive to the courthouse together if you want. Sounds good, I said. He told me the court date would be in 2 weeks. When I finished my call with Bob Kalina, I got a call from my mother. Chaka, I just read on the internet that you got arrested with a gun and crack. Are you smoking crack? What? Hell no, Ma, I said. The driver had crack in his bag, not me. Oh, thank God. The media was making it seem like I was smoking crack. Ha! The next morning, Kiki asked me to go to the supermarket. My Denali needed gas, so I pulled in the Exxon on Route 59, 2 minutes from my house. While I was pumping gas, a black BMW X5 truck with tinted windows pulled into the station and stopped suddenly while it was headed toward the pumps, backed up, then pulled up next to the driver's side of my truck. I opened my passenger door and discreetly put my 9mm Ruger on my waist. Yes, I was still carrying guns after I just got arrested for one a few days before. 22s, 9s, 25s, and 45 calibers. My life don't stop just because I got arrested. The drama doesn't stop, I reminded myself. Wherever and whenever, never get caught slipping. A dark-skinned dude with dreads hopped out the X5. Yo, Prodigy, what up, man? He walked toward me. My name is Ronnie. I seen you around the town. I'm from Spring Valley. I'm working on a Knockout DVD. A lot of hood fights and shit like that. I've got my camera in the truck, if you don't mind doing a drop for me. Knockout DVD? Is he gonna try to knock me out on camera? See, this is why I got a gun on my waist, for fools like this, I thought to myself. No problem, I said. Get your camera. What's the name of your DVD? Paper Chase, he said, camera in hand. Yo, what's up? This the head nigga in charge, Prodigy from the infamous Mobb Deep. You are now watching the Paper Chase DVD. Peace. After recording the drop, Ronnie gave me one of his DVDs, and I got in my truck and bounced. 2 weeks later, my Albany case was dropped to a misdemeanor and dismissed. I was ordered to pay a fine and stay out of trouble for 2 years. I don't know how Bob Kalina and his Albany lawyer friend pulled it off. Your luck is gonna run out, Kiki said. You need to stop getting arrested with those guns. Even Twin would say, you got bagged with mad hammers and stay beating the cases. Niggas gonna think you snitching soon, son. Snitch? Never. But my luck was damn sure about to run out. When you build an extensive criminal record, after a while the judge and prosecutor can hit you based on your history. My criminal history cup was about to spill over. We booked a show in Connecticut with 50 Cent, Mobb Deep, and G-Unit's first performance together. I was real excited. The promoter rented a turtle top van, as usual, and a driver. I decided to drive my white Yukon Denali. I wasn't bringing a gun, but I was leery about hired drivers since our last one had cracking bullets in his van. The whole crew bought navy blue t-shirts and bandanas to wear for the show. No gang significance. We just wanted to look in sync since this was an important show. Little Lord, Havoc, Rondu, Fly, and Derek rode in the van. Illa G, Alchemist, and I took my truck. We left Manhattan at 10 p.m. and got to the club at midnight. It was packed. In the dressing room upstairs, Havoc, Alchemist, and I discussed our set list while eating sandwiches and drinking beers. Alchemist set up and brought us our mics. Showtime. My favorite song to perform from America's Nightmare was When You Hear Her, produced by Alchemist, because it sounds incredible banging through those concert speakers. I had suggested that Al make a beat out of the score music from the movie Scarface. Every time Al Pacino's character, Tony Montana, got angry, This crazy keyboard sound came on. I always wanted to make a beat out of that, so Alchemist finally did it. Fly, Rondu, and Derek were waiting in the dressing room after the show with some real pretty Puerto Rican ladies they found in the crowd who wanted to meet us. We took pictures, then Havoc and I sat down on the couch to catch our breath and cool off. I always ended up out of breath and soaking wet from sweating while performing, feeding off the crowd's energy, so I had to rest for 20 minutes after shows. None of us had seen 50 in concert before, so we went downstairs to watch. Last to leave the dressing room, I approached the staircase. One flight down, U-turn to the right, then another flight down. The G-Unit entourage was on their way up and kept to my left as the Mobb Deep entourage headed down on my right. As I started my descent down the right side of the stairs, a big white security guard in a G-Unit t-shirt put his arm across my path and held onto the staircase railing so I couldn't go past him. "You can't come down," he said. "G-Unit is coming up." What? Well, my boys just walked down past him and he decided to stop me? I looked at him like he'd lost his mind. "My people were going downstairs," I said. "Excuse me." He stiffened his grip on the railing. "You have to wait. G-Unit is coming up," he said, stopping the stairwell traffic. I was wearing my big platinum Infamous Records chain, flooded with diamonds. This fool can't recognize me? "Man, get out my way," I said, flung his arm out my way, and continued down the steps. He made some disrespectful comment as I shoved past him, so I turned and shouted, "Man, shut the fuck up." Someone was tapping my shoulder. It was 50. He was trying to say what's up and give me a pound, but I didn't notice because I was arguing with that fool. "What up, man?" "My bad, man," I said. "This bitch-ass nigga trying to stop me from coming down." "What up, P? You good?" 50 said. "Yeah, we about to watch you perform, man." I proceeded to catch up with my boys. As I went down the last flight, I tried to calm down, but the security guard reached through the railing, grabbed my arm, and yanked it hard as if he was trying to pull it out the socket. "I'll fuck your punk ass up," I shouted, but he walked into the dressing room upstairs. We found a spot in the corner with a good view of the stage. It took 10 minutes to get my mind off of what had just happened. I didn't calm down until DJ Who Kid started 50's show with "What Up, Gangsta," and 50 and his entourage ran on stage. We were just as hyped as the fans in the crowd. After the song, some idiot in the front row threw a drink in a plastic cup at 50 and hit him in the chest. 50 took off his G-Unit spinning chain, handed it to one of his boys, jumped in the front row and started beating the culprit. Then jumped back onto the stage and continued his show. The crowd went nuts. Surveying my surroundings as the next song started, I saw the big white security guard in the crowd to my right. I couldn't resist. "Hey yo, do you know who I am?" I asked. "Look, I'm sorry, man. It was a misunderstanding," he said. "Hey, what the fuck is your problem? You stupid or something?" "It's just a misunderstanding," he said. "I apologize, man." "Just get over it and enjoy the show. Forget about it," I told myself, though I was pissed. This dude tried to rip my fucking arm off. I lightly pushed his chest as I went to turn back to the show. He grabbed my arm again and yanked it the same way. Without delay, Little Lord punched him in the mouth, and Rondu hit him with a left and a right to the face. I put my rose gold Rolex and chain in my pocket and waited for an opening so I can get my punches in too. But my boys beat him into the corner next to Fly, then Fly treated his face like a punching bag. Fly, Little Lord, and Rondu stepped back to see if he'd fall or fight, the opening I was looking for. I hit him with an uppercut left to his mouth, and his tooth dug in my knuckle. Then I hit him with an overhand right to the side of his jaw and dropped his ass. His G-Unit shirt was hanging off of him, and his pants were around his knees, We ran out the exit door to avoid getting locked up because we had just beat up one of the club's security guards. From the corner of my left eye, as we were running out, I saw the G-Unit crew jump off the stage. Illa G and I jumped into my truck. Illa took the wheel, and the others hopped into the turtle-top van. My left knuckle felt broken and was dripping blood. As I looked out the window to the right, about 10 G-Unit crew members ran outside. "Where they at? Who was it?" they shouted. One looked at me through the truck window while I was shaking my hand in pain. "Who was it? It was Prodigy?" he asked his boys. I would soon learn his name was Halim. "Come on, man, forget it," he said. "It was just Prodigy." I then realized that the guard we beat up was G-Unit security. A police squad car idled at the parking lot exit, waiting for traffic to move to pull out. So we had to wait. 10 G-Unit dudes, some of whom wanted to retaliate, stood scattered around our cars. The squad car pulled out, and some of the G-Unit dudes were in the way of the turtle-top van. Little Lord opened the double doors and shouted, "Hey, yo, get the fuck from in front of this van before I start laying niggas down." He was bluffing like he had a gun, but none of us had guns that night. Lord's bluff worked. We hit the highway headed home, my hand throbbing. I called DJ Who Kid to apologize to 50 for beating up his security guard. I didn't know the guy was with them. I thought he worked for the club. I should have guessed from his G-Unit t-shirt. Who Kid connected me with 50. "What up?" 50 said. "What happened?" "Yo, first off, I didn't know he was working for you. I thought he was the club security," I said. "You saw me arguing with him on the stairs. He put his hands on me, so we beat him up. You guys would have done the same thing if somebody put their hands on you." "No doubt. Don't even worry about it, Pete. It's all good," 50 said. "You're okay, right?" Yeah, I'm good." "All right, cool. I'll speak with you later." And that was that. My hand swelled like a Mickey Mouse glove the next morning and kept bleeding slightly. The swelling didn't go down, and after a few days, my hand took on a greenish tint. I went to the emergency room, and the doctor told me that it wasn't broken, but it was infected. She said the human mouth had more germs than the dog's mouth, and if I had waited any longer, they might have had to cut my hand off. That dirty mouth security guard almost cost me my hand. Back to normal after a week of antibiotics, I decided from that point on to aim for the nose instead of the mouth. New York radio station Hot 97 was promoting the free Nas concert in Central Park. Wow, I thought when I heard the ad. This is going to be a major event. The only major Central Park concert I could remember was when my grandmother did the Diana Ross show, and I was too scared to go on stage. The next thing that popped into my mind was, Mobb Deep needs to be a part of that concert. Nas and I were beefing at that time because of his Build and Destroy song. He was trying to discredit me, and I was just defending myself. I never had anything against Nas. In fact, I loved him like a friend and mentor until he showed his true jealous, envious, and greedy colors. Then I had to flip on him. I still loved him. But when I heard about the Central Park event, my business mind kicked in. "Yo, let's holler at son and tell him we want to perform," I told Havoc. "After you shitted on him, he probably won't do it," Havoc said. I reminded Havoc that Nas took shots at me first, and I only did what I was supposed to do in retaliation. Plus, it was petty. I told Lil Lord to reach out to Nas's boy, Tim Lord, and find out what was up. Little Lord said the same thing Havoc said. "Okay, I'll try," he said. "I doubt it, though." A week later, Tim Lord called back and said Nas agreed. 4th of July weekend 2004, I was drinking Incredible Hulks with Illa G and his boys Black M and Ant at Brooklyn Drinks in Bed-Stuy, a bar where we were regulars down the block from Woodhull Hospital. It was great to have Illa back home from his 5-year bid in Virginia, when he got caught in that house raid. After Brooklyn drinks, we drove to Alchemist's crib in Manhattan to link with Twin, Al, and Al's brother Neil Diamond to celebrate Illa being free and Independence Day. Alchemist made a deal with Koch Records to release an album, First Infantry, and had received his advance, so he splurged on a new Porsche SUV. Al drove his Porsche, and I took my Denali XL to Club Chaos on Avenue A in the Lower East Side. The bouncers let us in with no problem, and it was packed inside. DJ Cutmaster C from Queens was spinning. We went straight to the bar and ordered a round of drinks. Cutmaster C walked from the DJ booth over to us. "What's up, P? I want to introduce you to my man," he said. A little light-skinned dude beside him said, "Yeah, I was locked up with your man's little Lord from Queensbridge." He started name-dropping people from QB. "My name is Webb. Yo, why you can't do a song with my artist Joe Button?" "I can't do a song with Joe Button." The way he said it turned me off. Nobody ever asked me to do a song with him. Who said I can't do a song with him? I looked at that clown like he had 4 heads. "Your man right here know how to get at me if y'all need a song," I said, pointing to Cutmaster C. Then I gave both of them my back. I hadn't even gotten to take a sip of my drink yet. There were some good-looking ladies in the spot, and a few of them started to creep their way over to us. Just as I was about to reach out and grab the hand of one who was standing in arm's reach, somebody slapped the drink out my hand. When I turned, it was Webb, being held back by his boys. I took off my thick necklace and wrapped it around my fist like brass knuckles. Security ran over and jumped between us. They pushed Webb and his boys to the exit. "Let's go outside and handle these clowns," I told Illa and Twin. Illa was on parole and didn't want to violate, and I didn't blame him. "You know my situation. If you want to go get them, I'm with you," Illa said. "Let's go right now," I said. Outside, they were nowhere to be found. I figured they were still in the club, and I walked to the corner to get my nickel-plated 25 from my truck. My man Black M saw me and said, "Nah, give me that. You ain't shooting nobody. That's my job. You rap, I shoot." We waited across the street from the club for 10 minutes when these fools came stumbling out the front door. Security body slammed one of them on the sidewalk. Twin ran across the street and snatched the necklace off the kid lying on the concrete, and Illa grabbed a 40-ounce beer bottle from the garbage and threw it like a football at one of the others, hitting him dead in the face. Black M grabbed Webb, trying to snatch his chain, but got a handful of shirt instead. Black M put the gun to Webb's stomach and squeezed 2 shots. Webb spun around to free himself and avoided both shots. He and his boys ran away at top speed. We hopped into the trucks and peeled off. Wow, Club Chaos was chaos for real, and the fireworks exploded that 4th of July. The following night, I had a copy of a popular DVD street magazine called Smack DVD at the studio, featuring an interview with an up-and-coming rapper from Spring Valley, New York, named Saigon. Alchemist had made a couple of tracks for Saigon, but I hadn't heard any music from him that grabbed my attention. But while Havoc, Little Lord, Fly, and I were watching his Smack DVD interview, Saigon did something that grabbed all of our attention. Pulling out an America's Nightmare CD, Saigon said, "I'm tired of washed up rappers like these niggas right here," holding up our album cover so the camera can get a good view. "All these old ass rap motherfuckers need to give it up and make room for the new artists. I'm tired of the same old bullshit." Saigon sparked a lighter, set our album cover on fire, dropped it to the ground along with the actual CD, and stomped it with his boot. Wow, we were in shock. We never did anything to Saigon. That clown wasn't even on our radar. He was obviously just trying to make a name for himself. It became Saigon hunting season. A few days after seeing the Smack DVD, Alchemist's brother Neil had a small birthday party in downtown Manhattan's Tribeca neighborhood. Ron Du from Queensbridge, Godfather, Gotti, Twin, Alchemist, and I were drinking Coronas in the back of the bar when Saigon walked into the spot. Oh man, here we go. The 9mm Ruger on my hip was concealed under my shirt and leather jacket. Look who just walked in, I tapped Ron Du and told him. It's Saigon. Godfather walked over and told me the same thing. Saigon spotted us staring at him, so he walked straight up to me. Yo, P, I want to apologize to you about that Smack DVD. I know you must have heard about it by now, he said, looking like a scared puppy with his tail between his legs. I'm a big fan of Mobb Deep. I don't know what was wrong with me, man. I said some shit I shouldn't have said. That was some real disrespectful shit you did, man. What's up with you, man? I said. Yo, I swear I'm a fan of your shit. I love Mobb Deep, he replied. Please forgive me, P. I fucked up. I could step on this clown like a roach if I wanted to, I thought. If he'd have spoken with the slightest bit of aggression in his voice, I would have snapped on Saigon. But that clown was chirping away like the bird-ass nigga he was, singing sweet songs of forgive me. Being the intelligent, compassionate person that I am, I told him, you know what? Forget about it. We all say things that we regret sometimes. Don't sweat it. We good. Listen, I just want you to know that I really love Mobb Deep. Ask Alchemist, I'm your biggest fan, Saigon chirped. All right, man. Don't sweat it, I said. It's a small thing to a giant. I really am a fan, no bullshit. I felt stupid when I saw that DVD. I don't have no problems with y'all. You ain't gotta explain all that. It's over, I said. We good. I'm a fan, P, he kept chirping. I'm just a big fan. Ron Du sipped his beer, staring at Saigon as he said it again. I grew up on your music. I love Mobb Deep. Then Ron Du cut him off. Man, shut the fuck up and get away from us before we hurt you, nigga. There was a long silence. Saigon looked at Ron Du, looked at me, then turned and walked out of the bar. We all laughed. Come on, we can't let him walk outside after that, I told Ron Du. Let's make sure he doesn't try to ambush us. A foolish, cocky person would have laughed and continued partying because Saigon looked like a coward. But I knew better than to beef with a person and to let him go outside without following him. That person could be hiding outside with a gun, waiting. So we walked outside right behind him. Yo, these dudes is frontin', son. Saigon was running his motor mouth to his boys. He turned and saw Ron Du and continued his tough guy act because his boys were watching. Ron Du stood in front of Saigon looking down at him. What's up, nigga? What you wanna do? Ron Du asked. You pussy. Yo, I ain't got no beef with y'all niggas. Back up off me. I'm trying to leave, he said with bass in his tone. Saigon's boys pulled him away, but Ron Du was in his face calling him pussy. I ain't got no beef with you, P, but I'm gonna see your boy right here, Saigon said, motioning to Ron Du with his finger. Ron Du was seconds away from punching Saigon. Come on, let's bounce. I'm gonna end up clapping one of these niggas, I told Ron Du. They're not built like that. Let's go. I'm not into fighting. I'm a gunman. I'm guaranteed to shoot somebody if I got my gun. A very ignorant, negative mentality, but that's just how I was. So I tried my best to avoid shit like that. I'm gonna see you, nigga, Saigon screamed as we walked to my truck. I'm gonna see you again. You soft, nigga. Shut your fucking mouth before you get hurt, Godfather shouted back. Saigon started walking slowly towards us. So I walked back over to him. Go home, man. I told you it was all good, but you keep talking, I said. You making it a problem. Your boy tried to play me. If he wants to fight, then we can fight, Saigon said. Niggas ain't trying to fight, son, I said, grabbing Saigon's left hand and tapping it on the gun on my hip. Just go home, nigga. You bugging right now. Sargon finally shut up. It was drizzling rain on the day of the Central Park concert. Slowly, our crew of 7, Have, Fly, Rondu, Little Lord, his 2 boys from Marcy Projects, and I, made our way through 3 crowded police barricaded checkpoints. Security guards led us to Nas's trailer. I knocked on the door while the rest of the crew stood outside. Nas's woman, Khalees, was sitting on the counter with a camcorder in her hand, filming me as I walked in. Nas, his boys from Queensbridge, Super Ed, and Fakey was sitting around talking. Yo, what up, nigga? I greeted Nas. You don't love me no more, Nas said. Why do you think we came here? I miss doing songs with you, nigga. Yeah, right, you don't love me no more, he said, playing around. Okay, whatever, man, I said. Fakey walked over and said, P, we need to talk. Then a security guard knocked on the door and opened it. It's showtime. Nas and Khalees walked ahead of us so they could hurry to the stage. Walking behind them, Fakey said again, Yo, P, we need to talk, putting his arm around my shoulder for privacy. What's up with you making these songs dissing worming all of us? You already know what's up with all that. Y'all did what y'all did, and I did what I did. What, you thought I wasn't gonna say nothing back? I said. After Build and Destroy and Ether, Nas and Fakey started saying slick shit about me on songs and being disrespectful. So naturally, I did the same to them. Now that clown Fakey was confronting me about it. Lil Lord walked over. Don't talk to that bitch ass nigga. Fuck him. You ain't got nothing to say to him, he told me. Fakey looked over at Little Lord, then looked back at me and said, Your man here is about to get you into some shit. See, I don't got no problem with you, P, but your man here is about to cause a problem. Then Fakey stepped away from me, and he and Little started arguing. What you say, nigga? Fakey said. What you wanna do? Nas and Khalees were way ahead of us now, heading toward the backstage gate. Fakey quickly reached in his pocket and pulled out his Nextel walkie-talkie phone and started chirping people backstage. Yo, son, these niggas think they gangster. Get everybody together and meet me at the gate right now, he said. Nigga, please. Fakey chirped again. Hurry up and tell niggas to come to the gate now. He looked at us and said, We gonna see who tough now. When we get backstage, we'll see. Little Lord said, Cool, let's see. Nas and Khalees were already inside the 12-foot-tall white gate leading backstage. When the security guard opened the gate for us, 20 dudes were waiting for us to walk in. Assuming that they were the dudes that Fakey was chirping, Little Lord and his 2 boys from Brooklyn punched the closest ones in the face, then another, then another. Everybody started brawling. Somebody slammed the gate shut behind us, locking Havoc and Fly outside. It was just 5 of us against 20. Fakey walked in before all of us and then disappeared in all the commotion. I noticed that for some strange reason, the 20 dudes and Fakey were all wearing dark green promotional t-shirts for Sean's album, Godfather Buried Alive. Sean was in prison serving 10 years for a shooting inside a Manhattan club with Puff Daddy. Fakey must have been helping promote Sean's album, so anybody with a Sean t-shirt was immediately considered an enemy and a target. As Rondu and I pushed and punched our way further inside the backstage area, Rondu looked at me, grabbed my arm, then pushed me to the side out of harm's way, shoving me right into Nas, who was watching the fight. My first instinct was to break Nas' face, but instead I asked him, Hey, yo, what's up with all this, man? You set us up? Nas acted like he couldn't hear me. Khalees sat on the edge of the stage, secretly filming the fight. I looked around for Fakey, but didn't see him anywhere. Suddenly, all the Shine t-shirts started scampering away. Little Lord's 2 Brooklyn boys had knives out, blood dripping from them. Come on, we are going, they taunted the Shine dudes, some of whom were taking their shine t-shirts off and pressing them to their stomachs, chests, and heads to stop the bleeding. Come on! I spotted Fakey hiding behind a staircase leading to the stage. Just as the fighting stopped, Tim Lord handed Nas a microphone, and Nas began his show with New York State of Mind. Little Lord and Ron Du walked over and asked if I was okay. Yeah, I said. Look at Fakey hiding behind the stairs. Pussy, they barked at him. What's up now? Fakey stayed quiet behind the stairs and just looked at us. Tim Lord walked over and gave me a microphone. He told me to wait on the staircase to get cued in. Halfway up the stairs, I yelled at Ron Du. Hey yo, where's Havoc? Get Hav! 5 plainclothes police officers ran backstage. One of the cops grabbed a big closed umbrella from a picnic table and started swinging it between my people and Fakey's in an attempt to keep them separated. Little Lord's boys from Brooklyn still had their knives out in front of the cops, and the cops looked scared and didn't do anything about it. Khalees kept filming the action backstage, then turning the camera towards Nas performing. Havoc and Fly made their way to the steps where I was sitting. Busta Rhymes and Q-Tip were standing off to the side during the whole fight. Busta walked up to me and said, Yo, y'all niggas is crazy, man. Why y'all fighting each other? I saw the whole shit. Hey, shit happens, I said. Y'all Queensbridge niggas is crazy, Busta said. Q-Tip just shook his head, gave us a pound, then ran on stage to perform the song One Love with Nas. Tim Lord gave Havoc a mic and told us we were up after Q-Tip. The only thing on my mind was, what if these niggas try to pull some bullshit while we performing? The music stopped. I want to bring out some very special guests, Nas announced as his DJ LES dropped the beat for Eye for an Eye. The crowd went crazy. That was the first time we ever performed that song together, live, though we were missing Raekwon from Wu-Tang. After we performed our single, Got It Twisted, from America's Nightmare, Nas stood between Havoc and me with his arm around our shoulders, kissed us both on the cheek, and told the crowd, I love Mobb Deep, these my niggas. We regrouped with our boys backstage. We gotta pay attention walking out of the park because these niggas might try to ambush us, Little Lord said, but nothing happened. Later that night, as I told Kiki about what had happened, I wondered, did Nas set that whole shit up? Or was that just Fakey? Why was Khalees taping it all? Fakey better hope Nas never released that footage because it would be proof that he's a bird and couldn't back it up when real niggas called his bluff. Soon after that Central Park concert, we took a few of our boys to a big DJ convention in Puerto Rico. The night we arrived, we bumped into Styles P and Jadakiss from the Lox and Pharrell from the Neptunes. Fabulous stepped out of limo with a large entourage and a good-looking female in a long white mink coat. He also had that kid Webb, whom we almost shot on the 4th of July with him. The woman in the mink, Gloria Velez, the famous video vixen and baby mother of Aaron Hall from Guy, kept peeking over at me while standing with Fabulous, who was doing an on-camera interview. I motioned for her to come over, and she did. I asked her name, as if I didn't know, and we exchanged numbers. I never met Gloria before, but called her over to show Webb that I didn't give a fuck that she was with them. Webb was watching through the large lobby window. Fabulous finished his interview and was waiting for Gloria to come back, so I kept talking to her for a little longer just to fuck with him. I didn't have anything against Fabulous. I liked him and his music. I wanted to piss Webb off for that bullshit he pulled at Club Chaos. While Havoc and I were being interviewed in a hotel conference room later that day, Little Lord spotted Webb and approached him about the situation. Little Lord called me over after the interview and Webb apologized. Yo, man, I'm sorry for that night. I was real drunk and fucked up, he said. I was in the wrong. Alright, no problem, I said. We good. And that was that. I went over to show Fabulous some love. Back in New York, I got some bad news. A letter from the IRS came to my house saying that I owed over $300,000 in unpaid back taxes that had accumulated from 1996 to 2003. I wanted to blame my accountant, Audiobook, but it was my own fault. Foolish spending. Ever since we signed with Loud Records and our career took off, I would get checks from publishing, advances, budgets, all kinds of outlets. 50,000 here, 10,000 there, that I didn't take to our accountant. Instead, I deposited them in my account and cashed them and went on shopping sprees. Cars, jewels, clothes, drugs, alcohol, and partying. Man, that shit caught up with me. For too many years, I made terrible financial decisions. I set up a meeting with the IRS agent to figure out a way to pay it off. The best option was to sell my house and pay the bill from my profit. A lot of that tax bill came from financing my own movie and paying for most of its production in cash instead of checks. I did that because I was getting cheaper prices with cash. But now I was really going to pay for it in the end. Then I found out that Kiki was messing with some dudes behind my back. I was devastated, crying like a little punk when I found the emails in her phone and she confessed to me. I never cried over a female before. I felt like a chump. I had the wrong attitude about our relationship. I was hardly ever home, hardly ever called, and acted as if the material possessions I gave her were enough to overlook those shortcomings. I felt like a certified loser. You know you just made me worse now, I said out of humiliation. You think I was a cold-hearted motherfucker before? Now you gonna see cold. I couldn't help it. That's how I really felt. I had no right to be upset. I was out there doing the same thing. Kiki apologized, and I knew in my heart and mind that she wasn't going anywhere. I knew the rules in the game of love very well. Kiki used to tell me, you know that whatever you're out there doing, remember I'm doing the same thing. What do you mean by that? I asked, knowing damn well what she meant. If you're being faithful, then I'm doing the same thing, Kiki said. If you're cheating, then I'm cheating. Being the revenge-driven, selfish asshole that I was in our relationship, I got my vengeance by doing more of the foolishness that brought her to cheating in the first place. I was a dumbass jerk with a lot to learn. We sold the house and made a decent profit. 80% of the money went to the IRS, so we didn't have enough to buy a new house. We rented a 2-bedroom apartment from Kiki's aunt in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Bridgeport, a poverty-stricken town, was about 2 hours from New York City, and traveling back and forth was stressful, but we had to tough it out until I got my money back in order. Alchemist let me stay at his crib in the city a lot, and whenever I wasn't working, I was with Kiki and the kids. The Bridgeport schools had no money, so the textbooks were old and the teaching was mediocre. I felt horrible about subjecting my family to those conditions. My kids deserved the best, and I promised that we wouldn't live out there for long. Financial problems, relationship problems, and then, to make matters worse, Jive dropped Mobb Deep. We knew something was wrong when Jive wasn't showing enthusiasm about promoting America's Nightmare any further. The album was almost gold at the time they dropped us, so our selling power was the same. The only thing that being dropped from Jive hurt was our pride and ego. But why would we want to be aligned with the company that wasn't excited about us? We were free agents once again. We booked a few shows, rented a tour bus, and set up our studio equipment in the back. Hav didn't want to stop making beats just because we were on the road. On the bus, we had some deep conversations about the music industry and our position in the game. This is crazy, I told Alchemist and Havoc. We've got some of the best music in the industry, and you guys are two of the best producers. We sell nothing but gold or platinum. I don't understand why these company owners don't snatch us up and take full advantage of our power. It definitely feels like niggas is hating on us or something, Havoc said. Eminem, Dr. Dre and these other niggas need to sign Mobb Deep, I said. We need people that got money that know our worth. I'm tired of hopping from label to label. Headed home from the brief tour a few days later, Alchemist got a phone call from his manager Paul, who said that Eminem wanted Al to be his official tour DJ. Alchemist was thrilled. DJ Green Lantern, who had been Eminem's DJ since the beginning of M's career, had made a bad move. Jadakiss did a segment on a street DVD called On the Come Up, riding in the back of a car talking to DJ Green Lantern on a speakerphone. Ever since Ja Rule dissed 50 Cent on New York featuring Jadakiss and Fat Joe, 50 saw it as disrespectful for Jadakiss and Fat Joe to be a part of Ja Rule's diss record. 50 started taking shots at whoever was on the song. Jadakiss started talking about his new beef with 50.
Yeah, you gotta go in on these niggas, son,
Green Lantern said to Jadakiss, not knowing that Jadakiss was filming the conversation.
Tear their ass up now.
When Eminem and 50 saw the DVD, they fired Green Lantern and hired Alchemist. Now Alchemist was in with the most successful camp in the game. I felt confident that Mobb Deep would be next to get pulled into the winner's circle where the big money was at. Alchemist flew out to Detroit to meet with Eminem and left me with his apartment for a while. Havoc and I set up a meeting with Jimmy Iovine, president of Interscope Records, home to some of the biggest names in hip-hop, including Death Row, Aftermath, Shady, and G-Unit. He was interested in doing a deal with us. We were surprised that we were even on Jimmy's radar, and immediately booked a flight to Los Angeles to meet him. Right before we left for Los Angeles, 50 Cent released Piggy Bank, taking shots at Ja Rule, Fat Joe, Jadakiss, and Shine, and he even threw a jab at Mobb Deep. I do your little ass like Jay did Mobb Deep. I was baffled. Damn, now I gotta deal with this fool? I thought to myself. I like 50 Cent, but I guess this is what my life is gonna be about. Rap beef and street drama. Why did he do that? And then it hit me. Havoc. Havoc's appearance in that faggot-ass Ja Rule video. Then Havoc told me that he was informed that if Londell McMillan represented us, Interscope wouldn't deal with us. Certain labels had bad dealings with Londell in the past, Havoc said. Nah, don't you see these labels and their legal personnel are just hating on Londell because they know he's going to get the best deal possible for us, I said. They can't tell us which lawyer we can and cannot use. But Havoc wanted to fire Londell and hire a new lawyer so we wouldn't ruin our chances of getting signed. That's illegal. You can use any lawyer that you want, Londell told me at a meeting in his office. These label lawyers don't like me because I know how to negotiate. And these companies want to make slaves out of artists. What do you want to do? Sorry, man. I think you're the best there is, but I gotta move with my partner. My nigga Havoc. I felt like choking myself for being so loyal to him sometimes. When Jive dropped us, I was ready to walk away from Mobb Deep for a little while. Fed up and ready for a brand new start. I wanted to establish my own indie label and get a distribution deal. Focus on my solo career until further notice. House money is okay, but I needed Manhattan builder money. I needed great-grandchildren money. A day later, Havoc set up a meeting with an attorney named Theo Sotomayor, who used to be partners at a firm with Alchemist's manager, Paul Rosenberg. Theo was now 50 Cent and Eminem's lawyer, and I could tell from his words and attitude that in Theo's mind, Mobb Deep was a thing of the past. His assistant brought over retainer agreements for us to sign, giving Theo permission to do business on our behalf. It was painful for me to sign that paper. I felt like I was disrespecting Londell. The vibe that I got from Theo was that he didn't seem genuinely concerned with our career. But Havoc and I had to be on the same page, so to make our lives easier, we moved together on things. We lit cigars as if this was some type of celebration. So, Interscope is showing some interest, Theo said. Yeah, but we'd rather fuck with Eminem. Isn't that your client? I asked. Wouldn't he be interested in signing Mobb Deep? No. Eminem is looking to get away from signing hardcore acts. He wants conscious rap now, like Pharoah Monch and Mos Def. This man actually wanted me to believe that Eminem wouldn't be interested in signing Mobb Deep after what Eminem did for us in his movie. It sounded like bullshit to me. What's up with 50 Cent? Isn't he your client too? I asked. You should get him on the phone and see if he's interested. No, 50 isn't looking to sign anybody right now. He's got too much on his plate already. Let's just see how it goes with Interscope and take it from there. Why would you represent a client who you don't believe in 100%? It seemed like Theo was only in it for the payday and to add another name to his roster. Havoc and I flew to LA to meet with Jimmy Iovine at the Interscope office. Those meetings with labels made me sick to my stomach because it felt like I was begging to be signed by executives who had no idea about what's hot in the street. I knew our music was powerful enough for us to be independent. I hated it with every molecule in my body, but tried to be as humble as possible and not show any signs of disgust in my face. I'm a boss, not an employee. Mobb Deep, it's nice to finally meet you guys, Jimmy said after greeting us in his office. I know a lot about your music and history, so you're looking for a new label to call home, huh? Yeah, we seem to outlive all our labels. We're looking for a company that understands our music and audience and can push our albums to the maximum without dropping the ball, I said. I know you guys are veterans. You're like a classic car that just needs a fresh coat of paint, Jimmy said. I wouldn't want to sign you guys directly to Interscope. I'd rather bring you through Aftermath, Shady, or G-Unit because they know more about how to promote your style of music. So let me run this by Dre and Eminem and see if they're interested. We'll do it like that. That sounds good, Havoc and I agreed. The way Jimmy spoke made me feel more at ease. He seemed genuinely interested and somewhat knowledgeable. Our first pick would be to sign with Dr. Dre. Shady was our second choice, and since 50 just dissed us, we knew he probably wasn't interested. We flew back to New York, and I stayed at Alchemist's apartment for a few days to be alone with my thoughts. Back in Bridgeport, during breakfast with my family, Havoc called. P, where you at? I gotta tell you something, he said, sounding excited. I'm in Connecticut, what's up? You ain't gonna believe this shit. I just got a call from 50. He said he heard that Job dropped us and he's interested in signing us. He wants to have a meeting right away. What? That's crazy. The nigga just tried dissing us on the song and now he wanna sign us? He might be trying to set us up, son, I said. This nigga 50 is trying to make us look stupid or something, I thought. Trying to pull a chess move like Nas. Just come to the studio early tomorrow so we could talk, Hav said. He wants to meet us tomorrow afternoon. June 30th, 2009. Mid-State Correctional Facility, Marcy, New York. 1 a.m. Prison is for losers and dumb fucks. The intelligent winners are out in the street with their freedom. Ain't nothing cool or glorifying about being locked up. Whoever thinks this shit gives you street credibility is a fool. All prison does is screw up your life for a short, long, or permanent period of time. My time was short. I don't care if you say you're innocent and got set up, or if you feel your crime was justifiable. You still made some type of mistake, wrong move, did something you shouldn't have done, or went someplace you shouldn't have gone. Basically, you did some dumb shit and got caught slipping. I'm not shitting on inmates. There are plenty of good brothers and sisters trapped in the system. I just want to make it very clear, especially for young kids, that prison is nothing to be proud of. I've been to 5 different facilities during my bid. Rikers Island, 1 month. Downstate, 2 months. Governor, 1 month. Oneida, a few days. And my final stop on my New York State prison tour, Mid-State Correctional Facility, 2 years and 8 months. Inmates and COs from all over New York, from old-timers to young bloods, showed me and Mobb Deep crazy love. It gave me a crazy boost of inspiration. I'd never been away from the studio for so long in my life. I ordered a few instrumental mixtapes from the prison catalog to write songs to, but I can't write to the best of my ability to another artist's music. I needed original, never heard before production from my home team to write hits. It was like trying to get a Muslim to eat pork, getting a beat cassette in Mid-State. They allow only screwless cassettes, shrink-wrapped in plastic, with the invoice from a music distributor. First, I had to order screwless mixtapes or albums from the prison catalog, which only mailed goods to jails. Kiki sent Alchemist the cassettes to record over. Then, Alchemist sent them back to Kiki, who mailed them to my HNIC Part 2 distributor to be shrink-wrapped and shipped with an invoice. It took about 6 months to get a beat tape in my hands. When I finally got my beats, I turned into a songwriting tsunami in that 8x10 steel box. All my producer homeboys started sending me hot shit. Alchemist, Havoc, Sid Rome's, SC, and my dude Stevie J, who used to produce for Bad Boy. I wrote 7 albums with those first few cassettes. I gave thanks to the Most High for blessing me with that amount of creativity. I didn't mark notches on my walls for every day that went by like they did in them jail movies. I never paid the calendar any attention at all. Watching the days made them seem slower. I went without knowing the date or trying to find out. Then the next thing I knew, 3 months would fly by. Letters were coming in from all over the world. Serbia, Russia, England, France, Germany, Hong Kong, and all around the U.S. But the letter I wanted and waited for most never came. Havoc's letter. I'd written Havoc twice from downstate, once from Governor, then once from Mid-State. He hadn't responded. Hav never even contacted Kiki to check on my family. Kiki emailed, text, and called Hav on my behalf on several occasions, and he responded twice out of 20 tries. Stop reaching out to him if he doesn't want to respond, Kiki said. Maybe he's trying to tell you something. Maybe he doesn't want to do Mobb Deep anymore. No, keep trying, I insisted. That's my partner. If he doesn't want to be my friend, we still gotta handle our business. If you come home and you still dealing with dudes like that who don't give a fuck about you, then I'm not fucking with you no more, Kiki said. My man Tyson from Queens started making the 4-hour drive from Jamaica in his messed up hoopty to see me. I would ask him about Havoc, but Tyson said he didn't know what was up with him. I told Tyson to put Havoc in the car and just bring him. I'm gonna put him in the car and tell him we going to the liquor store, Tyson said. Then come straight to you. Ha, that sounded funny, but this wasn't a joke. My partner wasn't communicating with me, and there were things we needed to discuss. Even though I was locked up, there was still plenty of ways to keep our money coming. But without communication, it just doesn't work. I wasn't concerned only with business. I was concerned with Hav's well-being. He was more than just a music partner. He was my friend. If there's one thing you learn from prison, it's patience. So I decided to be patient with Havoc. He'll come around eventually. I needed to focus on my number one priority, me. I wanted to build a powerful vocabulary. Besides Dr. York's books, the only books I ever read in my life were the autobiography of Malcolm X and Who Moved My Cheese. I was missing out on a world full of literature, and put it in my mind that I would be like a Tibetan monk locked up in the mountains for 3 years of study and research. By the time I was released, I would come home a mastermind. I started receiving books in the mail from Kiki and my friend Laura Checkaway, who was also the editor of this autobiography. Laura sent me some random books that she thought I would be interested in, and she was 200% correct with her choices. She sent Target Zero, A Life in Writing, the autobiography of Eldridge Cleaver, one of the most infamous Black Panthers. I tore through the book in a week. She also sent Medical Apartheid by Harriet A. Washington, an incredible book about the history of medical experiments on Black people. My wife sent Assata Shakur's autobiography. Foxy Brown told me she read it right before she went home from her bid on Rikers. Assata Shakur was also a Black Panther, and her story was amazing. I also read Long Walk to Freedom, the autobiography of Nelson Mandela. Not only did reading build my vocabulary, it also allowed me to see life from different points of view. It made me more enthused about life, love, family, God, and my career. It's funny how the right book can do that to you. I see it like this. Knowledge is food for the brain. You could fill up on junk food, fiction, that will cloud your brain with all kinds of pollution. Or you could fill up on health food, facts, that will turn your brain into a strong, intelligent muscle. When I spoke to friends and family over the phone and during visits, they all told me that they could see in my eyes and hear in my voice that I had a fresh new energy. I was taken away from my family and recording studio, the two things I love. It gave me a brand new appreciation for them. It's true when they say that you don't know what you've got until it's gone. There were 4 inmates I was cool with in my dorm. Young from Poughkeepsie, Alex from Hunts Point in the Bronx, Legs Diamond from the Bronx, and Brandon from South Jamaica, Queens. Whenever we hung out in the day room and watched shows like 106 in Park, MTV and VH1 videos, and music award shows, I'd get frustrated watching all the artists performing and promoting their new product. It inspired me and made me fiend for the studio like a dope addict. Whenever I got that frustrated feeling, I tell my boys, "Alright, I'm out. I'm going to the studio." And they knew that meant I was locking in my cell to write songs with my Walkman. Chapter 12. Blood Money.
Now, homie, if I go to hell when you make it to the pearly gates, tell that nigga God we got beef. And tell that nigga Jesus I'ma see him when I see him. And when I see him, I'ma beat him like the movie for leaving us out to dry in straight poverty. For not showing me no signs he watching over me. Pearly gates.
"12 noon, Harlem. Riding up the West Side Highway in the backseat of Havoc's black 2005 4.6 Range Rover with black rims, aka the Black Jelly Bean, I was extremely anxious to see how this monumental meeting was going to turn out. 50 was having a Reebok photo shoot underneath the trestle on 125th Street and the West Side Highway. I had a gun on my waist, as always. But when we pulled up to the spot, I left it in the car. I didn't know if I could trust 50 after he took that shot at us on Piggy Bank, but I decided to give him my trust. So I put the 16 shooter under the car mat and stepped out of the truck. Chris Lighty, our former manager who we parted ways with shortly after the job deal, greeted Havoc flying me with his devilish baby-faced grin, then walked into a trailer. 50 came from the back of the trailer and got right down to business. He told us the amount of respect he had for us, saying that he was our biggest fan and that Mobb Deep motivated him to be a rapper. He gave us all kinds of compliments and said that he wanted to see us on his level of success, selling multi-million units. It was weird hearing that from someone who sold over 10 million and didn't have to give us the time of day. He said he would send us a deal memo, a rough draft of a contract to start the negotiation process ASAP. Back at the studio, Havoc and I discussed the offer for hours. It felt like we hit the lottery, like a miracle. Now we could relax and create dope music without stressing money or label problems, just as Havoc wanted. I could move my family out of Bridgeport. Finally, somebody with power recognized our power. We were going to need a new lawyer because Theo would be a conflict of interest since he represented 50. And he said 50 wouldn't be interested. I told Havoc that we should ask for $2 million to sign. I wasn't expecting $2 million, but when you do business, you start high and the number works its way down. Havoc didn't understand that concept. He thought asking for that much would turn 50 off and we'd lose the deal. But I believed if 50 was serious about all the things he told us, then he should pay the price. He know how ill we are and how much we worth. Driving to Connecticut to chill with Kiki and the kids that night, all kind of thoughts were running through my head about my next move. I was wrapping up H&IC Part 2 and planning to release it independently under my own label. But that call from 50 might change my plan if it all went well. Since the job deal soured, I wanted to stop doing Mobb Deep for a little while and start focusing on Prodigy. I was beginning to see very clearly that Havoc and I were completely different. I knew it all along, but reality was hitting harder than ever. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to do the deal with 50. I felt as though I wasn't being a man by doing the deal. That's why I wanted so much money to sell him a few Mobb Deep albums. The following morning, I told Kiki the news, but she never got excited about anything related to rap music. So 50 didn't mean shit to her. She just wanted to get the hell out of Connecticut. I wrote down the pros and cons of the deal. When I did the math, it made more sense to do it. I emailed 50's lawyer, Theo, saying that it was nice meeting with 50 and we were excited to do business, but that we needed an advance of $2 million upon signing. I CC'd Havoc and 50's assistant, Pretty Shy, so they all got the message at the same time. Havoc immediately hit me back with an email barking on me for sending a message. He called me foolish and said he was tired of my antics. He's mad because I'm trying to get us paid. Kiki and I just laughed at his angry emails. Pretty Shy hit me back and said he would get the message to 50. I was talking about the new deal while smoking with Alchemist at his apartment later that day when 50 called asking for my email address to send a song for having me to check out. 20 minutes later, Al and I listened to the first of 30 Mobb Deep featuring 50 Cent tracks. I burnt it to a CD and rushed back to Queens to link with Hav, excited to show 50 how fast we work. We knocked it out within an hour. We didn't have internet in our studio in Queens, so I jetted back to Alchemist's crib to send it. That back and forth process became my daily routine for the next 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, we had 30 songs done. 50 called one day while I was at the ATM around the corner from our Queens studio, saying he was impressed by how fast we worked and how good the songs were turning out. Anytime he called, I stopped everything to speak with him. If I was driving, I pulled the car over to concentrate on our conversation. 50 said he had a surprise that he couldn't hold in, but not to tell Havoc, so at least Hav could be surprised. I'm buying y'all 2 Porsches as a bonus, 50 said. Since we had knocked out so much music before even inking the deal, he wanted people to see us with the cars and know we were signing a G Unit. I didn't know what to say. 50 was giving us 2 Porsches. I just said thanks. As soon as I got up off the phone with him, I raced back to the studio to tell Havoc what 50 told me not to tell him. Just like 50, I couldn't hold it in. Hav was hype. The one-of-a-kind special order Porsches would be delivered in a week. "Do you know how to drive stick shift?" 50 asked. "No," I said, "but I would damn sure learn fast." I practiced in a Honda Prelude before picking up my keys and insurance card from 50's accountant right next to Long Island Jewish Hospital. I drove my brand spanking new silver 911 Turbo S Series with black leather interior to the studio to see Hav's white GT3 and compared it to. Hav's Porsche was very rare, only 100 made in America. My car was making so many females stop and look that I called the turbo hoes on each side pussy hoes. I was in love with my Porsche with the pussy hoes. The next morning, I woke up to the sounds of Alchemist making beats. I felt weird living with Al because I didn't want to be a burden, so I swept the floor and kept things as neat as possible. After cleaning, I searched the web for information about the Illuminati, secret government, UFOs, and the origin of race and religions. I became a real internet junkie staying with Al. Eventually, I forced myself to turn off the computer and drove to the Queen studio. Fly, Hav, and Nice were there when I arrived. Nice was a rapper from Southside Jamaica, Queens, who'd been renting our studio whenever we weren't using it. Hav took a liking to him and wanted to sign him. It took me a while to get used to new people, and Hav kept new faces popping up. That Monday, Mobb Deep's new lawyer, Evan Frafeld, called saying he got a deal memo from 50's lawyer. The contract was a 2-album deal, with a little over $1 million advance for Hav and me to split, and a merchandising deal for clothing, 70% for us, 30% for G-Unit. It was a regular artist deal, meaning we got 19 points for each album sold. That's about 89 cents to $1 per album. If we signed the deal, we would be going on 2 back-to-back major tours, Eminem's Anger Management and 50's Massacre Tour. Plus, we would be on the movie soundtrack for 50's flick Get Rich or Die Trying, going to premieres around the world. We signed on the dotted line real fast. A few weeks later, 50 threw a big party at his crib in Connecticut. My cousin JM, 40 Glock, Majesty, E-Money Bag's younger brother Reem, and I took the 2-hour drive, smoking 6 blunts along the way. Hav followed a few hours later. 50's driver, Bruce, let us in. Wow. 50 had transformed Mike Tyson's crib into a palace with like 6 living rooms, 6 kitchens, 17 bedrooms, a club, a strip club, pool tables, racquetball court, indoor and outdoor basketball courts, indoor and outdoor pools and jacuzzis, lake, waterfall, dirt bike and 4-wheeler track, a studio, gym, sauna, movie theater, elevator, and shooting range. 50 told me I could have any bedroom I wanted, except for his, of course, and that I could stay there whenever I wanted. 50's personal chef came over to me. 50 told me to tell you, this house is yours, he said. Anything you want, I'll cook it for you, anything you need. We partied all night and kicked it with our new label mates, Tony Yayo, Lloyd Banks, and Young Buck. They embraced us like family. Then we took the long drive back home. 50 called the next morning and told me to get ready for the U.S. run of Eminem's Anger Management Tour, which would be followed by his Massacre Tour. He then told me that he would be at the G-Unit office later. Alchemist's crib was a block away from the G-Unit office, so I walked over there all the time. People at the office must have been like, damn, P's here a lot. Havoc only made special guest appearances every blue moon. Where's Hav? Yayo and 50 always asked. What's up with Hav? Making beats, I said. And I wasn't lying. Havoc was in the studio like a lab rat, 24 hours a day. Otherwise, he had somebody's chick drinking Hennessy and putting her legs behind her head. I was trying to stay close with our new crimies, the unit. I didn't want to miss a beat. Diamond District Jewelers came to the office offering 50 gifts he didn't even want. When he brushed them off, Yayo and I befriended them and got free shit. I bought jewelry and clothes to Havoc at the studio in Queens. He'd ask how I get it all, and I told him he needed to come around to the office more often. He needed to be in the mix in order to reap the benefits. 50 announced to the public that along with Mobb Deep, he was signing another hardcore rap duo, M.O.P., the Mash Out Posse from Brownsville, Brooklyn. Mobb Deep and M.O.P. started our careers at the same time, both signing the Island 4th and Broadway back when we put out Juvenile Hell. When Loud Records briefly merged with Relativity Records in 2002, Mobb Deep and M.O.P. were label mates. We had a hit record with Hey Love featuring 112 from Infamy, and M.O.P. had their hit Annie Up from their album Warriors. Now here we were, together again in 2005 on G-Unit Records. The week before we went on tour, we shot the music video for Out of Control, a remix to a song produced by Dr. Dre, originally on 50's Massacre album. It was our first Dr. Dre beat. M.O.P. made a cameo appearance in the video. 50 made a bunch of t-shirts that read Mobb Deep, G-Unit, Game Over. G-Unit reminded me of Mobb Deep because of how hard they worked in the studio making quality music. Tupac also reminded me of our work ethic. It seemed like he had an endless amount of songs. Anybody could push themselves to make 1 million songs. But are they good songs? Most people make 1 million pieces of shit. Our music, our songs, are works of art, not fast food. Our shit is home cooking. The day we left for the world tour, I couldn't wait to get on stage and feel the crowd's response on opening night, July 11th in Chicago. I hadn't been nervous before getting on stage in a long time, but this was major. Mobb Deep, M.O.P., Eminem, Lloyd Banks, Yayo, Young Buck, and 50 all had our own buses. Each bus wrapped with pictures of our faces on them. I noticed that 50's face wasn't on there. He was really using his power to promote his artist. I think Olivia rode in 50's bus. I wondered, why is 50 wasting money on Olivia? She was garbage and not very good looking. Sorry, yo. She never had a hit record, so what was the purpose? 50 could have had any R&B female he wanted, but for whatever reason, he chose her. Strange. But I paid it no mind. I figured 50 would realize sooner or later who's pulling weight and who's not. A few of our people joined us on the road. Twin, 40 Glock, Nice, and Habs Uncle La. Alchemist was Eminem's DJ, so he had a bus with a few of M's boys. Often, Eminem and 50 flew in private jets to the next state. Sold out arenas every night. We stayed at the Ritz-Carlton in every state, top of the line. We were on a strict schedule. The road manager would call, and we would have to be in the lobby on time or get left. 50, Yayo, and Banks had their own bulletproof trucks with drivers who met us in the next state or followed the tour buses which drove from city to city in a pack. I gotta get me one of them armored trucks, I thought. At the arena, we'd be in the G-Unit dressing room blasting music, flooding the room with weed smoke, and drowning in Hennessy. 50 didn't smoke or drink, so he needed his own separate room. He had a private chef and a catering service. The best food, of course, was in 50's dressing room. I made my way to his room for a nice steak dinner every chance I got. He never minded me coming over to grub with him. Stylists outfitted us in tons of clothes, fitted hats, sneakers, boots, tees, socks, and drawers, all G-Unit brand. Y'all know the infamous Mobb Deep, right? 50 introduced us on the stage every night, the crowd screaming. Mobb Deep did 3 songs in the middle of 50's set, Shook Ones, Quiet Storm, and Out of Control. I worried that I might bust my ass coming down the steps from the tall scaffolding as we took the stage. I held on tight to the railing while walking down a spiral staircase every night. After our work was done, Twin, Nice, 40 Glock and I would walk into the crowd to fuck with the fans and the females, signing autographs and posing for pictures. Alchemist would be upset that while we were in the crowd getting all the girls to bring backstage, he was setting up to get on stage with Eminem. So Al started going in early. He'd be in the crowd while we were on stage with 50. Alchemist brought our boy Ron Gotti from Queensbridge to help assist him with equipment. It felt good to have all us together on such a big tour. Have, Twin, Gotti, Alchemist, Nice, 40 Glock and me. Our crew was veterans when it came to touring and swooping up the ladies to take backstage or to the hotel. With 12 years of seasoned game under our belts, we knew exactly what to say and what to do, and we called ourselves vultures. The G-Unit crew was animals just like us, so we came up with a name for them, hyenas. Some nights, we bumped heads going after the same females. "It's the vultures versus the hyenas," Twin said one night, and I fell out on the floor laughing. You know the vultures won, 'cause we fly. Nah, but when the hyenas felt like they might lose a girl to the vultures, they would use their secret weapon. 5 words. 50 wants to see you. It was over after that. We called that cheating. 50 didn't want to see shit. They just said that to get them to the room. It's all good. We had a lot of fun all over the United States and every major city on the map. A crew of 6 females in Florida got on our tour bus and followed us halfway across America, hopping off in Texas somewhere after we had our fun with them. They didn't know how they were getting back home and didn't care. We damn sure didn't neither. A couple of dudes, whom I won't name, would pay for groupies to fly or bus back home. We called them Care Bear thugs. If I named them, they would get their vulture wings or hyena tails clipped. If the G-Unit crew caught one of their hyenas being a Care Bear, they would subpoena him to hood court, and he would have to stand trial in front of everybody, then get judged by a jury of hyenas. At the hotel after the show, instead of fucking with chicks, I would often go to the studio truck, where 50 was always working on the Get Rich or Die Trying movie soundtrack. 50 never fucked with chicks after the shows. He's strictly business. It took a real bad chick to get his attention. 50, Yayo, Banks, Buck and I put the most work in up in the studio truck, along with Spider Lope, an LA Crip who joined Buck for his 15-minute set every night. It's crazy that G-Unit had an LA Crip down with them, and Mobb Deep had an LA Crip also, 40 Glock. One night at the hotel, 50 told me that he was going to sign Mace and bring him on tour. Mace was dope when he first came out as Murder Mace on songs with DMX and Cameron, but now? Personally, I wasn't feeling the idea, but I figured 50 knew something I didn't. I felt 50 was watering down the power we would have if it was just Mobb Deep and G-Unit. Powerful Queens hood music, consistent and invincible. After about 15 shows, we went to New York for a week-long break. 50 had his 8-year-old son Marquise with him on tour, so I figured I'd bring my 9-year-old son Shaka with me when the break was over. Shaka was open when I told him he was coming with me. The Out of Control remix was getting a lot of video and radio play, but I was starting to hear a lot of hatred because Mobb Deep signed with G-Unit. Fans approached me in the streets asking, "Why did y'all sign to G-Unit? Y'all Mobb Deep, y'all don't need 50. I read similar comments on the internet and in magazines. But true Mobb Deep fans should have been happy that their favorite group was still active after 15 years, making big deals, writing rhymes, and crafting beats that were timeless. I don't care if it's on G-Unit, B-Unit, 3-Unit, Loud, Sony, Koch, or Nuts in Your Mouth Records. We do what we do, wherever we decide to do it. But I understood how the fans felt. They wanted to see us as independent label owners, not employees. I felt the same way. But Havoc didn't want that, and I was being loyal to my partner. We were making a lot of money and doing what we loved, so hey, there was really nothing to complain about. After the 1 week break, our crew met on 27th Street and 11th Avenue and got back on the tour bus. Kiki's 15-year-old cousin, Man came along so he could keep an eye on Shaka while we went to the after parties. Man and Shaka had never been on a tour bus before, so I taught them the #1 rule. No shitting in the bus bathroom. You also had to sleep on the bunk with your head to the back of the bus, because if you face the front, you might break your neck if the bus stopped short. The kids usually stayed up front watching movies or playing PlayStation. At the Ritz, I taught the kids their next lesson. No food from the minibar. No $10 candy bars. When we got to the arena, I introduced Shaka and Man to 50. 50's son wasn't on tour anymore. He'd gone home for a few weeks. Afterwards, 50 told me that my son walked up to him and said, "My dad said we were going to be rich one day. Now I believe him." Mace joined the tour. Mace hung out in 50's room doing push-ups and sit-ups. 50 tended to have that effect on people. At showtime, I brought Shaka to the side of the stage to get a good look. I instructed Shaka and Man to hold their ears during the explosion in the beginning. When it was Mobb Deep's turn, Shaka was damn near on stage with us, watching in the background. This was his first time seeing me perform, and there were like 40,000 people screaming and singing his father's songs. I was happy he got to see that. After we finished, Mace came out shimmying, doing his famous dance. It looked like Puffy was gonna hop out of nowhere saying, "Take that, take that, take that." The crowd loved it, but the vultures and the hyenas were backstage mimicking it. "Take that, take that." I felt like walking up to 50 and asking him why, but I didn't. I was happy to have a great position and enjoy it with my son and my friends. Man and Shaka started roaming around the arena with the sons of Lil Fame and Fox from MOP. They were hopping gates and disrespecting the security and arena personnel. When people told them to stop running around before they hurt themselves, they say, "This is my dad's show," and keep wilding. After roaming around in the crowd, I caught up with the little terrors and saw them jumping over a 3-foot gate without using their hands. "Don't bust your face open and ruin yourself," I warned Shaka. "Your tour will be over after that." That made him relax. 50 told me he would watch my son at the hotel while we went to the after parties. I didn't want to impose on his privacy, but he said it wasn't a problem. He never went to the after parties anyway. Everybody in G Unit liked my son. Shaka's a good kid with a fun personality, always joking and play fighting. DJ Who Kid would DJ the after parties for extra money, and promoters gave us free bottles of everything while we acted a damn fool standing on all the chairs and tables going crazy to our music and enjoying the women. Our job was to leave an impression in every state, make people say, "The Mobb Deep G Unit boys is wild." When I walked into 50's room at the hotel to get Shaka after an after party, I smelled something burning. This little fool was cooking the complimentary fruit on the coffee pot hot plate. 50 didn't know what was going on because he was knocked out sleeping. At 4 a.m., this little boy was starting a damn fruit fire. I cleaned up the mess and took Shaka back to our room where Man was knocked out. Shaka's crazy. He must have been tired and delirious doing that crazy shit. 50 had a tattoo artist on the tour who would tattoo people up every day. I decided to get G Unit on my hand, like Yayo, Banks, Buck, 50, and the team. 50 made me feel real comfortable, like I was a brother. I felt like part of the family. When I showed Havoc, he was bugging like, wow. I didn't show anybody else. Backstage before the show the next night, 50 looked at my hand and did a double take. "P, let me see your hand," he said. "Oh, shit, okay." Later that night, after the show, everybody had chicks at the hotel except for me. I was wandering around the hotel looking for everybody, but they were all busy in their rooms. I took a walk to the studio truck, but only the engineer was there. So I walked over to the tour bus with the light shining through the windows and climbed inside, and what I saw shocked the hell out of me. 50 was getting a tattoo. I stepped in to get a closer look. Mobb Deep, enclosed in a semicircle, our logo, inked in black on his wrist. I was stunned. I didn't know what to say. I chilled there for 5 minutes, then went back to my room. As I laid in my bed trying to drift off, I thought about how glad I was that I got the G-Unit tattoo first without telling anyone. It was an official gesture of loyalty, and 50 did the same. The next day, Havoc got a G-Unit tattoo when I told him that 50 got Mobb Deep. A lot of so-called fans said that I was sucking 50 for getting a G-Unit tattoo. They shut the fuck up when they found out he got Mobb Deep. A lot of people wanted Mobb Deep to be fraudulent so bad. Sorry to disappoint you, but the infamous Mobb Deep are some of the realest in rap music. We create while other rappers steal, acting as if we don't exist so you won't discover where they got it. I call them closet fans. Our next stop on tour was Virginia Beach. The clear, sunny skies felt like the tropics when we arrived. We had plenty of time to kill before the show. I took the boys for a walk on the boardwalk to enjoy the scenery and the weather. I noticed my son and Man checking out the girls their age around the hotel and started giving them pointers on how to approach females and start a conversation. Then I would test them. I hadn't had the official birds and bees convo with Shaka yet, but I could see that it was time. There was a pretty little girl checking into a hotel with her parent, so I told Shaka to try his skills on her. I saw a purple flower in a small landscaping pot and I told him to pick it out and give it to her. To my surprise, Shaka wasn't scared at all. He stepped right to his business and started talking to the girl. Shaka walked back to where I was standing, cheesing. I gave Man a couple of condoms and told him to practice safe sex if it happened to come down to that. Better safe than sorry. I had a radio interview with 50, so I left Man with the spare room key and told him to be safe. In the hotel hallway, after the radio show, I saw Shaka and Man strolling in the complimentary hotel robes and slippers talking about, "What up, player?" like they were two Hugh Hefners in the Playboy Mansion. I asked them where they were coming from, and they said, working out in the hotel gym with Mace. I asked them if Mace spoke to them, and they said, nah, he didn't say much. They said they were running on the treadmill and stationary bike. Then they hit the pool and jacuzzi. Some of the G-Unit members told me that Shaka and Man had a couple of groupies in the room. The kids told me nothing happened though. That night at the show, Man and Shaka was signing autographs for young girls on their pant legs and back pockets of their jeans. These little dudes thought they were superstars. Shaka was telling people that Man was his security guard. Man looked older than his age, so it was believable. We were having the time of our lives. 6-star hotels, cream of the crop groupies, flights in G5 private jets, traveling professional studio, radio and TV shows, the best food, weed, and no sleep. Well, maybe a little. It seemed like every day we had 30 magazine interviews, 4 radio shows, and 20 video interviews. Havoc always hated doing press. Getting him to do interviews was like pulling wisdom teeth, so I did a lot by myself. I love doing press. Although constantly being asked the same question and repeating the same answers did become annoying, I try to just have fun with it. After Virginia Beach came Atlanta, Orlando, Minneapolis, Denver, Salt Lake, then Dallas. In Atlanta, we were running late from a radio interview before the concert, and it was bumper-to-bumper traffic on the highway heading towards the arena. The Atlanta police escorted our 7-car motorcade on the shoulder, bypassing the traffic. At the arena, Gotti, Alchemist, Twin and I were outside smoking haze in the patio area when 40 dudes with CTE, Corporate Thugs Entertainment, and Snowman t-shirts and blue bandanas bogarted their way through the back entrance, smoking cigarettes, weed, and swigging on big gallons of liquor. Who the fuck is these niggas? Gotti, Al, Twin and I wondered. Seeing 15 Snowman tees, it clicked in my head that it was Young Jeezy and his crew. Young Jeezy walked through the gate in shades and a blue rag covering his face under his hat. I realized that Young Jeezy and his team were claiming Crip. That was new to me, Atlanta Crips. I didn't know if 50 had invited them, but they were cool with Young Buck, and the way they bogarted their way inside reminded me of Mobb Deep. 30 minutes later, 50 flew on stage with a loud explosion, and once again it was on. After 50 set, Buck came out chest naked, lit a blunt in hand, doing his usual Buck Marley set and marijuana tribute with Spider Loc. Buck suddenly stopped and called Young Jeezy onto the stage. Havoc, Shaka, Man, and I watched from the side stage TV monitor, waiting for our turn to perform. Jeezy performed a few songs and Buck brought his set to a close. Jeezy and his team bounced, and Buck walked over to the side stage wardrobe where 50, Yayo, and Banks were getting ready to hit the stage. 50 grabbed Buck by the arm crazy tight and screamed at him. "You ever pull some shit like that again, I'm gonna send your dumb ass home. The fuck is wrong with you?" Buck just kept quiet. Buck hadn't even asked 50 if Jeezy could perform, and Jeezy did more songs than he was supposed to do, when he really wasn't supposed to do anything at all. Jeezy played Young Buck. That was the first time I saw Young Buck do some dumb shit. After the show, some G-Unit members were arguing with Young Buck and his Nashville crew. A fight almost broke out, and it was tense for the next couple of shows. After about 25 shows on Eminem's anger management tour, we arrived at the last venue, Detroit's Tiger Stadium. It was the perfect way for Eminem to end his tour, in his hometown. For the first time on the whole tour, I told Alchemist I wanted to kick it with Shady. In Shady's dressing room, M's hype man, Proof, from D12, was sitting on the couch, smoking a strange-looking red cigarette. "You want to try one of these?" he asked, offering me one of the strange-smelling smokes. "They're Japanese cigarettes." I figured, what the hell, I'll take a toke. It was the most horrible flavor in the history of tobacco, like a rolled-up shit turd. That was my first and last time kicking it with Proof. He was murdered in a Detroit club the following year. He was a cool dude. Inside Al's bus, which was notches above the luxury of Mobb Deep's bus, Atlanta rapper Little Scrappy and his homeboy were smoking heavy. Scrappy's homeboy had sickle cell too, so we talked about it for a while. In between the park tour buses, crunk rapper Little John was cooking chicken on a barbecue grill. Little John and Scrappy opened the show every night, then Sierra, then 50, then Shady. Little John cracked open a tall can of beer and guzzled half of it. He put a whole chicken on the grill with seasoning. Little John looked over at us and said, "After you drink some of the beer, you stuff the beer can up the chicken's ass and prop the chicken upright so that it's sitting on the beer can. Then you let it cook and let the beer steam get all inside the chicken for flavor. You have to let it marinate." Little John cracked open another beer and in a proper tone, as if he was hosting a cooking show, said, "I usually use this time to have me another beer whilst we wait." Wow, a crunk cooking lesson. We walked away shaking our heads. Little John offered us some of the chicken, and that was our cue to bounce. I'd rather not. For this particular show at Tiger Stadium, everybody's stage entrance was different from all the other shows. 50, I know y'all know the infamous Mobb Deep, right? Crowd. Yeah. 50. Well, check this out. Havoc and I came out from both sides of the stage and started Quiet Storm. It was crazy. Tiger Stadium looked gigantic. I had flashbacks from when Pops kidnapped me and we lived in Detroit. We used to go to the Tigers games, and now I was performing there. 1 minute into Haz's verse, he suddenly disappeared from my peripheral vision, and I didn't hear him rapping anymore. Oh! The crowd said at the same time, like something bad just happened. I looked to my right and saw Havoc holding on for his life inside the elevator hole on stage that 50 had risen out of during his entrance. The stage production crew had left it open by mistake. One of the stagehands ran out to try to help him, but Havoc lifted himself out real quick, mic still in hand. I'm all right, he said, and we kept performing. I knew Hav was a little embarrassed, but he snapped right back. After Detroit, we went back home to New York, and Shady added one last show at Madison Square Garden. The Garden show was special for us, the way that Tiger Stadium was for Shady. While we were on stage performing Shook Ones, I looked to the left of the front row and saw Nicole Kidman going crazy with her hands in the air dancing to our music. I was shocked. She was with the men's magazine model, Vita Guerra. That was the highlight of the concert for us. During a short break before I went back on tour, Kiki found a new townhouse development in New Jersey for $780,000. Our last house was almost $300,000 less. But since we made the G-Unit deal, I figured it would be safe to buy the spot and pay it off quickly with our tour money. At the tail end of August 2005, we flew to London to start the Massacre European tour. It was time for my son Shaka to start school again, so he had to stay home. 40 Glock and Twin came along. In London, our tour bus met us at the Ritz-Carlton. We had to share our bus with MOP for this leg of the tour. Get Rich or Die Trying, the movie, was premiering in London the night we arrived, so we got real spiffy for the red carpet. Hundreds of paparazzi cameras and fans lined up as we made our entrance. 50 pulled me to the side before we left the hotel. When you see cameras, make sure you're right next to me. I want Mobb Deep to benefit from all this promotion, he said. So that's what I did. Mace was with us overseas too. On the red carpet, Mace ran past everybody to stand next to 50 for the paparazzi pictures and interviews. It wasn't my style to knock people out the way and fight to stand next to 50, or anybody for that matter, for a picture like a male groupie. Man, listen, I'll just catch the next picture. After the movie that night, one of 50's super rich friends, Amir, threw a party at his mansion in downtown London. Wait till you see Amir's crib in London. This nigga is stupid rich. 50 had been telling me throughout the tour. These rappers out here think they got money? These niggas ain't got shit. Amir had 100 of the baddest broads in London at his spot for the party. Non-stop glasses of champagne and free drinks all night. Jim Sheridan, the director of Get Rich or Die Trying, came to the after party with us. He's Irish, and when I told him I was part Irish, he talked to me a lot after that. We were having so much fun, I found myself doing the sandwich dance with some chick and Jim Sheridan. The whole time, 50 kept it strictly professional, standing in a casual suit, holding the same glass of champagne for hours, and chatting with everybody that approached him. It was impressive to see him not lose his focus amongst all that foolishness. After a while, 50 called me outside to the front of the house, where he and Amir were standing. I want to show you something, he said. Amir pressed a hidden button, and the whole cobblestone entrance of his house started going down like an elevator, revealing an underground garage with 20 exotic cars. After about 30 spilled drinks and 80 broken champagne glasses, Party was over, and we went back to the Ritz. Following London, we went to Germany, Scotland, Ireland, France, and Italy. Same shit every night. Movie premiere, concert, after party. As I was packing my bag to head to Italy, my Uncle Lenny called. My grandmother had just died. Bernice Johnson, the original HNIC. She was 92. The last time I saw her was in 2002 or 2003, when I took my kids to visit her for Christmas at her new house in Cold Spring Harbor, Huntington, Long Island. She had Alzheimer's disease, and it seemed as if she didn't recognize me or the kids. It was weird. She still looked healthy and happy though. Ever since I was 13 years old, I had been running the streets hard trying to pursue my music career. From ages 6 to 15, my grandmother would sit me down and taught me how she built her business from nothing into something tremendous. But after my grandmother's business grew big, problems started to surface. She was used to doing everything herself and being the HNIC, but her business became so successful that it was too overwhelming for her to run it on her own. Grandmoms hired a handful of her closest girlfriends in key positions, but most of them tried to take advantage of her and manipulate situations for their own benefit. That taught me to never hire friends. She started making bad business decisions. A few family members stepped in to help get things back in order. And even though their intentions were good, that was another error. Family could be worse than friends in that situation. She needed to hire qualified professionals. Dwindling clients, constant changes in music, fashion, and dance trends, plus IRS problems. At the end of the day, what was left was an untended business and serious debt. My mother and a couple of other ladies who grew up in my grandmother's dance school, like Carrie Edge and Ashanti's mother Tina, wanted me to step in and gain control of the business when I was around 24 back in 1998. But I was busy building a career and life of my own. My Uncle Lenny came to live with my grandmother in 1989 to help her with everything. I was so caught up in my own world back then, I figured Uncle Lenny knew what he was doing. Grandmoms was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease around 1995, and Uncle Lenny took care of her along with my grandmother's close friend and dance student, Wesley. Shaka, your grandmother told me that all of her money, homes, and her building are going to you when she passes away, my mother told me. I don't want anybody trying to swindle all of your inheritance. You need to hire an inheritance lawyer and make sure you're getting what is rightfully yours. But when I would go visit, Uncle Lenny seemed like he was doing an excellent job. He took care of my grandmoms extremely well. Lenny told me that he was concentrating on saving the 3 homes and that he would make sure they were left for me to own later in life. I really didn't care about inheritance. I just loved my grandmother. To me, that was my grandmom's life, not mine's. I'd get my own. I had to focus on my career, and if I inherited any of my grandmother's things, that would be a blessing that I would cherish and pass on to my children. When grandmoms died, I was hurt, but I knew she lived a full life. I wasn't concerned at all about what she left behind for me, if there was anything at all. I let Uncle Lenny handle that stuff, and I never mentioned it to him. I don't know what ended up happening with her estate. I left it in the hands of the Most High. That day, we flew in 50's G5 to Italy. Plush leather, marble, and gold trimming. As soon as we got to the Ritz-Carlton in Rome, I called Mobb Deep's Italian engineer Steve Sola in New York to tell him that we were in his hometown and ask him where we can get some authentic chicken parmesan. Anywhere, he said. It's Italy. But most of the restaurants we tried looked at us with disgust and acted as if they didn't want to serve us because we were black. 50's hotel room was connected to ours, and we left the doors open to walk in and out of each other's rooms. We could see the Coliseum from our window. 50 was eating a huge bowl of shrimp spaghetti. He must have seen me scoping it and seen the hunger in my face because he offered me a bowl. That shrimp spaghetti was good as hell. 50 and I had a long talk after we ate about how stupid a lot of the fans were for believing Jay-Z when he tried to discredit me. If the fans who sided with Jay knew you personally, P, they would love you, 50 said. But fans only go off what they hear. Jay-Z just manipulated the fans' perception of you. But they don't know the real. Perception is powerful. That next night, Alchemist and I got our hands on some strong hash weed. While we were smoking in our hotel room, we were making fun of all the rappers who don't say anything meaningful in their music. So I started freestyling my own version of a meaningless verse about how they call hash shit in France. To makes me a hit, I smokes me a block of shit, then I gets in the zone of Al Capone. I was high as hell, repeating the rhyme over and over, adding more to it. Alchemist was cracking up. But that stupid-ass freestyle ended up being a real song. That Go with Keek the Sneak, a rapper from the Bay Area. 50 was on some military shit with his crew. The way I had been in the house in Long Island when my boys thought I was crazy. I knew what it took to succeed and was around a bunch of knuckleheads who didn't share my vision. I saw a lot of my character in 50. His moves were calculated and his mind was sharp. He inspired me to snap back into position. But it wasn't easy now that I had been blinded by the limelight and luxurious lifestyle. I was overindulgent with drugs, alcohol, jewelry, cars, women, publicity. The evil bastard inside of me was turning into a real monster. Yo, what the fuck are you doing? I'd ask myself. Stop it, man. But it was hard to snap out of it. 50 would tell me, all you need to do is get your health and your body in shape and you'll be unstoppable. Havoc started swimming in liquor like a tequila worm. Even worse, Hav seemed like he wasn't enthusiastic about the music industry anymore. It was just a job. Alchemist and the rest of us would constantly try to cheer him up and remind him that he was the best in the business. But he was soon back to acting depressed, destroying every hotel minibar and leaving behind $600 hotel bills for 50 at checkout time. We gave him the nickname Mr. Minibar because he would drink all the liquor in his room, then come to my room and scheme on my minibar liquor. At first, I'd think, wow, Hav came to kick it with me. 5 minutes later, he would discreetly make his way to my minibar, then leave the room. He did that to everybody on tour, including 50. Havoc and I were both fucking up in our own ways. Our last stop on the international run of the Massacre Tour was in a super rich, tiny, sovereign state called Monaco, at the south of France. Before Monaco, we stopped at a hotel on the water in Marseille, where you could see Morocco, Africa, right across the ocean. This is beautiful. I would love to bring Kiki to this spot, I thought. An hour away in Monaco, we stayed at the Ritz-Carlton and shot the window shopper video outside by the shops, restaurants, and casino. After the shoot, Alchemist, 40 Glock, Twin, and I went to the casino to play craps. They wouldn't let you in without a button-down shirt, and you couldn't get excited and shout when you won. The whole casino was quiet like a fucking library. Shh, people are gambling. Way too bougie for me. We got out of there quick. It was back to America. We did about 15 more shows in the United States and a bunch of movie premieres. Then it was finally over. It felt good to sit the fuck down and relax for a split second. Havoc and I swapped cars every so often. Hav had a lot of fly cars, a black-on-black 4.6 range, a black-on-black G-Wagon Benz truck, a yellow and black Lamborghini, a white GT3 Porsche, a silver 750 BMW, and a black Cadillac truck. Have let me borrow the Lamborghini one day, and oh my God, that's the fastest car I ever drove besides my turbo. While we were finishing our Blood Money album, I got cool with another one of the jewelers who came around trying to get cool with 50. Look, I'll say your name in my first single and video if you give me $150,000 worth of jewels for $30,000, I offered. And he agreed. I had at least $250,000 worth of diamond jewelry at that time that I only paid like $80,000 for. Being around 50, Banks, and Yayo made me feel like I had to step my shine up, and I did. Slowly, I started to realize that jewelry was played out, and I wanted to start a new trend of not wearing it at all. Yo, I ain't rocking chains no more, I told 50 and Yayo one day, but they disagreed. P, everybody knows you for your 40-inch chain. You started that. You can't switch up now because the kids are gonna think you're broke if you ain't got no chain on. They insisted, so I agreed. But I felt a drastic change coming, and I knew I was gonna start a new trend. No jewelry at all. For the time being, I kept the jewels on and wore the rapper costume. Uncle Lenny set up a big funeral service celebrating my grandmother at LaGuardia High School in Manhattan, aka the High School of Performing Arts. My mother and I went together. The place was jam-packed with old friends, family, familiar faces, and faces I couldn't even remember, plus strangers. My man Roger, Craig's mother, Aunt Cheryl, JM's grandparents, Ashanti and her moms, Tina, Carrie Edge and her sisters and mother, Ben Vereen, and so many others. People performed dance routines, and Ben Vereen spoke, along with other close family friends. They wanted me to speak, but I wasn't in the mood. I just wanted to enjoy my grandmother's celebration with my moms. After the service, I got tired of everybody at the reception coming up to me saying, "Oh, I remember when you was a little boy," and "I remember when you was born." So I went outside to smoke a cigarette with Carrie, Aunt Cheryl, and Roger, who doesn't smoke. Then Tina and Ashanti walked out with bodyguards as if they were concerned about their safety. It looked strange. They said hi and bye and then bounced. Maybe they felt some kind of way about the Irv Gotti and Jay-Z photo situation. That's definitely how Jay-Z got that picture, I thought. Maybe they felt some kind of way because I was down with 50 Cent and G-Unit now. 50 had been dissing Ja Rule and Ashanti. Oh well, whatever. Thinking about all the lives and people my grandmother inspired was amazing. Bernice Johnson helped show countless people, especially black women, how to become successful in whatever they wanted to do in life. She's responsible for Mobb Deep learning how to produce beats. I got the name Head Nigga in Charge from her. She's the reason I never suffered from stage fright after that Diana Ross incident in Central Park. I love and miss you, grandmas. Blood Money was finished in less than 2 months. 50 was excited. Our first single, Put 'Em in Their Place, got placed in a big movie called Stomp the Yard. For some reason, a lot of people seem to think that 50 created that album for us, saying things like, "That album is too G-Unit," or "There's too much 50 influence in that album." But Mobb Deep controlled all the decision-making and production. And I designed the album cover concept. Us at the table, filled with piles of cash, like we just robbed a bank. Magazines and radio personalities were printing articles and making comments saying, "Blood Money sales stalled at 300,000 copies. Seems like Mobb Deep lost their fan base. But the album went gold. 500,000 copies sold. People in the streets were saying, Mobb Deep fell off. Prodigy sucking 50 Cent. Jay-Z destroyed Mobb Deep's career. And Prodigy hasn't been the same since Summer Jam. But all that girly mouth talk was hollow. One of the songs we recorded for Blood Money, Pearly Gates, ended up being the most controversial. The subject matter deals with growing up in a criminal environment and participating in its illegal activities, while at the same time struggling with the moral and spiritual consequences of those choices. Will we go to hell for our actions, or is there indeed a heaven for us if we pray for forgiveness? As a youth, I had conflicting views about religion and God, mainly because of my struggle with sickle cell pain. I used to think, if God is real, then why does God allow me to suffer so much? My verse on Pearly Gates was my way of venting frustration about what I believed to be a corrupt system of organized religion. At that time, I had came to the conclusion that all the good people of this world, especially my black people, had been made to take part in religious rituals and pray to a God that's not ours. A song is only about 3 minutes, and having only one of those minutes to get your point across in a verse isn't easy. So I must admit, I did a terrible job trying to articulate my point on that track. I offended a lot of fans and turned a lot of people off with my choice of words in the explicit version of that song. The legal department at Interscope Records actually refused to release the album unless I changed some of the lyrics. They told me I couldn't use the words God or Jesus. I was outraged at first. That's a violation of my constitutional rights. But instead of making a big deal out of it and delaying the Mobb Deep album, I went ahead and changed it. G-Unit set up a Blood Money album release party at the Roxy in downtown Manhattan. 40 Glock, Alchemist, Twin, Nice's homeboy WAP, Noid, Fly, this new rapper from Jersey named Sam Scarfo, Gotti, Godfather, Chinky, and a bunch of others met up at the G-Unit office a few hours before the event. Around midnight, we hopped into our cars. About 15 cars full of people followed us from the office to the spot. The line to get inside stretched the entire block. My driver was at the wheel of my Yukon Denali with 40 Glock, Nice, Sam Scarfo, WAP, and me riding in my truck. And Havoc also had a driver, and his Range Rover had himself, Fly, Gotti, Alchemist, and Twin. Havoc and I hired this dude named Jay to do security that night. NYPD had the club block completely barricaded. As soon as we pulled up to the corner and double parked, I noticed 3 black dudes, about 30 years old, standing on the corner looking suspicious. I sized them up quickly from head to toe. Their inexpensive outfits and cheap track sneakers. I immediately knew they were undercover cops. The D's, as we call them, detectives. Growing up in the streets of New York, we learned how to spot the D's easy. Examining the clothes, sneakers, attitude, waist, wrist, and neck of a person to judge if they were the D's or not. Cheap clothes, a bulge at the waist or back pocket of the pants, and cheap sneakers or rubber-soled shoes were all their giveaways. The wrists were important because if a person had a sweatband or a headband wrapped around their wrist, that's a gun squad detective. They wore that as a secret sign to let other cops know they were working undercover. It's usually purple or green, but they switch colors because of people like me who learn these things. The neck was vital because the D's wore silver dog tag style chains with their badges tucked under their shirts and only pulled them out when making an arrest or a stop. So if we saw that chain, or if they had a turtleneck or mock neck shirt, that's a sign. We were used to their elusive ways. The characters on the corner were definitely undercover cops. Our security guy, Jay, walked from the club to our trucks and told us that the club was ready for us to walk in, so we hopped out and headed inside. We all walked through the back entrance of the Roxy, were searched, then went upstairs to the VIP. We ordered shots of Hennessy, bottles of Moet, smoked weed, and kicked it with our guests. DJ On Point, who would fill in for Alchemist when Al was on tour with Eminem, brought us our mics and we walked to the stage. We performed a couple of classics before getting into Blood Money. During Put 'Em in Their Place, a few Queensbridge dudes climbed onto the side of the stage. I heard a commotion behind me and felt people bumping into my back while I was performing. 40 Glock and Nice were arguing with Draws, my man from QB, who always put a smile on my face whenever I saw him. So I gave him a pound and signaled for 40 and Nice to fall back. Drunken Draws danced behind us, waving his hands in the air. It became Mobb Deep featuring Draws live at the Roxy. One of Draws' Queensbridge dudes was standing next to him wearing a long gold chain with a medallion. He took off his chain and tried putting it around Havoc's neck while Havoc was rapping his verse on Put 'Em in Their Place. But the chain got caught on Havoc's sunglasses and tangled onto the microphone. 40 Glock, Gotti, and Nice told him to stop, but the dude kept trying to put his chain on Hav's neck. After his third attempt, 40 punched the dude in the mouth. Then everybody stomped him into the ground. Everybody started pushing and shoving to get out the way, and we had to end the show. Our security, Jay, grabbed Havoc and me and swept us out of the commotion, our boys following. After pulling off in our vehicles, about 6 blocks away from the club, my driver informed me that an unmarked detective car had its police lights on behind us. We pulled over on the West Side Highway around 23rd Street. A young black undercover cop approached the passenger side where I was sitting. Just like I thought, it was one of the 3 dudes from the corner who I thought were D's before we went into the Roxy. I rolled down the window. "Albert Johnson?" he said. "Yes, what's the problem?" "Step out of the car, please." Now I was nervous. First off, the police never walk up to your car and just say your name. That was strange. Secondly, the undercover looked like he was younger than me. These ain't cops. These are some dudes trying to act like cops, I thought. This shit is a setup, a robbery. A blue and white police squad car pulled up, and a sergeant or captain stepped out. "Is everything all right?" he asked. The young black undercover pulled out his badge chain from out his shirt. "Yes, sir," he replied. "We got it under control." That helped calm me down, because now they seemed like they were real cops. "What's the problem?" I got out of the truck and asked. "Turn around and put your hands behind your back," he said. "I'll tell you in a minute." He handcuffed me, then told my driver, "Okay, you can go." They didn't search my truck or harass the other passengers inside. They didn't even read me my rights. This wasn't normal at all. My boys asked, "What's going on? Where you taking them?" "To the Midtown precinct," the cop replied, walking me to the unmarked car where his 2 partners were waiting. "What am I being arrested for?" I asked the cop beside me in the back seat. "You'll find out soon," he said. I calmed myself down with a few deep breaths and snapped into my hustler's mentality. Think wise, I told myself. Don't get aggravated. Just be cool and get what you can out of these dudes. They look like some cool black cops. They're probably rap fans. Start manipulating. There was a brief moment of silence as I gathered my thoughts. "Whose idea was it to arrest me after the show?" I asked. "'Cause I saw you guys before we went in." Another moment of silence. It was my idea, the cop driving responded. I didn't want the fans to start rioting if you didn't perform. Now just reel them in. That was cool, man. Good looking, man, I said. At least I got to enjoy our party. The driver replied, no problem. How was the show? And who was fighting? It was good. I don't know who was fighting, I said. It happened behind us on stage while we were performing. The driver relaxed and started talking more now. Well, you're used to seeing us around. We've been assigned to Mobb Deep in G Unit, he said. Wow. So this is the hip-hop task force that I heard so much about. Yeah, I thought I recognized you guys. I've seen y'all around a few times, I said. But I was lying. I'd never seen these fools before. Yeah, we were at that Lloyd Banks party a while ago, the driver said. There were a lot of hot women at that one. We've been following you for a couple of months. Another unmarked car followed them. The other car, with 3 white undercovers, pulled up alongside us. I looked down at my chest and remembered that I had on about $250,000 worth of chains, bracelets, and rings. I wasn't about to let it all go into some grimy-ass police property room. So I asked the driver, hey man, listen, do you mind if I use your cell phone so I can call my manager and have him meet us somewhere on the way to the precinct? I don't want to go through the system with all this jewelry on. They looked at all the diamonds I had on. Go ahead, let him do it. Pass me your cell phone, the one sitting next to me told the driver. I gave him Gotti's number. Hello? Is this Gotti? This is Detective... Can't remember. We're taking your man Prodigy to the Midtown precinct, and he wants to give you his jewelry. Meet us on the corner of 35th Street and 9th Avenue, okay? Cool, thanks. While we were running red lights through traffic, we got pulled over by a blue and white squad car. These idiots are pulling us over, the driver said. You see, Prodigy? They're just doing this because we're black. Don't they see our police lights flashing in their face? I couldn't believe it. Cops were getting pulled over by some other cops for driving recklessly. This was some classic shit. Driver, turn the car off. One of the white cops got out the unmarked car and pulled his badge chain out of his shirt to let the cops in the squad car know that they were all cops. When the squad car police realized they pulled over some black detectives, they apologized and went on their way. I was still wondering why in the hell I was being arrested. I kept asking, but they wouldn't say. It almost seemed like they didn't know. All they said was, we've got a warrant for your arrest. You'll find out when you get booked and processed. Gotti was waiting on the corner of 35th Street and 9th Avenue. The D's took all my jewelry off of me, opened the car trunk, spread my jewelry out on a towel, and took pictures of it. Then told Gotti they needed to take his picture. I guess they wanted these pictures for their Mobb Deep G Unit hip-hop task force file. They wanted to know about everyone around us. But the pictures of my jewelry seemed strange. What could they use that for? We're doing this so that we're not responsible for anything if something turns up missing when you get out, one of them said. I told Gotti to contact Kiki and have her call my lawyer. Then they took me to the precinct. Fingerprints, mugshots, and waiting for hours in a cell before they transported me to Central Booking, the Tombs. The only thing good about the Tombs, after sitting in the precinct for hours, was that they brought you bologna and cheese sandwiches and milk to the bullpen holding cells. On my way through the metal detectors in the hallway, I saw Mike Lighty, Chris Lighty's little brother, waiting on line to be searched for another bullpen. We said what's up to each other and kept it moving. Mike said that he had been arrested for fighting somebody, and I told him I didn't know what I was in for yet. The 3 wooden benches in the bullpen were full of sleeping inmates, so I put my jacket on the floor to lie down. The floor was dirty as hell, but when you're tired and locked up, you start not caring about dirt. I fell asleep on the hard, grimy-ass floor, and as soon as somebody got up off the bench, I took his spot. The whole place smelled like piss. The toilet didn't even have a seat, just a rim covered with dry piss and spit. A few hours later, the pen was full to capacity, with hardly any standing room. You start to lose time in there. The waiting process, usually about 24 hours, seems like forever if you didn't sleep. So mostly, I slept. Around 10 a.m. the next morning, a black detective shouted my name, cuffed me, and led me to the courtroom to see the judge with my file in his hand. "Officer, can you please tell me what I'm being charged for?" I asked. "They didn't tell you yet?" he said. "No, I've been trying to find out all night," I said. He looked at my papers as we were walking. "Did you ever get a ticket for talking on a cell phone while driving?" "You gotta be shitting me," I said. "That's what this is all about?" "Yep," he said. One afternoon, I was driving my Porsche through the city, talking on the phone. The seatbelt cops hid behind trucks and vans next to traffic lights, looking for drivers and passengers without seatbelts on. They caught me on the phone. I had forgotten to pay the ticket, and they issued a bench warrant. But they never come looking for you. They usually just wait until you get stopped again, and when they ran your name through the system, they see that you had a warrant. The hip-hop task force must have been investigating my criminal history and used the warrant as an excuse to come get me. The task force is known for racial profiling. Even though the D's who arrested me were black, they were only following orders from their white superiors. They actually came looking for me like I was America's Most Wanted for talking on a cell phone while driving. Do they have a country music task force? And why not? Those redneck shit kickers are probably some of the biggest gun runners, gun holders, and coke dealers around. You think not? Why? Because they're white? The world is so racist, it's a shame. The judge released me with time served. No fine, no bail, case closed. I walked more than 35 blocks from the Tombs, down by Wall Street, to Alchemist's crib, and took a 2-hour nap on his couch. I woke up, washed up, and bounced because we were leaving for the U.S. tour that night. The Blood Money tour was an amazing time. Ever since seeing Naughty by Nature's stage set at an Apollo concert in the early 90s, I wanted to do something similar, but better. What if we had a stage set built like the projects, I imagined. Back when we were planning the America's Nightmare tour, I met with a guy named Snow who built stage sets and wanted $20,000 to create my vision. Jive didn't want to give us the budget, so it didn't happen. But 50 loved the idea, and we hired 2 guys from the G-Unit crew to assemble and pack away the set, which took about an hour on each end. Every night, we came out the front door of the project building at the beginning of each show. One of our first stops on the tour was an appearance at a small store in Baltimore with people lined up around the block waiting for an autograph. Dudes who looked like they hadn't changed their clothes in years, and kids looking like they didn't have $1 to their name were online to buy our CD. Meanwhile, I had on tons of jewelry. For the first time in our career, I felt guilty. It was time to truly make a change in how I carried myself and spent my money. Prodigy and Mobb Deep represent the hood. We represent poverty. I felt as though I was rubbing my money and fame in their faces. Baltimore is one of the most poverty-stricken, drug and crime-infested hoods on the map, running neck and neck with D.C., Detroit, and Louisiana. Touring the world all those years had given me the opportunity to witness poverty all over the planet. England, France, Russia, India, all the way back to the U.S. Poverty creates criminal thinking and actions. I was seeing things with new eyes. Speaking with kids at a juvenile detention center in Atlanta was one of the highlights of the tour. There were 10-year-olds locked up for murder and all kinds of wild shit. It felt good to share our experiences with them. The detention center awarded Havoc and me with a plaque showing their appreciation. In Los Angeles, we had a show at the House of Blues on Sunset and stayed at the hotel directly across the street. Earlier that day, accompanied by our G-Unit radio rep Nelson and our Interscope radio rep Adam Favors, we did a radio show at Power 106 with DJ Felly Fell. Felly asked us how it felt to be on G-Unit with 50 Cent. "Man, it's great, man. 50 is the best," I responded. For our signing bonus, he bought us Porsches and gave us 20% of the game's publishing. So anytime that Game makes a hit record, that's a new house for us. So I wish Game nothing but success. He's making us rich. I was just popping shit. It wasn't true. I was just saying shit to get Game pissed off because he was dissing G-Unit on a lot of songs. You should have seen the look on Felly Fell, Nelson, and Adam's faces. Felly Fell changed the subject real quick. "I hope you got an Army and a Navy outside waiting for us," Nelson said after the interview. Adam Favors started making all kinds of phone calls in a panic. It was funny. We didn't have to call armies and navies. Trust, we had it covered. I was relaxing and writing rhymes in my hotel room before getting ready for the concert when 40 Glock knocked on the door. "Yo, the Game is outside in front of the hotel with some basketball dude," he said. "We got the drop on him. He doesn't even know we here in his hotel. What you want to do?" 40 pulled out a .45 caliber pistol and continued. "He saw Nice with the Mobb Deep Game Over shirt and got spooked, cuz. My man Maniac walked over to him and offered him a one-on-one fight." "He's still out there right now?" I asked. "Yeah, cuz. We spit lungies all over his Bentley," 40 said. "Look over the balcony, cuz." "Give me the gun," I said. "Y'all niggas put the video camera on Game. I'm gonna shoot the gun off the balcony and we catch him on camera ducking and running from the shots." "Cuz, you tripping. We on Sunset," 40 said. "You know how fast police will be here?" "Look, I'm not gonna shoot him. I'm gonna shoot in the air so we can get him on camera scared to death," I said. "The gun will be long gone before the police get here." "Nah, cuz, you gonna make this shit hotter than fish grease," 40 said. "Let's just go beat his ass." "Okay, I'll meet you in Harry's room in 5 minutes. After I got dressed, I went to Hav's room and told him what I wanted to do. "No, you bugging, P," Hav said. "I'm gonna go down and talk to him. Real men talk things out." "What? There's nothing to talk about," I said. "Man, fuck talking." "Real men talk things out," Hav repeated. I knew what Hav meant. Of course men can talk, but in this situation, I didn't agree at all. There was nothing to talk about. Game had been running his mouth about G-Unit and Mobb Deep ever since 50 dropped him and signed us, so I wanted to do something about it. "Yo, guess what, cuz?" 40 said about 5 minutes later. "I just got off the phone with one of my blood homies, and he said Game called him saying, 'Yo, Mobb Deep is on Sunset. Come over here and let's show these niggas how Cali gets down.' My blood homie said he's in the car with Suge right now, and they been looking for Game for a while now. They said they gonna rob Game when they get here." This was getting good. Meanwhile, Havoc wanted to talk it out. He was being smart and trying to stay out of trouble. Havoc would get busy if his back was to the wall, but he saw that it wasn't that serious. He was right, and I was wrong, but I didn't see it at that time. I was a natural-born troublemaker. It excited me. Hey, I'm sorry if you can't relate. That's just me. That's the same reason why I'm writing this book from a solitary confinement prison cell in Mid-State Correctional Facility. Suge Knight and 40's homeboy pulled up in a red GT Bentley. Our niggas had game surrounded, his car covered in spit. Then, somebody from the hotel front desk must have called the police. As soon as the police pulled up, Game got in his spit-riddled Bentley and bounced. Suge did the same. Damn, I wanted to see some action. The morning after the House of Blues show, we headed to San Diego. R&B singer Keisha Cole was working on her second album and looking for beats. Keisha's people sent Havoc a number to contact her. In the back of the tour bus, Hav was tipsy. I couldn't tell if it was from the night before or that morning. He called the number. "What's up? This is Havoc. I heard you working on your new album. You know I got that fire for you, but to tell you the truth, I don't want to talk about music right now. I'm trying to holler at you. So on some real shit, if you want to talk about music, then you might as well just hang up right now." Oh no, why did he just say that? I asked myself. I couldn't hear what Keisha said back to him, but I could tell from Havoc's response that it wasn't good. "What? You know my man P already? Oh yeah?" Then he looked at me in shock. I was confused at first, thinking, I know her? Damn. Did I bag her back in the day? Then it hit me. Keisha, from the Beverly Center Mall. Oh shit. I bagged Keisha Cole before she became famous. Hav immediately ruined his opportunity to produce for her. Keisha hung up on him. "You know her, son? She said she knows you," he said. Yeah, I bagged her a couple of years ago in the Beverly Center. I didn't realize it was Keisha. It was before she blew up," I said. "Damn, son, you just fucked that relationship up. You could have sold her some beats." But Hav was too bent and brushed it off. "Keisha, if you reading this, I apologize for all that nonsense." After covering most of the U.S., we toured overseas in London and Paris as usual. Then made the trek to Australia and New Zealand for the first time with a connecting flight in Tahiti. In a car on the way to the hotel in New Zealand, my vision suddenly went from blurry to black. By the time we got to the hotel, I was totally blind, only seeing bright lights. I had just seen the movie Ray, starring Jamie Foxx, and thought I had suddenly lost my sight like Ray Charles did as a kid. I was scared to death. The hotel called an eye doctor. "Do you have any medical problems?" the doctor asked after examining my eyes. I told him I had sickle cell anemia. Okay, I know what's wrong. You have sickle cell retinitis." He explained that the high altitude of the long airplane flights decreased the oxygen level in my blood, causing blood vessels to burst in my retinas. After using eye drops, my vision slowly started to come back 5 hours later. Man, it felt good to see my ugly ass niggas again. After New Zealand, we flew to Japan. As soon as the promoters picked us up from the airport, the first thing Alchemist and I asked was, "Where's the weed at?" The hotel was plush, but the rooms were tiny, and the beds even tinier. The toilet seats had buttons that made them heat up. Hey, I guess nobody likes a cold toilet seat. At the show, they didn't have the correct equipment for us to perform, so we only did 2 songs on a mic with the cord. But there were so many good-looking Japanese girls, dime after dime. The after party at our hotel was the stuff that dreams are made of. Japanese women get right down to business and aim to please. We flew to New York and rested during a short break before heading back overseas to Chile, India, Hong Kong, and England one more time. I'd ordered a bulletproof Chevy Suburban from the same company that 50 Yayo and Banks had gotten theirs from. It was waiting for me when I pulled up to my house. The truck cost $120,000 and was worth every penny. The windows could stop an AK-47, and the rest of the truck was completely armored with about 5 inches of steel. It's bomb-proof, and the tires will run flat, which meant that if they were shot, the truck could still drive. Now that we were a part of G Unit, I knew that the jealous and envious bullshit would surface more than ever before. Look what happened to Tupac, Biggie, Stretch, E-Moneybags, and 50. It's better to prevent a situation than to try to cure the outcome. Kiki and I moved into an exclusive waterfront townhouse in a gated community in Secaucus, New Jersey, just 5 minutes from Manhattan. Giants Stadium was directly across the water, and a lot of the Giants football players lived in the community. Corey Webster was our next door neighbor. "You crazy for moving your woman around all those NFL players," Havoc told me. "I wouldn't do that shit." But it didn't matter if you moved to no man's land. If a person want to cheat, they're gonna find a way. I got another offer to co-star in an independent film. This one was called Blackout, starring Zoe Saldana and Jeffrey Wright. Since I was a kid, watching the making of Michael Jackson's Thriller, I had always been intrigued with the craft of movie making. I also started writing this book around the time of that movie offer. Kiki was writing a book about her life story and inspired me to do the same. Sitting in our new townhouse in New Jersey, I'd stay up all night typing on my laptop. I figured it would make for one hell of a read. After our short break, I'd stay up all night typing on my laptop. Our first stop was London. At the after party, DJ Who Kid was talking to this good-looking white girl who kept checking me out. When she sat back down with her girlfriends, I walked over. We kicked it for about 20 minutes, and I got her phone number. She told me she was from Long Island, but lived in Los Angeles. Who Kid walked over after she left. "Yo, you know who that was?" he said. "No, why? Who is she?" "Lindsay Lohan," he said. "Lindsay who?" I asked. "Who's that?" "She's an actress, nigga," he said, laughing. "Did you get her number?" "Yeah. I didn't know who she was. I may have heard her name once or twice, but I really didn't know who she was." We caught a flight to Chile, our next concert stop, with 40 Glock, Sam Scarfo, 2 G Unit road managers, and DJ On Point. 40 minutes into the flight, I was playing Miami Vice on my son Shaka's PlayStation Portable when the flight got bumpy. 40 Glock walked into the first class section where Havoc and I were sitting at and said, "Yo, cuz, the plane is on fire, cuz. The engine just blew up." My heart almost jumped out my chest.
"Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm.
The captain said over the loudspeaker.
We're going to have to turn back around and make an emergency landing. We lost power in one of our engines."
The engine was burning on the right side of the plane. Havoc gripped the armrest.
"We lost
The
power in one of
turbulence
our engines."
made the flight feel like a full-fledged roller coaster ride. I just kept playing Miami Vice. I'm definitely not going to die on the airplane, I said to myself. I got a lot more work to do out in the world, and I know that the Most High is actually carrying this plane and will set it down safely in our destination. After landing, we rushed to an airport bar for some drinks to calm our nerves. The concert in Chile was canceled, and we flew out the next day to Bombay for our first performance in India. No other American rappers ever performed in India. Mobb Deep was the first. 10 hours into the 18-hour flight, my sickle cell pain started creeping up. By the time the flight landed in Bombay, I was in bad shape. India is extremely poverty-stricken, and we had on all kinds of jewelry. So people looked at us like we were insane. Cows, considered sacred in India, roamed freely in the streets, and the beaches were overpopulated with fully dressed people. The Marriott Hotel was the most modern structure. Everything else looked like squalor. After checking into our rooms, 40 Glock, Sam Scarfo, and our security guard House and I went to the hotel restaurant and ordered some curry chicken. Everything had curry in it out there. I was trying not to think about the pain I was feeling. Mind over matter. Just relax, I kept telling myself, as House reminisced on club fight stories from the 90s. P, I remember when TLC had the party at Roseland Ballroom in Manhattan. I saw you and your boys walk in, and 10 minutes later y'all got into a fight and shut the whole party down. You remember that? Oh, wow. You was there for that? I said. Small world. After eating, the moment I feared finally approached. I had to go to the hospital. I was fighting tears with severe pain pounding all over my body as I was wheeled into the hospital in a wheelchair. The Indian doctors broke the bad news that pain medication, IV tubing, and saline solution bags were illegal in India. The doctors seemed very knowledgeable. The only problem was they had none of the necessary supplies to treat me. A doctor pulled my man Reed from G Unit to the side and told him, I know you can buy all these things he needs. You have to take the train and taxi 2 hours to buy these supplies off the black market. The doctor wrote down instructions, like sending Reed on an Indiana Jones mission to find the lost Ark of the Covenant. I was wheeled on a stretcher into a back room that I thought I would die in. Slowly, I felt the sickle cells accumulating and spreading throughout my body. Then I felt something that I never felt before. The sickle cells started moving to my heart. It was time to put an emergency call to the Most High. I know you're not gonna let me die like this. You better not let me die like this. Please don't let me die like this. All the dangerous shit I've been through, don't let sickle cell take me out. I've experienced pain so incredible that it made me laugh, and laughter so joyous that it made me cry. When you experience the paramount of those feelings, you learn that they're actually one and the same. My pain became so great in that rusty old Bombay hospital that I laughed out loud, delirious. Then something strange happened. All of a sudden, it felt like all my dead friends and relatives were in the room with me. I couldn't see them, but I sensed their presence. Grandmoms, my grandfather, Pops, Scarface Twin, Killer Black, Yammy, E-Money Bags. I spoke to all of them out loud, asking for help. I wanted to live. A few minutes later, the pain in my heart was gone. I thanked them and the Most High. Reed made it back with morphine pills in a Ziploc bag, and then the doctors hooked me up to the black market IV tubing. I missed the Bombay concert. Havoc, 40 Glock, and Sam Scarfo performed without me. We booked a flight home the next morning, and I checked into Montefiore Medical Center in the Bronx. Havoc was mad that I couldn't make it to our concert out in Hong Kong, but my body needed to heal. It seemed that all Havoc cared about was the money, because he was really upset with me for refusing to go. When I think about it now, he had the right to be upset. If I'd have been taking better care of my health, I wouldn't have missed the concert. After I healed, I came up with an idea to record a solo mix CD to prepare the world for my next solo album, H&IC Part 2. Alchemist and I traded ideas. I came up with the name Return of the Mac, as in a person coming back for revenge with a Mac 10 gun. Al came up with all sorts of samples from Black 70s movies because our plan was to give the whole mix CD a retro feel, like the soundtrack to an old flick. While we were busy recording, Lloyd Banks released his second solo album, Rotten Apple. The album was hot, but a lot of people hated on it like they hated on Blood Money. It was obvious that a lot of people wanted to see G-Unit fail. Or was it that maybe we were just too arrogant to realize our own creative faults? Chapter 13. Return of the Mac.
Hey yo, the hood broke my heart into pieces. Done these streets took my dreams and shattered them and turned me to a creature, monster money. Got me not giving a fuck. All I care about is music and who I gotta cut with the Mac Uzi 47. Pick a weapon, a million ways to die. My 2.5 will end it. Bang on 'em.
Summer of 2006, Brooklyn, New York. I began filming the independent movie Blackout out in Flatbush. My role didn't have too many lines, so the director, Jerry Lamoff, told me to improvise. The second day on set, I shot a scene with Jeffrey Wright, who was one of my favorite actors. After filming Rap, I connected with 50 Cent's video director, Dan the Man, to shoot a paranoid, psychotic, grimy video for my mix CD song, Mac 10 Handle. Bloody couch and mirror stabbings, hallucinations of Satan, and some guy in a Michael Myers mask. No jury, no half-naked females, no fashion show. The video was an overnight success on the internet, with over 400,000 views in 3 days. It was completely against the grain. I wanted to show 50 my work ethic and how I could create a huge buzz on my own. I was trying to spark his interest in signing me as a solo artist and releasing HNIC Part 2 under the G-Unit brand. But before I stepped to him with the idea, I wanted to show him what I can do. I always had a complex about my teeth. I didn't smile in pictures or in front of females because I had a slight gap between my two front teeth. And after so many years of smoking cigarettes and weed, my teeth were stained yellow. Plus, I had two pointed incisors that looked like fangs on either side of my front teeth. I believed that those sharp pointed teeth were a trait from my mom's side of the family because many Caucasians have those two sharp pointed fangs. One day, when I get enough money, I'm gonna fix my teeth. And I'm gonna have a pearly white Hollywood smile, I tell Kiki. Yes, please, she say. I love you and all, but damn. While Havoc and I were enjoying the success of The Infamous in 1995, I found out from Twin and Drawers that Nas had a nickname for me that he used behind my back. He and his boys called me Rat Boy because my two front teeth looked like a rat's. It was funny, but deep down, it made my complex worse. So after shooting the Mac 10 Handle video, I asked Kiki to find an oral surgeon who could give me a beautiful smile. Kiki set up an appointment with Dr. Rizzo, whose office was 5 minutes from our New Jersey townhouse. If it's one thing that I was a punk about, it was going to the dentist. Needles in my mouth, drilling, root canals, fuck all that. But 1 month and $20,000 later, I look like a new man, smiling every chance that I got. It was the best $20,000 I ever spent in my life. To all the fellas who are listening to this, and all the rap boys across the map, fight back. Fix your jibs instead of wasting your money on foolishness. And Nas, thank you. You inspired me once again to be all I could be. Love you, boy. Right after I got my pearly whites, 50 called a meeting at his office for the entire G-Unit roster. When Havoc and I showed up, Olivia was there, along with Banks, Yayo, MOP's manager, and Young Buck was on the speakerphone. Mace never signed to the label because Puffy was asking for too much money to buy him out his existing Bad Boy contract. 50 started the meeting. I called this meeting today because I want to let y'all know that I've been spending a lot of money to promote you all on tour and several other expenses, and I haven't been seeing a profit on a lot of my investments, 50 said. Plus, I heard that some of y'all ain't happy. Then he turned to Olivia. For starters, I spent all kinds of money on your hairstylist, makeup artist, stylist, studio time, and I don't see you making any hits for a good album. Olivia tried to make excuses, but they weren't good enough. 50 then turned to MOP's manager. And as far as MOP, I got y'all up in my house studio for several months, and I don't see any work being done. Mobb Deep did over 40 songs within a few weeks before we even inked the deal. It's been almost a year, and I haven't seen any effort from you guys. MOP's manager tried to make excuses, but they weren't good enough. Then he turned to Banks. And I don't know what your problem is. You got the work ethic, you make good songs, but you act like you don't want to do the promotional work it takes to sell the album correctly. Now, I know you had some personal issues with your family lately, but I lost my mom's, Banks. I know what it feels like to lose a family member. That didn't stop me from doing what needed to be done, though. Banks had recently lost his father and was mourning, so he probably hadn't done a lot of the necessary promo. I started to feel uncomfortable listening to the discussion between 50 and Banks. It sounded personal, and I felt like it was none of Mobb Deep's business. But 50 obviously wanted us to hear it. I heard you're upset with your album sales, 50 continued. Well, I got on songs for all of y'all albums. I wrote choruses, got in the videos. It's up to y'all to lyrically perform at y'all best and do the work it takes to market and promote the projects. I'm not going to do it all for you. As a matter of fact, I'm not doing any more features on any of y'all songs or videos because I'm carrying all the weight. Y'all have to start pulling your own weight. Yo, Buck, you there? You heard what I said? Buck mumbled through the speakerphone.
Yeah, I'm here, 50. Don't worry, 50. I'm the cleanup man.
Buck said.
I got hits on this album, we good.
That was some real disrespectful, cocky shit he just said. I thought to myself, what is he trying to say, that his shit is better than 50 Cent, Mobb Deep, Yayo, and Banks? Buck used the wrong choice of words as far as I was concerned. Then 50 continued. Yayo was locked up, and his album was on hold until he got out. He missed a lot of big promotion while he was gone, but he did what he had to do when he got home. Yayo cut in and said, I'm not complaining about album sales, man. I'm good. Whatever needs to be done, I'm doing it. Then 50 said, look at what P just did with his video on the internet. He shot a video for a mix CD song on his own. He's not waiting for me to help him. He's pushing himself, making himself hot. Niggas need to be doing shit like that. Then Banks came out of left field and said, what? This meeting is all about me? Because you seem to be focused on me the most. No, it's not all about you, 50 said. I'm talking to everybody, but you need to start doing your promo work before you start complaining about your album sales. I want everybody in here to look down under the table and tell me what you see. Everybody looked under the table, confused. I don't see nobody rocking G-Unit sneakers, 50 said. I see Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Timberland, but I pay you endorsement checks every month to wear G-Unit. 50 made that endorsement deal with Yayo, Banks, Buck, and maybe Olivia before Mobb Deep came around. We weren't a part of that deal, so he wasn't talking to us. From now on, I'm dead in that deal, and you won't get your checks anymore, 50 told them. See, I could forget about that. Wow, I thought. If 50 would have gave us that deal, I would have worn G-Unit to sleep at night and in my casket. Buck mumbled over the phone once more. I got this, 50. Me and Spider Lope, we going hard. I'm the cleanup man, trust me. Buck needed to shut the fuck up and listen to what was being said. He needed to hand in a good album instead of talking all that cleanup man shit. This nigga frontin', Banks jumped up and said. He ain't happy. Ain't nobody happy with this label. Banks slammed his fitted hat on the table and sat back in his chair. Oh yeah? 50 looked at Banks and said, You want to bounce like Game and start your own label? I got you. I'll call my lawyer and tell him to get you a deal over at Geffen, and you could do your own thing from now on. Banks stormed out the meeting. A week later, 50 dropped Olivia and MOP from the label. I wanted to ask 50 to put H&IC Part 2 out on G-Unit, but after that meeting, I didn't feel right about asking him. I didn't want to get shot down or put him in an awkward position by having to tell me he wasn't interested in doing my solo album. So I kept it to myself for the time being. When 50 acknowledged that he liked what I was doing with my mix CD video, it added fuel to my already existing fire. Alchemist and I finished Return of the Mac, and I plan to release it through DJ Who Kid as a street mix CD for free. But then I got a call from Bob Perry, who'd been missing in action since Free Agents, and was now working with Koch Records, offering $200,000 to buy Return of the Mac. I took that paper, $200,000 up front in one check, and I ran. When I told 50 how much I got from my mix CD, he was like, Wow, how the hell did you pull that off? That's good. After I got that money, I shot 3 more videos for the mix CD, Stuck to You, New York Shit, and Seventh Heaven, featuring Pacino, a rapper from Ocean Village Projects in Far Rockaway, Queens, whom I had met through Twin. I released the videos one at a time, every few weeks. The buzz was strong for Return to Mac, and the press gave rave reviews for the Mac 10 Handle video. So Koch was ready to release the mix CD immediately. Alchemist and I did a photo shoot for the CD artwork, wearing classic mafia-style suits. I came up with the nicknames for Alchemist and myself, Bumpy Johnson and Dutch Schultz, old-time Harlem gangsters who went by the same names. Harlem rapper Cameron had been enjoying a successful run with his group The Diplomats, a.k.a. Dipset. They dropped a bunch of hits on Jay-Z's Rockefeller Records, and the crew had 2 rising solo artists, Jules Santana and Jim Jones. Right before Return of the Mac was released, Jim Jones put out a hit single titled Ballin'. Jules Santana and Jim Jones were both on Koch Records, so we were label mates. Alchemist was also signed to Koch. Return of the Mac was released and sold about 50,000 units, just what I needed to get my buzz going for H&IC Part 2. A month later, I got a call from a dude named Scientific, whom San Scarfo introduced me to, telling me about this company, Voxonic, that wanted to start a record label. Voxonic had a patent for some type of new voice translation technology where they could take song lyrics and translate them into any language. He said that they were looking to promote the new technology through a record label, but didn't have any experience with the music industry and needed artists and somebody to help run the label. I told Scientific to set up a meeting with the owner so I could find out if it was worth my time. Later that day, Twin called and said that he, Godfather, and Ty Nitty were about to shoot a video for a song we did for a European compilation album. Twin said that the company gave him $5,000 cash for me to appear in the video, and he had the cash on him. Kiki and I bounced to Queensbridge where the video was being shot in front of Havoc's old building. I parked the bulletproof Suburban on 21st Street and then walked over to meet everybody. On the block, I saw friendly faces that I hadn't seen in years.
Yo, what up, Thon?
my man Bumpy greeted me. The last time I saw Bump was when he had Worm on the back of his BMX bike and Worm shot his gun in the air trying to scare me. Bumpy got locked up after that and did like 6 years. I shot my scenes real quick because Kiki was waiting for me in the truck. She's not very sociable with people and doesn't trust anybody, so she fell back. While Twin, Bumpy, and Godfather walked with me back to my car, we saw Green Eyes walking towards us on 21st Street. I hadn't seen him since I stopped dealing with bars and hooks. "Yo, P, I need to speak with you real fast. What up, man?" he said. We stepped aside. "What's the word, man?" I asked. "Look, the nigga Preem is upset with you because you've been talking about him on your songs," Green Eye said. "He has some niggas out here looking for you. I already told niggas that they gotta fall back because you my nigga, P. But just stop talking about all that shit in your songs." While Green Eyes was talking, Bumpy and Twin walked over. "You good, Don? You good, P?" Bumpy asked. "What up with this nigga right here?" "Yeah, it's all good," I said. "We good." "Aight, just let me know, cause anybody front on you, Don, niggas gonna get fucked up out here." Then Twin said, "Yo, you good, P? You sure?" "Yeah, we just talking, chill," I said. Then they backed up. Green Eyes then said, "Yo, you my nigga, P. You know I love you, man. Preem just feel like it's none of your business. So just leave all that shit alone, man. I'm out here, man. I'll see you later on." I gave him a pound and then he left. Green Eyes was referring to my song Rotten Apple on Return of the Mac, where I got a line saying, "If Pac was still alive, we'd be on the same team. We got bigger fish to fry than that bitch Supreme." I was referring to Tupac's relationship with E Moneybags and Majesty and how that would have eventually made us friends. I called Preem a bitch because he had E Moneybags killed and got 50 shot up, so fuck Preem, simply put. You send niggas, I send them back in plastic. You send bitches, I send them bitches back pregnant, simply put. Godfather told me one day that some Supreme Team niggas was walking around the projects asking about me, saying they were gonna kill me. But I didn't know what he was talking about and didn't care. Now Green Eyes confirmed it. Oh well, see me when you see me, nigga. Twin gave me my $5,000 and Kiki and I left. My relationship with Kiki was getting a little better. After I caught those cheating messages on the phone, I became real cold-hearted. The G-Unit deal only made me worse. She probably thought I was cheating a lot, but 99% of the time, I was just working on music and kicking it with my boys. I'd rather chase money. I spent long hours in the studio and came home around 5 a.m. every day ever since Kiki and I was first together. It was a rare occasion for me to take a break, and a vacation was out of the question. Vacation? What's that? Working so hard, I was missing out on time with my kids and my woman. I used to bring my son Shaka with me to the studio and the office back when he was 3 years old, until 2002, when I started smoking and bullshitting again. I didn't want him around all that. Scientific hit me back and told me Voxonic offered to give me a 50-50 deal with a $400,000 advance and ownership of my masters. Vox also offered an ownership percentage of the company as well, and an executive position at the label with a $5,000 per month salary and fully paid living expenses, which is worth an additional $5,000 per month. I told 50 about it and he said, "Yo, how the hell do you be making all these crazy deals? That's amazing. Take it." Looking over a rough contract, Mobb Deep's new lawyer, Evan Freifeld, had the same response as 50. He couldn't believe it. Evan wanted to make minor adjustments to the deal terms before I signed the contract, so he told me he'd contact me when it was ready to be finalized. After my call with Evan, I drove to the studio to see what was up with Hav. On the drive to Queens, I got an email that surprised me. It was Lindsay Lohan. She asked if I was in New York and said that I should come to a club in Manhattan later that night called Bungalow 8, where she'd be hanging out with a few of her girlfriends. So I hit her back and told her I'd meet her there. I had $20 in my pocket and $0 in my personal account. I called my accountant, Audiobook, and asked him to transfer $500 into my ATM account so I could have spending cash for the club. Mobb Deep kept all our real money in a business account, so we couldn't touch it. So when we wanted money, we'd make transfers through our account. It kept us from spending too much. Havoc wasn't at the studio, but our engineer Fly was there with Nice. I told Nice about Lindsay's invitation and asked him to come along. When 11 p.m. rolled around, we hopped in my bulletproof Suburban and stopped at the gas station to get gas plus some bread from the ATM. But when I checked my account, I still had $0. Sometimes the money transfers don't go through until the next day. Damn. I put $10 in the bulletproof, enough to get there and back. Now I only had $10 and Nice had 20. Wow. We're going to an exclusive Manhattan club with $30 to hang out with some $1 million white chicks. Oh well. At least we looking good. There were 2 black bouncers at the door, who I figured might recognize me. "What's up, man? It's Prodigy," I said. The bouncer looked at me like I was retarded. "Are you on the guest list?" he asked. "It's a private party." "I should be. Check it out. Prodigy from Mobb Deep." "Nah, I don't see you," the bouncer said after glancing at the list. "Sorry." "Yo, Prodigy, son. Mobb Deep. It's just 2 of us." I hated feeling like I had to beg or prove that I belong in the club. "Sorry, I can't let you in," he said, looking at me as if he couldn't care less. "I'm here with Lindsay Lohan," I said. "She's waiting for me." "Who?" "Lindsay Lohan," I repeated. "Can you please tell Lindsay that Prodigy's at the door? Thank you." The look on his face was priceless. Lindsay walked nice of me through the packed club to her VIP table, where she had bottles of Grey Goose and Belvedere. Bungalow 8 looked like some tropical jungle type of shit inside. A predominantly white crowd sprinkled with blacks and Latinos. I've been there before with Alchemists. Lindsay's friends were wearing Mardi Gras looking white masks, drunk and dancing crazily to rap music. Lindsay introduced me to her assistant. We poured drinks and started dancing while Nice danced with one of the mysterious masked ladies. Another masked lady got behind Nice and had him in a sandwich. He looked over at me with the crazy Kool-Aid smile. After a handful of songs, Nice and I walked over to the bar so it wouldn't seem like we were drinking all of Lindsay's liquor. "Prodigy?" A young black bartender looked at me and asked. "Oh, shit! My favorite rapper! Yo, I love Mobb Deep, man. What can I get for you?" "2 shots of Hennessy on ice," I told him, since we were on a tight budget. "Man, I'm hooking you up with a bottle, man, on the house." The bartender hooked us up. I thanked him for the bottle. He saved us from looking stupid and walked back to the VIP. On the way, I bumped into RZA from Wu-Tang Clan. We were surprised to see each other. Then I got back to Lindsay. The ladies poured shots of Hennessy and Nice started dancing with the same masked female. She lifted her mask real quick to get some air, and I saw it was Ashley Simpson, Jessica Simpson's younger sister. I told Nice that he would know that he had a celeb on his hands. Then Lindsay pulled me back to her. I saw her looking at her BlackBerry after a while, and her mood changed. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "This guy I used to mess with is fucking stalking me. I think he's in the club." "Oh yeah? Well, let me know if you see him and we'll fuck him up," I said. "You good with me. I ain't letting nobody bother you if you don't want to be bothered. Just let me know." After another hour of drinking, dancing, and grinding on each other, we said our goodbyes. I don't know if Nice got Ashley's number, but regardless, we had fun that night. October 26, 2006. It was Alchemist's birthday, and Twin, Godfather, Ty Nitty, my cousin JM's homeboy Rome, Alchemist, and I gathered at Al's Manhattan apartment to celebrate with a case of Heinekens, a case of Coronas, and a lot of Kush. Twin was pushing to go out, but Alchemist and I wanted to stay in the apartment and make music. Atlanta rapper Ludacris was having an album release party for his new singer, Sharifa, at the Show nightclub near Times Square. "Come on, yo, it's Alchemist's birthday," Twin said. "Let's go out." We rolled out 3 cars deep, Alchemist and me in my bulletproof Suburban, JM and Rome in JM's gold drop-top SL Benz, and Twin, Godfather, and Ty Nitty in a black Hummer H2. I usually snuck a 22 or a 25 caliber handgun into the clubs if there were only a few of us, but there were 7 of us, so I left the pistol in the truck in the storage box between the driver and the passenger seats. Velvet ropes surrounded the club's front entrance. A black doorman came over. "Yeah, what's up, man? Prodigy and Alchemist plus 5, I announced. The doorman said to give him a minute. Then he walked inside the club. While waiting, I looked toward the street to my left and saw 3 plainclothes detectives from the hip-hop task force. I recognized them from the night they arrested me after the Blood Money release party at the Roxy. I didn't see the black cops. It was the white ones who looked like military dickheads. I wanted to point them out to Alchemist and Twin so they remember their faces. "Yo, don't look right now, but over to the left, you're gonna see 3 white dudes by a black car," I said. "That's the hip-hop cops." The doorman came back with a young white woman who had a clipboard in her hand. "What's up, guys?" she said. "We're working on clearing VIP tables for you now. How many is it? 7? I got 3 tables, and there's a 1 bottle minimum per table, so you have to buy 3 bottles, okay?" "How much are the bottles?" Alchemist asked. "And what if we don't want to drink?" "You have to buy a bottle in order to get a table. It costs $400 a piece," the lady said. $1,200, Alchemist and I said in unison. "To get into a party?" Al and I looked at each other. "I'm ready to bounce, man." $1,200. "They're trying to play us." The lady came back after a few minutes with another offer. "It's really overcrowded in there, and we only have room for you guys in the VIP section," she said. "So I could let you in, but you have to buy at least 2 bottles. That's only $800. Come on, I know you guys got that." "Man, fuck this lame-ass party," Al said. "Let's go." We jumped in our rides and rolled out with my Suburban leading the pack, JM's Benz behind me, and the black Hummer behind them. A few blocks away, I got a call on my cell from JM. "Yo, the D's just pulled me over," he said. "Word? You clean, right?" I asked. Yeah, we good," he said. "Ain't nothing in here." "Okay, well, call me back when they let you go," I said. "We're gonna stop and get some food." Alchemist wanted to stop at Pop Burger in the meatpacking district. I stood outside with Twin, Godfather, and Nitty to smoke a cigarette while Al ordered. "Yo, your D's cut right in front of me to pull JM over," Twin said. "He doesn't have anything in the car, does he?" "Nah, he said he clean," I said. "They cut in front of you to pull him over? That's strange." Alchemist came out with the food in bags, and we hopped back into my truck, heading towards his apartment. Twin, Nitty, and Godfather bounced back to QB. I called JM to see if he was okay. "We good, son. They letting us go right now," JM said. "Where y'all at?" I told him to meet us at Al crib. Alchemist and I stopped at a red light directly across the street from his building on 30th Street and 9th Avenue. While waiting for the light to change, I spotted an empty parking spot diagonally across the street from us in the middle of the block next to Al's building, which was like winning the lotto in Manhattan. So when the light turned green, I made an illegal U-turn up 9th Avenue and backed into the spot. Just as I was about to parallel park, a yellow cab with a 6-watt tag at the top and a red flashing police light on the dashboard pulled in front of my truck. Damn, the gun squad. They must have been behind me at the red light, following us for some time. The squad was only after guns. They didn't care if you had weed, crack, dope, or any drugs, as long as they didn't find a gun. I knew I was going to get locked up. Fuck it, I thought. I'll beat it with a legal search. 2 Ds hopped out the cab, one approaching my side and the other on Alchemist's side. "Turn the vehicle off and put your hands in the air." I turned off the engine and complied. Another unmarked car pulled up behind us. "Driver, roll down your window." Bulletproof windows only rolled down 4 inches, enough to pay tolls and talk through. I rolled the window down as far as it went. "The window doesn't come down any further because the truck is bulletproof," I told the cop. "Unlock the door and step out the vehicle." "I have to take off my seatbelt first," I said. I didn't want them to think I was reaching for a weapon. I stepped out the truck. The cops tried to open the door for me, a shocked look crossing on his face when he felt the weight of the 400-pound armored door. Alchemist got out too. "Do you have any weapons on you or in the car?" the cop asked. "No," I replied. They frisked us, ordering that we sit on the back of the bumper as they began searching my truck without permission. 2 more plainclothes detectives stepped out of the unmarked black car behind my truck. JM and Rome pulled up in the Benz looking at us, shaking their heads. JM parked and walked up next to us on the sidewalk. I was waiting for the moment the D's would find the gun. Any second now. 10-11, one of them yelled from inside the truck, their code for "we found the gun." "Stand up, turn around, and put your hands behind your fucking back," the 2 Ds from the second unmarked car said, slapping on cuffs and searching us again, rougher this time. "Yo, look across the street," JM said. I saw a third unmarked car, parked with D's sitting low in the seats, watching. "Those are the D's that just pulled me over a little while ago," JM said. "Call my lady and tell her to call a lawyer, son," I told JM. "Call her now. Good looking." "Keep it moving," the D's told JM and Rome. "Dad, get out of here. Walk up the block." They threw Alchemist and me in the yellow cab and brought us to the Midtown South Precinct on 35th Street between 8th and 9th Avenues, locking us in separate holding cells for the long hours of waiting. While sitting in my cell, one of the arresting officers brought me my bag of food from Pop Burger and my pack of Newports. "You're not supposed to smoke, but I'm hooking you up," the detective told me. "You didn't get it from me." A celebrity bust is a big deal for police. It might get him a nice promotion. Uniformed officers came to my cell asking for autographs and pictures on their camera phones. "Yo, Alchemist!" I yelled through the cell bars after about an hour. "Happy birthday!" "Yo, good looking!" Al yelled back from a distance. "You're a funny motherfucker!" The arresting officers pulled me out of my cell into an interrogation room. Look, we know the gun belongs to one of you, so just tell us, whose gun is it? I don't know about no gun, I said. We do music, we don't use guns. Listen, we're willing to work with you. We'll forget about the gun and rip up the sheet if you're willing to give us some information. Do you know any drug dealers or criminals that you could help us bust? Any information at all? Those D's were some real clowns. They continued. To tell you the truth, we just want information on 50 Cent. Does he buy drugs or guns? Maybe you can help us set up a buy and bust. Will he buy some drugs from you? I took a deliberate deep breath and exhaled real hard, putting my head in my hands to give them the impression that I was thinking about working with them. Man. Can I get a cigarette? I asked. They fumbled in their pockets to find me a smoke. Between us, maybe you can drop a gun in 50's car and help us get him, one of the officers said. Maybe some drugs. Does he let you get in any of his cars? You and your friend are going to get a lot of time, man. We're trying to help you get out of this situation. Nobody will ever find out that you helped us. Those crooked motherfuckers wanted me to plant a gun in 50's car. I smoked a cigarette fast and asked for another. So what's it gonna be? One of the officers said. I'll rip up the arrest sheet right now, and we can act like this gun of yours never happened. He told his partner, go grab the sheet for him. The partner came back with the arrest sheet. Take it or leave it. What it's gonna be? Nah, if I gotta do time, then so be it, I said, finishing my second cigarette. I'm not a rat. Back in my cell, I went to sleep on the hardwood bench, wondering if they were putting alchemists through the same thing. About an hour later, 2 different detectives took me back to the same room and tried the same bullshit, staring at me with hateful eyes. You know what? You fucking bastards make all this money while we make crumbs, and our white women turn into groupies going to your shows and hotels, one detective said. His tone sounded like he wanted to hang me from a tree branch. I fucking hate that black rat bullshit. I know what you mean, officer, I said. It's crazy because not too long ago, we did a concert at Madison Square Garden, and I saw Nicole Kidman in the front row going crazy to our music. She loved rap. The officer's face turned blood red. Take this motherfucker back to his cell, he ordered his partner. Get him out my face. I lit my last cigarette in my cell and stood on the bench, scribbling on the ceiling with my lighter. Mobb Deep, G-Unit, Infamous, H&IC Part 2, taking advantage of the time and the free advertising space. An hour or two later, the arresting officers took me upstairs into a conference room, where a handful of agents were seated around the table, all wearing blue nylon jackets with the letters ATF printed on the back in yellow. Why don't we just do this? You write a statement and admit the gun is yours, so we can send your friend Alan home, one of the agents said, meaning Alchemist, pushing the legal pad and pen towards me. I took the pad and pen and started writing. I slid the pad over to the ATF agent, who read it, then slammed the pad down and said, "Put him back in his cell." The vague statement didn't offer any information they were looking for. They took me to a different holding cell, this time with Alchemist. I asked Al if he stuck to the script, and he confirmed that he did. I asked him if the D's were trying to get him to plant evidence on 50, and he said no. They just wanted him to confess that the gun was mine and not his. But Al kept telling him, I don't know about any gun. A transport van brought us to 100 Center Street, the Tombs. Later that afternoon, the judge let Alchemist, who didn't have a criminal history, out without no bail and hit me with $50,000 bail. My lawyer, Irv Cohen, negotiated my bail down to $7,000, and 50 Cent put up the money. Around 5 p.m., Alchemist and I walked out of Central Booking and went straight to the G-Unit office so I could tell 50 how the gun squad and the ATF were trying to set him up. 50 was already highly aware how crooked law enforcement could be. My nigga, be careful about who you let inside your cars, office, house, and your hotel rooms, I told 50 in the conference room after detailing what happened. These police niggas is trying to set you up for real. The D's confiscated my bulletproof truck because of a New York state law that says if you're caught with guns or drugs in a vehicle that's in your name, if convicted, the state keeps your vehicle and auctions it off. I pleaded not guilty and was taking the case to trial, so I had to wait for the outcome of the trial to find out the fate of my truck. So I was back in my Porsche. I rode to a studio in an old warehouse in Bushwick, Brooklyn, to listen to beats by a production duo known as Sid Rome's, who Twin had been working with. Voxonic had agreed to my terms in the contract, and we were close to finalizing the deal. The owners of Vox, FD, was in his late 60s, and his son, RE, was a few years older than me, had their main office in a $10 million brownstone that FD owned on 62nd Street and Lexington Avenue, down the block from my old high school, Art and Design. Voxonic had just inked a deal with Kamani Marley, one of Bob Marley's sons, who starred in the Jamaican underground cult classic movie, Shotters. Kamani's album was a month away from being released, so the office was filled with his promotional items. They were planning for him to go out on tour with Van Halen. The new year, 2007, came around, and my trial was set to begin at the end of February. My little cousin JM was in Laurelton, Queens, taking over the streets with Purple Haze weed. JM knew somebody who had $100,000 in counterfeit cash, the best fake money I'd ever seen. You're making a lot of money with this smoke, I told him. Don't start fucking around with that fake money. That's a federal charge. Nah, I'm not trying to get into that, JM assured me. My man gave me 10 stacks because he owed me a favor. Alright, I said. Don't have the feds coming at you. The next day, JM's mom's, my Aunt Janice, called saying that the D's ran in their house and found 5 pounds of weed, 2 guns, and $5,000 in fake money, and confiscated both his drop tops, the SL Benz, and the Pontiac Solstice. His mother's front door was knocked off the hinges, hanging by a few screws when I went to visit him after he was bailed out. The feds came to talk to me at the precinct, JM told me, because they found $5,000 in that funny money. They asked me, was I getting the money from you? What? I said, from me. They wanted to know who had the master die that created the money, JM explained. They said, who are you getting it from? Your cousin Prodigy out in New Jersey? How the hell do they know where I live? I said. They must have had our phones tapped. No wonder my phone been ringing crazy lately. What I was about to find out through my trial would confirm that my many years of paranoia was for good reason. My lawyer, Irv Cohen, insisted that I wear a suit to my trial. I didn't own any suits, so I bought an affordable brown suit from the Men's Warehouse. Kiki and I talked it over and decided not to bring the kids with us to court. I didn't lie to them about what was going on. I just didn't want them sitting through it. The first day of the trial in Supreme Court at 100 Center Street, the DA gave my lawyer and me an offer. 5 years if I pleaded guilty. I was facing a maximum of 7 to 15 years because of my extensive criminal history. My lawyer and I asked for a postponement to have more time to get the case together. The judge granted us 3 months. The new trial date was set for June. At my lawyer's office in the Woolworth building by Ground Zero, a few days later, Irv introduced me to an older black gentleman with green eyes named Rodney. Rodney had been in the FBI for many years, the 14th black agent allowed into the Bureau, and started his own private investigation company after retiring. Rodney and Irv had worked together on several cases. I explained, step by step, how my arrest took place, including how the same hip-hop task force arrested me the night of the Blood Money party at the Roxy. Both Irv and Rodney seemed to have a hard time believing that such a task force existed. I started working on HNIC Part 2 and snapped into full rebel mode. It's time to go the complete opposite direction in these other rappers, I decided. While they chase the luxurious life, I'm going to focus on the people in the hood and real life issues, worldwide. I decided that my album wouldn't be for radio or TV because rap music was created for us to enjoy in the hood. We didn't go to the mainstream, it came to us. Men lie, women lie, and money allows you to lie even easier, but poverty doesn't lie. And Mobb Deep represents poverty. My plan was to literally rage against the machine. The first batch of songs I recorded with Sid Rome's and Alchemist were Veterans Memorial 2, ABC, The Life, Young Veterans, Test Tube Babies, and Dirty New Yorker. I wanted to shoot a video for every song. I had a social networking site called hnic2.com to help promote my album. With all the work I was cramming into every minute of every day, June zoomed around real fast, and it was about time for trial again. I met with Irv and Rodney for an update, and Rodney shared some interesting information that he discovered about the Hip Hop Task Force, which operated in conjunction with similar task forces in a few other states. Rodney had connected with a retired New York City detective who started the task force, Derek Parker. Derek invited Rodney to his house to discuss the history of the task force and my case. Derek explained how it all started when he was a regular uniformed officer from Mount Vernon with a lot of friends in the music industry, including Puff Daddy and Heavy D. Derek's superiors wanted to start doing music industry surveillance, allowing him to pick his own team and design the task force, promising a promotion to detective if he agreed. So Derek agreed. He soon realized that all the intel his superiors ordered him to gather was inconsequential and frivolous. What they were doing was illegal. So Derek quit. At Derek's house, he opened the treasure chest box and pulled out an entire file dedicated to Mobb Deep. Rodney flipped through tons of photos of us hanging out in Queensbridge and coming in and out of clubs and studios, cars, and other random locations. Derek told Rodney that they had been doing surveillance on us since 1993. Derek went on to tell Rodney that after the investigations of Puff, Nas, Tupac, Wu-Tang, and Mobb Deep, his superiors wanted him to expand the intel, putting further funding into the covert operation to follow more rappers, names, addresses, friends, enemies, families, hangouts, and more. Derek Parker had enough. When he quit, he authored a book titled Notorious C.O.P., exposing all the wrongs that were taking place. As Rodney explained all this incredible information to Irv and me, my thoughts drifted off for a moment. This shit reminds me of COINTELPRO and the Black Panthers. Always suspected we were being monitored, but this shit is more serious than I thought. Rodney told us that Derek Parker had agreed to testify on the stand in my trial about how the task force uses illegal searches to make gun arrests. Derek knew this all too well because he created the tactic. Alchemist was my only witness to the illegal search and also agreed to testify at a hearing to suppress the gun evidence. The D's didn't have my permission or a search warrant to go into the box where the gun was located, so the judge would have to toss the evidence out. To make our case stronger, Rodney was trying to link the D's who arrested us to the hip-hop task force. Alchemist told the whole story from when the D's followed us from the club to when the other D's in the 6Y yellow cab illegally searched my truck. The DA quickly objected to the followed us from the club part, and the judge agreed that that part wasn't relevant to the case. The judge only wanted to know about what happened from the moment of my illegal U-turn up until the D's found the gun. My lawyer Irv tried to tell the judge that the entire story was relevant, but the judge wasn't trying to hear that. After Alchemist, they called one of the D's to the stand, the one who brought my food and cigarettes to my cell that night. The judge ruled that the gun evidence could come in at trial. On September 19th, Havoc had an album release party for the solo album he'd been quietly working on, The Kush, at SOB's in downtown Manhattan by the Holland Tunnel. Hot 97 promoted the event. About 20 of us rolled that night, so I wasn't concerned with bringing guns, but brought a little knife with a razor for a blade. I loved that little thing. It was small, but it could cause severe damage. At SOB's, after talking with rapper J. Rue the Damager, who had a few underground hits in the early 90s, but has since disappeared from the scene, we went downstairs to the dressing room until DJ Premier announced his new group, NYGs. Before NYGs gets on stage, we got a special guest who just walked in and asked to perform, Premier said. Saigon, come up to the stage. We all looked at each other at the same time and said, Saigon? Fuck that, let's go fuck this nigga up, Havoc said. Come on. 10 of us stayed in the crowd, and 10 of us went up on stage and surrounded Saigon from behind, who was with 2 of his boys and 1 bodyguard. I opened the knife and held it concealed in my jacket pocket. I got a good look at all the video cameras in the crowd, and I thought to myself, don't do anything that's going to incriminate you. You on camera. Remember, you on trial. Saigon was caught up in his performance and didn't realize we were behind him. Havoc, tipsy, was about to pounce on Saigon, but as Hav stepped forward to snuff him, I grabbed Hav. Chill, son, not like this, I said. Let everybody else get him. Then Hav walked up to Saigon while he was rapping and said something in his ear while the music kept playing. Saigon stopped rapping, had a quick conversation with Hav, then they gave each other a pound and hug, and I overheard Saigon say, I love y'all niggas, man. As soon as Saigon put the mic down and walked off stage, our boy Tyson grabbed him by the back of his shirt and pushed him into Pacino, Nice, and Wop by the stage exit. They beat Saigon and kicked him under the DJ table, where he hid for a moment before climbing up to hide behind his bodyguard. Peeking his head out from behind his bodyguard, he saw me standing there looking for him. Then he reached out and threw a punch at me. I leaned back and caught the tail end of the punch to the side of my head, knocking my fitted hat off. Then he threw another swing with the same hand and he missed me. As I was leaning back to avoid the last swing, one of his boys tried to clothesline me, but hit me in my left shoulder, knocking me to the ground. Then he jumped off the stage and ran out the club, leaving Saigon for dead. Luckily, I didn't stab myself with that open knife in my pocket. My man Fly chased that kid and beat him up bad outside. Saigon hid in the corner behind his bodyguard as our crew launched bottles and glasses at him. hitting the wall just inches from his face. My boys had him and his bodyguard trapped in the corner now. Fearing for his life, Saigon's bodyguard gave him a piggyback ride, jumping off the stage wearing Saigon like a backpack. With 15 of my niggas chasing him, they ran out of the club top speed. You see, that's why black people can't never have nothing. Having grabbed the mic and shouted, "Can't we all just get along?" Then I grabbed the other mic and shouted, "You see who just got beat up and ran out of here, right? Hey yo, DJ on point, start the music." While we performed Shook Ones, Pacino, Nice, Fly, and the crew were outside chasing Saigon through the streets as he ran into oncoming traffic, dodging speeding cars. "Drop your jewelry and we'll stop chasing you," Pacino shouted. "Drop your jewelry, nigga." While running, Saigon took off his watch and tossed it behind him. Then Saigon and his boys hopped into their car service and peeled off. I watched it all on my cameraman Jordan's footage after the show and told him to post it up on YouTube immediately. Jordan wanted to edit out the part where I got punched and knocked down, but I told him to just post the entire thing. I ain't give a fuck. Anybody can get hit. Shit, you can punch the president if you get close enough. It's all about what's gonna happen to you after you do that dumb shit. The next night, Havoc had another album release party at another Manhattan club. My man Baja, a graphic artist, designed a flyer with a silhouette of a man running that read, "Run, Saigon, run." I had 3,000 double-sided flyers printed at Kinko's to scatter throughout the streets of Manhattan before the party. Smoking weed and drinking backstage, Tyson told me, "Pete, put out the weed, hurry up, hurry up. The D's are coming in the dressing room. They want to talk to you." 2 detectives, one black, one white, walked in. "Where's Prodigy?" the black one asked. "What's up, man?" I asked, standing up. "Is everything all right?" "Listen, don't worry," he said. "I don't care if you're smoking back here. I came to talk to you about last night. We know what happened, and we don't care if you guys beat people up and fight and all that. We just don't want you guys to start shooting people." "Shooting?" "No, we don't get into all that," I said. "We just do music. We just rappers." Yeah, okay," he said. "Seriously, this guy Saigon, is it over or what? We don't want anything to happen to him." "Yeah, we don't got no problems with him," I said. "A little fight happened and that's that." "All right, good luck with your court case," he said. "You guys have a good night." Whoa, sounded like Saigon was working with the D's. On November 2nd, 2007, I turned 33. It was a monumental day for my woman Kiki and me, because we flew to Los Angeles and decided to finally get married. Neither of us believed in the European religions based on the Holy Bible, nor did we believe in the marriage rituals or ceremonies, but we decided to do it, mostly for legal reasons. We stayed at Alchemist's beachfront condo in Venice Beach for a couple of days. I reached out to 40 Glock to arrange to shoot some videos with a director named Ken X. On November 4th, Kiki and I flew to Vegas to get married because it only took 30 minutes to get a marriage license out there. We went to the Little White Chapel and performed the ceremony with 40 Glock and my man African Rob as our witnesses. It felt great to be husband and wife. We had a roller coaster relationship for 13 years and agreed to leave all our mistakes in the past and stay together. Kiki was a strong, loving woman to stay with me through it all, so she deserved all the respect in the world from me. We spent the night in the Wynn Hotel and Casino and popped champagne. Back in New York, it was time for the jury selection. The DA was a young Italian man and his assistant was an Asian man, both in their early 30s. The jurors, who they brought in to select from, were 95% white, only 4 blacks. and all four told the judge that they couldn't make a proper decision because they claimed to have family who were hurt by gun violence. Most of the time, when jurors say that to a judge, they just trying to get out of doing jury duty. Blacks and Latinos need our people on the juries to help decide the fate of our trials and for the trials to actually be fair. The 4 black jurors were relieved of their duties, and there were only whites left to select from. Irv and I had to base our selections on which ones we thought would not make a biased decision. I looked in their eyes, listened to them speak, and hoped we chose wisely. The prosecution called the 2 detectives who arrested me. After swearing in with hands on the Bible, the second detective began. His testimony was on point until he said, "And when we approached Mr. Johnson's vehicle, I saw a nickel-plated gun in his hand. He was trying to put it away in the box so we wouldn't see it. I shot him a look like he was out of his fucking mind. I knew I was going to lose the trial after that testimony." Irv questioned both the detectives about the other unmarked car that pulled up seconds after them. How did they know to come to the location of my truck? "It was just a coincidence," the arresting D's responded. "They just so happened to be driving past and stopped to help us. We didn't call them. There was no way for us to prove that they were profiling, and I was in a bad position. If I continued with the trial and left it up to the jury, whose side would they believe? Alchemists or 2 New York City detectives who claimed they saw a gun in my hand?" The DA went into the hallway and rolled the TV and DVD player into the courtroom, perhaps to play my Mac 10 handle and Infamous Allegiance DVD for the jury to make me look like a menace to society. There were a lot of guns and violence in those videos. Maybe it was a scare tactic, but it worked. Along with the lies from the detectives, I knew I couldn't win this one. We took a lunch break, and the DA stepped to Irv and offered him a new deal, 3.5 years in prison, as opposed to the original 5 years, but only if I accepted the offer within 24 hours. Staring out at the Hudson River and Giant Stadium that night in my backyard, I contemplated my next move. Do you want to see your kids when they're in their 20s or in 3 years? I asked myself. Do you want to come back in 3 short years and still have a career, or be gone for so long that your music doesn't matter to the world anymore? I called my moms, brother, Havoc, 50, and a gang of others to see how they felt about my choices. They all wanted me to fight. I felt like an asshole for not listening to 50 when he told me to put surveillance cameras in my truck. That footage would have proved everything. I had beaten many cases and avoided prison by the skin of my teeth for many years. You can't win them all, I told myself. Take the 3.5 years, come out smarter, stronger, and better than ever. Then came the hard part. I had to go inside the house and explain to my kids what was about to happen. Most parents might hide that from their 11-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter, but I gave my kids the real, all the time. I told my son first. "But you're not a bad person," Shaka said, dropping a few tears. "You just carry a gun for protection. You don't run around hurting people." "Yeah, but that gun was illegal," I said. "I broke the law by having an illegal gun in my truck. I should have gotten a gun license or a bodyguard, but I didn't. So now I have to pay for my mistakes." Shaka understood clearly, but he couldn't hold back the tears. I was proud of him for being strong, though. 3 years goes by fast, kid. Remember when we were on tour together with 50 and Eminem? Well, In 2 months, that'd be 3 years ago. See how fast that went? It seemed like yesterday, don't it? He agreed. We both went into my bedroom, and I explained the same to my daughter Tasia. Tasia took it well also. I don't even think she cried. Maybe while I wasn't looking. After breaking the news to my little ones, I confirmed my decision with my lawyer Irv and got right down to business. If I was going to prison for 3.5 years, I needed to leave enough product in the streets to keep my name alive until I got back. I hadn't even signed a deal with Voxonic yet. I walked into the court the next morning, early, with my wife Kiki and my lawyer Irv. Our plan was to accept a 3.5-year deal by pleading guilty and to ask the judge for another 3-month extension on sentencing so I could work on my health, finish my album, and do a promo tour before doing my time. The judge granted the 3 months. Time was limited, so I started knocking songs and videos out fast, planning the promo tour and filming myself every day, uploading themostinfamous.com with footage until I started my sentence. I was racing the clock like a madman. Jerry Lamothe, the writer and director of Blackout, called me and invited me to the movie premiere on West 23rd Street in Manhattan. I brought Kiki, Draws, Sam Scarfo, and Scientific. The theater was packed with press, celebrities, and movie industry people. After the premiere, Quincy Jones' son, QD3, called and asked me to star in a new documentary about rappers and guns that he was filming. The Alchemist got a call about using a song from HNIC Part 2 for the popular video game Grand Theft Auto. We decided to give them Dirty New Yorker. Peter Keys, my HNIC2 distributor and manufacturer, told me that the MP3 player company Sansa wanted me to promote their new MP3 device in exchange for $200,000 in marketing and promotion of HNIC Part 2. My head was spinning. My plate was full of things to accomplish in such a limited amount of time. After a quick East Coast promo tour, my last performance before turning myself in was at BB King Blues Club in Times Square. Kiki and I arrived early to knock out a bunch of press interviews before the show. Backstage, my guests started arriving. Twin, Godfather, Ty Nitty, Gotti, Chinky, Tyson, Pacino, Maserati Fox, even Bars and Hooks popped up. I hadn't seen them in years. Cormega, Noid, and a bunch of 50s boys from G-Unit. The club was packed. The only people missing were Havoc and my man Fly, who eventually showed up 20 minutes before showtime. After performing a bunch of HNIC Part 2 songs, Havoc, drunk and tired of waiting, got on the mic and demanded that we do our Mobb Deep songs. I wasn't planning to do Mobb Deep songs until after my solo set, but once again, I didn't want to look like Havoc and I weren't on the same page, because that's a sign of weakness, so I decided to go with the flow. The show sequence was a little sloppy, but we still killed it. The entire performance was professionally filmed, so I could release it on DVD. It was an emotional night for me. Even though I didn't show it on my face, Kiki and I got home, and I felt like the world was off of my back. I was ready to get the time ahead of me over with, so I can come back to my family and the world as a brand new man. 50 came to my crib that weekend for the first time. We weren't expecting him. The kids were excited to see him. We showed him around our place, and he told me not to stress, and asked me if I could help him write a screenplay for one of his G-Unit books titled Ski Mask Way. Murder Music was one of 50's favorite hood films, and he always complimented me on the way I wrote the story. Then we spoke about Havoc and how I had recently found out that Bob Perry from Koch Records was illegally selling Mobb Deep music on the internet and in stores. Bob put out an album, Infamous Archives, without our permission, and we were planning on suing him. 50 agreed to back us and make sure we had a strong case. The day had come. February 29th, 2008. It was time for my sentencing hearing. Kiki and I woke up early. I planned ahead and found out what I was allowed to wear in Rikers Island. I wore a dark gray sweatsuit, dark gray Scully, 2 fresh white t-shirts, 2 pairs of socks, black shell-toe Adidas, and thermal underwear so I wouldn't be cold. I cut tiny holes in the cuffs and bottom elastic of the sweatshirt, stuffing as many little morphine pills as possible inside the holes just in case I got sick. I wasn't trying to suffer from pain inside of a prison cage. Kiki filmed me on the drive to Manhattan Supreme Court. One last piece of footage for the mostinfamous.com. Before I went in, when we arrived at court, all my boys were waiting out front. Alchemist, Havoc, Pacino, Tyson, Gotti, Chinky, Nice, Fly, and a few others. Press cameras snapped pictures as we walked towards the courthouse entrance. "Good luck, Prodigy," a white cameraman yelled out. "Take care of yourself. We see you when you get home." The crew walked inside and took the elevator to the courtroom on the 14th floor. Irv was waiting in the hallway. "You ready, kid?" he asked. "Yeah, let's get this shit over with," I said. I gave Kiki one last kiss and hug, then walked into the courtroom. The court clerk called my name. I walked to the defendant table to be sentenced by the judge. The court officers cuffed my wrists and led me to a back room. I turned around to get one last look at my wife, Kiki. Sadness spread across her face. October 3rd, 2009. Mid-State Correctional Facility, Marcy, New York, 9 a.m. Taking an early morning spin around the pebble-lined yard before my daily workout routine was my favorite thing to do in prison. It was my escape from the trivial inmate conversations and annoying noise and chatter that constantly came out the CO's walkie-talkies. It was peaceful. Dirt and pebbles crunching under my sneakers as I walked at a calm pace. The leaves of the tall trees rustling in the wind, birds chirping, and my inner voice reminded me how lucky I was to have had so many chances to get my life together. You better know that after this, your chances are done. If you don't get out there and stick to the script, the rest of your life will be nothing but pain, sorrow, and regret, I told myself. As I strolled around the dusty path, I kept thinking about this book, Evolution of a Revolutionary, an autobiography of Tupac's mom, Afeni Shakur, written by Jasmine Guy. Afeni said something in that book that made me realize why I kept fucking up even though I was trying to live righteous all those years. She explained that the Black Panther Party she had been a part of had overwhelming power mentally and physically. Some of the smartest, toughest brothers and sisters ever. They created an incredible amount of positive change in the black communities worldwide, even inspiring other oppressed races to stand up and fight for equality. But the Panthers' lack of spiritual power, or God in their movement, was a major reason behind their downfall. Afeni didn't say it like that exactly, but that's exactly what she meant, and I could relate 100%. I had the mental and physical strength to do a lot of good things in life, and had a lot of real good success. But I didn't have the spiritual power of God that it takes to do great things. Ever since I was a teenager, I tell people I'm a spiritual person, but I don't believe in God. I was too young-minded to realize that that was a hypocritical statement. See, I always looked at things from a scientific point of view. So believing something to be true doesn't mean it's actually the truth. But when you know something is true, that's when you're sure and it's a fact. In other words, I didn't want faith in God. I wanted God in fact. I was looking for God all over the place. In my prayers when I was young, in the hospital when I was in tremendous pain, in books, up in the sky, and in my questions to my father. Is there God? I asked Pops. Yes, he answered. How do you know that God is real? I've seen God before, he said. If you've seen God, then what did God look like? God looks like water. Water? Yeah, Pop said. God looks like water. God is everywhere and everything. Once I officially acknowledged that God has always been and always will be in my life, it gave me the power to handle any situation. It put my anger in check and taught me to approach problems as lessons. Nothing is a challenge to me anymore, just an experience. I don't compete anymore. I just create. There's no such thing as opposition. It's just nature at work. HNIC Part 2 was released on April 22nd, 2008, about 2 months after I went in. It was a commercial failure, selling just over 60,000 units. To be honest, I wasn't upset, because the main reason I released that album was for my family to have the advance, salary, and mortgage payment money while I was in prison. I was aware that the company wasn't capable of pushing my album to its maximum sales potential without me being able to properly promote it. It had nothing to do with the economy, changing trends in the music industry, or my ability to create quality songs. That company just didn't know what to do without me, so they dropped the ball. About 9 months into my bid, Voxonic was so furious that they had to pay my wife $10,000 a month after I gotten locked up, that they stopped paying her and answering her calls. Wow, they're the ones that agreed to my terms. But I put that album and that company out of my mind and focused on the songs that I was creating now. The only things that really matter in life are the things that need to be taken care of right now. As a matter of fact, these are the most important words of wisdom in this book. Yesterday is gone, and tomorrow doesn't count unless you take care of your priorities right now. 50 Cent had came to visit me soon after New Year's 2009. He came alone. The whole prison was talking about the visit. In the visitors' room, the COs had to tell inmates and their visitors to fall back and stop asking for autographs. We spoke for an hour and a half about his film company, Cheetah Vision, and the movie he wrote for his album Before I Self-Destruct. He said he named the character who's his little brother in the film after my son Shaka. 50 had FedEx Shaka $1,000 cash as a Christmas gift. Shaka was 13 and a full-blown skateboarder who wanted to go pro. So he bought a bunch of skate gear with his gift money. 50 told me he was looking forward to my return so we can get started on the next Mobb Deep album. We had a real good visit. Johnson, the CO, woke me up at around 11 a.m. on a Saturday, just after 2010 New Year, and announced, "Visit." When I arrived at the visiting building, a big smile spread across my face when I saw Havoc sitting alone, sipping on a cup of coffee. Wow. Finally, he came. "Yo, forgive me for not visiting and writing you back like I should," Hav said after a handshake and a hug. "There's no excuse for it, man. Listen, I just want to communicate more so we can continue to be successful with Mobb Deep," I said. "I can't lie. I sit in my cell mad as hell at you, wondering why don't you want to talk? But no matter how mad I get, I always come to the same conclusion. Mobb Deep is more important than both of our personal feelings toward each other. We still have a business to run." "Nah, it's not like that," Hav said. You know I love you like my own brother. I just have a hard time writing letters, and there's no excuse why I don't visit more. Have. I know you mad at me for getting locked up and messing up our money flow, and I apologize for that, I said. You used to tell me all the time to stop carrying guns and getting into trouble. Man, I used to be scared to get in the car with you, 'cause you always had a gun, Have said. I'm done with all that now. And I've written 7 albums in here so far. I've been wanting to talk to you about music and our plans. Yo, the industry is real different now. Even big-time R&B artists is only selling a few 100,000 units, Have said. It's tough. Rap music's still selling millions of copies, I reminded Have. Just look at Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, T.I., Eminem. We just have to make incredible music. Not just, oh, that's hardcore, but, yo, that's incredible. We can't allow industry sales to fuck with our confidence. Don't ever forget that Mobb Deep is something special. All we have to do is keep going. Yo, you should visit Lil Wayne while he's in Rikers. Wayne and I been writing each other. That nigga love us, man. He's a good dude. I saw him in Manhattan before I turned myself in, and he told me he wanted beats from you. Even Alchemist got a beat on Carter 3. You should have been on that album. Alright, I'ma try to get over there. Did you hear the beat I did on 50's new album? Have asked. Yeah, that shit is hard. I like it. I heard you got something on Eminem and Kanye's albums. Don't slow down. You need to do more production for other artists. People love your beats, man. Havoc just wasn't good at networking in the business world. Why a person would want to turn down so much money, opportunity, and great relationships is beyond me. I'll never understand Havoc. He's a mystery. Probably the 8th wonder of the world. But I still love him. You know me, Pete. I don't like being around people, Have said. I don't hang out at the G-Unit office 'cause I'm not good with that networking shit. That's what you do. You think 50 want to release another Mobb Deep album? There's a rumor on the internet saying he dropped us from the label. That's just a rumor. We just gotta do our part and create great music like we always do. Yo, I ain't drink alcohol in 2 years, Have said. Today actually makes 2 years. Wow, keep it up, man. I was really proud of him. We gotta be more focused than ever before. You know how many people want to see us fall off? If it's hard for artists to sell units right now, well, that's too bad for them. We in a class of our own. That attitude brought us this far. The moment that you forget that, you finish. And that's when I'm gonna be forced to keep it moving on you. Havoc laughed, but he knew I was serious. See, that's the motivation I've been missing since you've been away, Have said. You got me hyped now. I was a little nervous about coming up here at first. I couldn't even sleep last night. That's why I'm drinking all this damn coffee. I had like 3 cups already. Nigga, this is how we feed our families. The bottom line for me was always our business and our music, I said. I know, Have said. Another 30 minutes passed and we said our goodbyes. I told Have to make sure he sent me some beats, and he said he would. In my cell, I sat on my paper-thin mattress, thinking about how far Havoc and I had come. All the songs we wrote and recorded, all those beats, tours, parties, after parties, groupies, videos, interviews, contracts, labels, lawyers, and offices. All the money we made, spent, shared, wasted, and given away to so-called friends. Prison gave me plenty of time to reflect. In the street, I didn't think, I just did. After Havoc's visit, my spirit was at ease. I thought about how other people could inspire you to feel and do better. Havoc inspired me to allow forgiveness. Nas inspired me to prove people wrong. He told Twin I was corny back when I battled him, and I had forgiven him a few times. Hopefully, he could do the same for me. Even Jay-Z was a huge inspiration in my life as far as how he carried himself and conducted his business. The problems that we all had with each other was just petty street bravado. We're all a special breed of black men. New York rappers with a gift. We reach millions of people around the world who talk, dress, and act just like us. I'm sure there'll be plenty of newcomers filling our shoes when we've officially played out. I wish everybody wellness, love, peace, and happiness. And I laugh at anybody who think there's something soft about that. You got a lot of growing up to do. I went through the same thing. Acknowledgements. A great number of people inspired me to write this book, directly as well as indirectly. From my family and friends to people I look up to who don't even know me. I appreciate them all and hope they too will find some type of inspiration within these pages, my life and my music. This body of work, along with other goals I've reached, was accomplished while keeping all of them in mind and with their assistance. Though they may not even know it, I want to show my sincere appreciation for those who helped make this book possible, so I must pay my respect forward. The creator and life force that most know as God. Without the grace and power of God, nothing would be. My loving mother for teaching me about love, peace, and happiness, and for being patient through my juvenile BS as a young kid. My brother, Greg, for being a true big bro, always taking care of me and making me laugh, even in times when I was in tremendous pain and it hurt to do so. And my niece, Kenesha, and nephew, Kenny. My nana, Miss Bernie Johnson, who would have proudly displayed this book on her coffee table, along with her collection of Jet magazines. My father, Little Bud, for teaching me about mental and physical strength and fearlessness. My grandfather, Big Bud, for teaching me about discipline, hard work, and determination through the example of his own successful music career. My grandmother, the no-nonsense Bernice H&IC Johnson, who schooled me constantly on business and an entrepreneurial way of thinking, money management, and being proud of my black culture. Her name and legacy will live forever. Uncle Lenny and Aunt Connie, both of whom have bailed me out and given me shelter in times of need and that little bit of cushion to absorb my hard falls. Miss Cookie, my wife's mother, for accepting me into the family. My friend, the boss, 50 Cent, and his staff at G-Unit for opening up several new doors of opportunity for me and introducing me to Dr. Michael Diamond, who is now my nutritionist. It was Dr. Diamond who made the proper connections for me to become a published author. Thanks to my literary agent, the one and only David Vigliano, as well as Michael Harriet for his help in the early stages. David Peake and Laura Checkaway, my new partner and scribe. Without her expert knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of Mobb Deep, Prodigy, and the unique culture of hip-hop, this autobiography would not have been turned in and released to the world on time. This gracious young woman has gone the extra 100 miles because she knows the importance of this story. Laura has taught me a lot about this craft. Also, Laura's team, Abby Addis, Shauna Barboza, and John Pegg III for their contributions. John Baselli, Peter Keys, and wife, Miss J. Keys. The entire Simon & Schuster Touchstone staff, publisher Stacy Creamer, editor-in-chief Trish Todd, associate publisher David Falk, marketing manager Meredith Kernan, my publicist Shida Carr, and especially my editor Sule Hernandez, for realizing the value within my life story and helping this book actually get into readers' hands. My brother from another mother, the Don from way beyond, Havoc, and all his crimies for choosing me as a friend and partner instead of a larceny victim when we first met. Otherwise, the world would have never had Mobb Deep. We balance each other out like yin and yang. Our life is a never-ending studio session, and as always, we'll make the best out of it. And with thanks to Havoc's mother, Miss Mercedes, this beautiful woman took me in as a son and put up with our loud noise as we were mastering our art. Rest in peace to Miss Aisha. Steve Rifkin and Maddie C. All I can say is, wow, I love those guys. Chris Lighty, for all his assistance and his calm, level-headed approach to business, from which I learned a great deal. My West Coast family, Alchemist, Ice-T, Neil Diamonds, Evidence, Sid Rome's, Block, Big Bad 40, and African Rob. These brothers held me down when I had no one else to turn to. Can't forget Marvis Johnson, Sam Scarfo, Fly, Jake One, Kerry Edge and the Edge family, Roger Jeffrey and the Jeffrey family, Bones Malone, Chris Blackwell, Cookie Gonzalez, Barry Weiss, Lord Nez, T-Dubs, Tyson, Pacino, SC, and King Benny. My attorneys Irv Cohen, Bob Kalina, Jack Reynolds, Londell McMillan, and Evan Feifeld for their advice, time, and consideration. My accountant, Artie Irk, for all the tough love he's given Mobb Deep when it came to our finances. Dan the Man Melamid, Stretch Armstrong and Bobito, Peter Oasis, Domingo Neris, the Loud Staff, Puerto Rican Rob Hernandez, Chef Lowe, Gabi, Nelson, Dan Tanner, Chris Green, Ola Kudu, Scott Free, Buddha, Frank V, OJ, and the Loud Street team from east to west. Combe, Judd, Kirk, Erica, Teresa, Chris Mack, Seth, Sean C, Liz, Rich Isaacson, John Rifkin, Gio Bivens, Gerard Hunt, Jeff, Jordan, Noah, Akil, Che Harris, Randy Roberts, Sanchez, Brandon, and Shane Mooney. The Violator staff, Ice, Mike Lighty, Laura Dobbins, Claudine Joseph. The G Unit staff, Renee, Jeremy, Nikki Martin, Alvon, Broadway, and Who Kid. All the radio stations across the country and overseas that supported us throughout the years. Special shout out to Tim Westwood, Mark Wahlberg, Adrian Brody, Jamie Foxx, Rick Gonzalez, Hassan Johnson, and Nicole Kidman. Thanks for appreciating Mobb Deep's music. The journalists, photographers, and video directors who have captured memorable Mobb Deep moments through the years. All the concert promoters around the world. I want to give a special thank you to all the supporters, fanatics, and straight-up hip-hop junkies. Without you, there's no reason to do what I do.
Come with me on a trip to a place you can get anything that you want, anything that you wish. It's a place kept secret and on the low. You just gotta know somebody, yo. With me, you good to go. Welcome to the next level, where your dreams fulfilled. Things is real, diamonds, pearls, precious stones and metals. It's your world, lay back on the beach, lay back at the spa, lay back at the hotel suite with a jar, that smelly green plant. Let's go crib and car shopping, just like that. You in the new Benz, condos in Rome, Egypt, Paris. Got you falling in love with all this lavish lifestyle living. 5-star resorts and private planes that change your whole vision. Come with me to another world, you gotta keep it to yourself, don't go and tell. The other side, when life is real easy, and everything you wish is at your fingertips. Girl, come with me to another world. You gotta keep it to yourself, don't go and tell. The other side, when life is real easy, and everything you wish is at your fingertips. Girl, with Juicy, Dior, and DNG shades, now you see the world different. You trying new things, thinking new thoughts, feel a new high, new buzz. Forget what you used to love, you get you a taste of power in 24-hour service. No stress pending, just bread spending. 50 thou out in Vegas, yeah. We don't care if we lose, we like the atmosphere. Let's try Dubai and a little Brazil. Scuba, jet ski, baby, get your thrills. In New York, we can hum a stunt. In the drop, hum a one. Take a ride through the boroughs if you want, and make them all jelly. My stash box can fit 2 car bonds in the Mac at they front. We could buy the whole hood and lower the rent, and buy the whole Macy's so we can look good doing it. Come with me to another world. You gotta keep it to yourself, don't go and tell. The other side, when life is real easy, and everything you wish is at your fingertips. Girl, come with me to another world. You gotta keep it to yourself, don't go and tell. The other side, when life is real easy, and everything you wish is at your fingertips. I like that, I like that. You get 2 of those. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm big time. Yeah, it's Big P. Dollar after dollar, money growing like a tree. Better yet, a forest. P got the retardest. Maniac rapper from New York with the hardest. Endless 16 bars and 12 bars. I rap about my life and not about yours. You might could relate though. You wish. So check me out, son. Check me out over here. I just bought a CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. The Ferrari got the manual automatic switch, but hold up. Yeah. CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. Turbo Porsche with the 6-speed shift, but fucking right. I stop at the light, everybody stares. Hand on my gun, you don't see it, but it's dead. Think it's all a game, think it's a mirage. Get that ass lit like fire on the logs. I got endless drama, young boy, you a flea. I step on your head when I step out the V. Crazy, icy on the wrist, but CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. The Ferrari got the manual automatic switch, but just bought a CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. Turbo Porsche with the 6-speed shift, but CL 600 Mercedes Benz, 20-inch rims, stunning on my lady friends. Shorty kick it back and enjoy the trip. We going on a ride, we fly in the whips. Chrome doves with the jet black lips. Little kids see it and call it the spaceship. David on my neck, and Gable gave me this, but what nigga? CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. The Ferrari got the manual automatic switch, but just bought a CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. Turbo Porsche with the 6-speed shift, but just bought a CL 600 Benz, 20-inch rims, looking real fresh. Turbo Porsche with the 6-speed shift, but yeah. Get started, spark up the Lawton, light up the night up. Now let's get it going to the motherfucking top. I don't motherfucking stop till we find life out there. Set up shop, party rocking, bottles popping to the Henny and Mo. It's like 500 bitches, now we having a ball. Got a gun, screwdriver, a knife and a shank. Plus I break face bones with my platinum rings. It's It's a ghetto love story, I'm in love with the life of the rich and infamous. Ferraris and ice, Lamborghini bikes, they ain't make those yet. I'm still waiting for that 700 Benz. I do it for my niggas in the dead and in the pens. Just when you think the shit over, that's when the shit begins. This the Bronx, this Harlem, Brooklyn and Queens. That New York state of mind when you popping them things. The violence don't stop, the beef don't cease. The money keep coming, the paper increases. The gunfire don't end, the people stay dying. So I'ma keep living the life, you damn right. Cause the violence don't stop, the beef don't cease. The money keep coming, the paper increases. The gunfire don't end, the people stay dying. So I'ma keep living the life, you damn right. Murder, murder, the murder. Killer, killer, the killer from Queens. Goddamn it, I'm a menace to the planet. Put your body on that asphalt. Fucking asshole. Come to the hood and you ain't got no passport. He couldn't get his gun out the stash fast enough. So that nigga got his ass blasted up. Keep the Hennessy coming and we keep lighting up. Nigga, I stay sedated. That's right, we not cut from the same cloth. You chinchilla soft, I'm Brillo pad calls. Take your skin off you. Rub me the wrong way. You a suit and tie nigga, P hoodie all day. Tattoos and jewels, Mr. Cartoon and Gabriel in the district. Get all my loot, I'm addicted to looking fresh. I'm super fly, got a bad habit for Hammonds. I'm in love with nines. The balance don't. Stronger than ever. I'm back, nigga. Yeah. Listen. New York is just one crumb on the map. One crumb ain't a lot. You happy with that piece? I'm gonna need that pie to satisfy my thirst, pacify my greed for blood, money, and power. The fans turn me to a monster, addicted to when they scream. You had one hit in your life, 1 second of fame. One of you niggas act up, everybody pays. All of you niggas back up, or I'ma start spraying. It's the ring around the rolling. Pocket full of old men, ashes to ashes. All my fallen soldiers reminds me to bring my gun, bring my blade. Kills niggas on contact, just like Raid. You can't find P, I'm MIA, out with MIA, drinking wet willies. This is global dominance. You on some block shit, I'm in the UK, turning apples to oranges. It's pig against the world. I don't think y'all niggas hear me though, man. Nope. Y'all hear me. It's pig against the world. But I'm supposed to be scared? I got machines too, nigga, big ones. It's pig against the world. Nigga, I just bought 4 plastic rocket launchers, nigga. It's just pig against the world. Call 40, tell him I need some more rockets off the internet. I finna burn this fucker down. It's pig against the world. You want war? I take you to war. Listen, I'm giving you one piece of my mind, one piece at a time. If you could read my thoughts, you would say that I'm a terrorist and label me a threat to the world. Cause I influence all your little boys and your girls to stand up and make a difference. Just watch me, take advantage of my freedom of speech. They can't stop me, they wanna lock me in Guantanamo Bay. But my pricey lawyer will just chew through the case, plus my fans would riot. Man, it would be a state of emergency with t-shirts that read free P, you need me. So you can point your fucking fingers and say, there the bad guy goes. You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. Off of my dick, jump off of my shit, do whatever it is you do. And I'ma keep it poppin', making hits for the new black kids in the hood. We don't agree with the system, nah, fuck them all. It's pig against the world. Yeah, that's right, it's not all good, nigga. Bitch ass nigga, go be friends with somebody else. It's just pig against the world. Fuck out of here, you bother me. It's pig against the world. Hey, yo, Bush, fuck you, nigga. Fuck your whole bloodline. It's pig against the world. Yeah, I know you heard that. And it's what? Pig. They can't take it, son. They don't understand me. Pig against the world. Feel me before they kill me. It's just pig. Yeah. Feel me before they kill me, nigga. It's just me against the world. And that's what it is, man. That's what it is, man. Fuck all y'all. That's straight like that. I'd like to thank all y'all for hating so hard. All y'all. I'd like to thank all y'all. Give it up, give it up.
Not believing in me. Thank you very much, man.
Give it up, give it up.
What I do.
Give it up for yourself. Stand up, give your own self a round of applause, matter of fact. Thank all you broke ass niggas, and thank all you rich motherfuckers, man. Whatever, man. Go buy my shit, nigga. Download it or something, man. Know what I'm saying? Capital P, VIP, man. Don't make me no difference, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Know what I'm saying? I'm rich, baby. Woo! Hey, yo, call Fifth, man. Let's take a ride in the yacht or something, man. Corsair, man. Let's burn it down. Hey, yo, H, good looking, nigga. I love you.
Haze and the chocolate bitches think I put something in it, son. Whoa. Chocolate and haze is the best shit ever. Bitches don't know what happened to them. Whoa. I never did sour and chocolate.
Sour and chocolate tastes so
Wow.
good.
I never did. So we never really did because we graduated. The chocolate was too much for niggas. Niggas like, fuck that shit. How that shit used to have us uptown 7 deep, everybody like this. Like niggas put a needle in their arm. You can rob niggas. Everybody like this. If you the first one to get up off your shit, you can go in niggas' pockets. And I'm like,
Don't try that with P, nah, give yourself a break. You effing with the wrong nigga, do yourself a favor. Back up off of me, little nigga, real fast. Or just like that, you be pushing up grass. You playing fool, I put your flesh in the dirt. I tried to be polite, but you wanna be a jerk. Tried to prove a point, the only thing that you prove is people get killed simply for being rude. You thought you was the man, turned out to be a chump. You thought something sweet, believe Jay if you want. Your head believe Nas or whoever you choose. You come on over here and you gon' see the truth. It's nothing out the ordinary, this is what we do. My team's so strong, I feel sorry for you. These rappers is pissed off, they not being felt. They give record deals, but their albums get shelved. While I'm heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. Heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. We heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. I react like a Terminator, nigga, what? Won't stop coming till I know a nigga done. Rapping so good it made me a millionaire. But when it come time to squeeze, you know we don't care. Now we 30,000 feet in the air, getting head from a pretty face who ain't scared to fuck with these G's, and she happy that she did, cause we turned out to be that shit that she felt. Baby on the rail, all these lame niggas know the deal. My dudes give out the wounds that never heal on the real. All these lame niggas know the deal. My dudes give out the wounds that never heal. Heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. Heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. Don't be mad at me, be mad at yourself for being so garbage. You need to be killed for putting out bullshit like it's all a joke. Cause you from the hood don't mean your shit is dope. Just cause you got bodies don't mean you gon' go. Like just because you black don't mean you got soul. Niggas coming home from doing wild time. Talk about P, yo P, I could rhyme. 50 Cent did it, I could do this shit too. But you not 50, he an individual. And you not H, and you definitely not P. Would make you think it's so easy to be. I've been doing this since I was a rough rat. I'm gifted, I'm blessed with talents you can't match. Stop dreaming, wake up and smell a kush. You better than P? Nah, you wish. Heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. Heavy on the diamonds and heavy on the smoke. Pocket full of hundreds, doing hundreds in the post. GT Carrera, nigga, dare a nigga front. Fuckin' with these young veterans, you get done. Yo, yeah, son, take that, man, take that. Fuck you rolled up, man. Oh, shit. Yo. That shit crazy right there, man. That's that hot power shit. Yo, roll up another one of them shits, son. Fuck that, let's get it blasted.
It's a war for control. The control of your mind and your body. Americans are traditionally independent, very hard to control. But the architects of the New World Order have ways to force you into submission. First, through a well-orchestrated agenda including health care, financial security, safety from crime, and environmental issues, the public will be coerced into accepting a national identification card. It will be disguised in the cloak of benevolence, the government doing a great good deed for the people.
This concludes the reading of My Infamous Life, the autobiography of Mobb Deep's Prodigy by Albert Prodigy Johnson and Laura Checkaway. Copyright 2011, Albert Johnson. This book was read by Albert Prodigy Johnson. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Touchstone, a division of Simon & Schuster, and was produced in 2018 by Buck 50 Productions and Urban Audiobooks, LLC, which hold the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Buck 50 Productions, LLC and Urban Audiobooks, LLC. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.urbanaudiobooks.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.